On SEN Cricket, this is the new ball.
The answer back to him, caught and bowled, twice in the over. What a leader he is, Pat Cummins. He's got 4.
Cummins into Bharat, bangs in short, and he's got a hold of this, high in the air, and taken. And that is Pat Cummins' 300th Test wicket, hitting. Smith is out. Smith, I repeat, is out. The Gidi to complete the over now. He's back on the far distance. Close the finger's gone up. Webster has been given out LBW.
Mulder bowls and he knocks him over. Heads ball by Mulder. Off stump, bent back. Zingvale's flying in the sky. Rian Mulder does come to the party. Australia a 6 for 66. All eyes on Ngidi. Away from us. Nursery end bowls to Cummins. Bowls him. He's gone through him. A deflection off the pad. Bends back the off stump. Australia is 7 for 73.
Bharat runs in round the wicket. Full pads. That looks very close. Up goes the finger. Carey's gone. Close. The partnership has been broken. Carey's not going to get his half century. The 8th wicket goes down.
Hello and welcome to our coverage of the third day of the 2025 ICC World Test Championship final live from Lord's in London. This is the new ball for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil on a knife edge. After 2 years of Test cricket where these teams have travelled the world to earn the right to make this final, that's where this sits after a couple of bonkers days. The passage of play after lunch yesterday felt decisive for Australia, routing the Proteas lower order. Pat Cummins steamrolling his way to 300 Test wickets with a stellar 6 for 28. The collapse of 5 for 12 left South Africa all out for just 138 and 74 runs behind the punch. It felt like the type of match that quickly drifts away from there to a familiar rhythm and result. But nobody told Kagiso Rabada that, nor his supporting cast. Indeed, after their superstar once again went through the top of Australia, it was Lungi Ngidi, the man least likely the day before, who engineered a mesmerising collapse after tea that at one stage read 7 for 45, leaving Australia stunned at 7 for 73. It made Alex Carey and Mitch Stark's stand of 61 all the more important, the most important of the match so far, as the innings teetered on the edge of total disaster. It ended before the close. Indeed, both men should be finished, if not for Stark getting a life in the final over before stumps. It was that kind of day. But they resumed this morning, 218 in the lead with 2 precious wickets in hand. The fact that we've only had 2 days of play just shows just how frenetic the action has been so far, and who would doubt it being any different to its conclusion, in all probability, sometime later today. It's a privilege to be here for it all, alongside former Australian quick Damien, Fleming and Bharat Sundaresan as well. Gents, what a beautiful thing overnight is. We stopped play at 6:05 last night. We resume at 10:30 this morning, and all of these hours to ruminate, to consider, to ponder, to speculate. We cannot wait for this, Flem.
Day 3's brought it on weather-wise. These are the best conditions that we've had in the Test final so far. And it's just mouth-watering, isn't it? The Australians lead by 218 runs, 2 wickets in hand. South Africa would have to make the biggest score of the Test match to win the Test match. But from what we're seeing, the pitch isn't a nightmare. The bowling's been very, very good, but I think the batting's been poor. So if they can knock over Australia in the first half an hour, South Africa will think it's one big partnership or 2 handy partnerships away from winning this final.
And I think it also is, in my opinion, Flem, the younger members of the South African batting lineup, they come with no baggage, and just how modern day batters, or the current generation anyway, think about run chases. If anything, they seem more comfortable in a run chase scenario. I know this is not white ball cricket, this is red ball cricket, and run scoring has not looked easy so far. But once they can calculate how many runs left and what they need to do, they just seem they seem wired that way these days. And I think that's why South Africa, you can't rule them out at all. If they bat the way they did at the start of the innings, in the first innings, then they'll be blown away.
No, they won't get 100. But yeah, I'd hope They obviously had a chat after day one, didn't they?
Yeah.
The intent on day two was totally different. It was just pretty much normal test match batting with putting away the good ball rotation of strike. But they've got some, as I keep saying, there's not a lot of great batsmen in this South African team, but they've got some very good white ball hitters. And you just wondered, can they give two of them a licence to do a bit of baseball or bat like Travis Head? They do it in one-day cricket, T20 cricket. You've got the other 4 or 5 in the top order to play normal, but just give them a licence.
It feels, Fleming, you made this point on night one, that if they're not willing to try and score off good bowling, well, good luck. If they try and hang out there and
eventually get a good ball.
That's right. So with that in mind, they're going to have to bat in a way that risks almost embarrassing themselves and getting rolled for 120. And try and hunt down whatever it is. It might be 219. They might go bang, bang, first 2 balls this morning. It might be 260 if Nathan Lyon can get going with Mitchell Stark and make a contribution there as well. But no matter what the scenario is, it doesn't feel like Australia's attack are going to provide them with any easier opportunities.
No, it's a great attack, and they strangled them. And Pat Cummins as captain led that. His 300 test wicket. The game wasn't in the balance, but South Africa were travelling okay, and Captain Pat grabs the ball like he so often does since he's taken over the captaincy and breaks open the opposition batting there. One other thing that's changed, the overcast conditions or the conditions overhead, I feel have played a big part in this test match. When it's been sunny like it is now, the ball hasn't swung as much, and then as soon as it's cloudy, it's definitely swinging more. It seems to be moving more off the seam. So that's another element, that if Australia get knocked over quickly, they'll be bowling in sunny conditions. So the ball might be doing less.
Exactly, and I think that's why it's important that they do that. They blow Australia's last 2 wickets away. And the other thing would be, as good as Australia's bowling attack has been, if they get a partnership, because Australia now are defending a total, they can't just have a stacked slip cordon throughout like they did in the first inning. So one by one, you'll see the slip fielders kind of move away, which will open more scoring areas as well. So they can really put pressure on Australia, even though they are a champion side. They know what it is to win. And more than anything, for a South African team which has never won a world title, this is a chance for them to dare to dream. I mean, they have nothing to lose. And just speaking to some of the South Africans, probably it's today or never when it comes to test championships. Who knows what the future of test cricket is for them. So they have literally not just nothing to lose, this chance might never come again.
At the end of day one, I couldn't see South Africa winning this test match. But they've hung in and they're giving themselves a chance.
It felt like they limited their route to victory. I mean, when you get halfway through a test, you can have a session you win, a session you lose. You can kind of absorb that pressure in the third innings of a game if you're further advanced and there's more runs on the board. But in a low-scoring game, they just had to roll Australia in 40 or 50 overs. Like, there was no provision to let Australia bat for 70 or 80. And that's what they've opened up here. What as of last night,
well, if it wasn't for
40.
Alex Carey and Stark, Australia aren't making 100.
Right. And there were opportunities. Let's not forget that when you consider the way that Carey went hard at the ball early on and tried to counter-attack, there were 3 occasions where balls didn't make it to second slip.
No. And I can see how Jansen dropped that one in the last over because I think they kept creeping forward the slips because they weren't carrying.
Right.
And that got to him so quick, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. So that partnership of 61 was so crucial for where they were at 7 for 73, and as I said in the intro, kind of teetering on the edge. The top order, it'll be a conversation that continues. Baz, you said yesterday on comms that Green at 3 is something that you don't imagine will happen in the long term. We've got Marnus Labuschagne, who feels like he's destined to now lose his spot in the Australian team with Sam Constas in the Windies. Usman Khawaja, who against the moving seaming ball did struggle in the home summer for the most part. Of course, made a terrific double ton in different conditions in Sri Lanka, but there are a lot of different questions rattling around in the top 6, which you wouldn't necessarily think for a team who could win the World Test Championship.
No, we've complicated things here. I just don't like the top 3. Usman, might get to the end of the Ashes, but and I expect him to get runs in the West Indies because it won't be that dissimilar to Sri Lanka. Cam Green's not a number 3. Like, I'm a Cam Green fan, so where do you fit in? Ideally he's probably batting in this lineup 6.
Yeah.
But Bo Webster's not a superstar, but he's just so handy in all 3 facets. I wouldn't be surprised if Inglis comes in the West Indies, but is he going to play? Is he going to bat in the top 6 against England? Like, there's just so many questions, isn't it? And for me, watching, we've got to pick openers. Do you know what I mean? Like, I think we missed it. You know, we tried to make Nathan McSweeney an opener. He's not comfortable there. Harris, Bancroft, Renshaw, who I always thought just below a bit test class, but if we lower expectations, if you pick Marcus Harris at the start of the summer and he averaged 35, we'd take that.
Absolutely. And the other thing is you're allowed to...
They know about moving balls. You can see Cam Green. So he wants to get forward. You watch his technique. I'll go forward press, but when the ball's getting to him, he straightens that front leg. So all of a sudden, there's a gap between bat and pad. He can't change his hands because he's moving backwards to the outside edge. He's just not technically efficient enough to bat at top 3. These are specialist roles, aren't they?
And he scored 300s in county cricket. They've all come at number 5. And yes, it is county cricket, different level of cricket. But then for him to go from there to be thrown into number 3. Now, I thought the moment he was going to come back, they might ask Steve Smith to move to number 3 and Cam Green gets the number 4, which last year we were told he was destined to have in the long run. Like, that was his position. But clearly things have changed. Smith has dropped back to 4 and he's in this great vein of form and he's scoring hundreds for fun.
Yeah, I wouldn't be changing Smith now.
Exactly.
This is it for the end of his career and head at 5.
Correct. So you just have to find other ways around. So either, and I think it doesn't help the selectors that from here they go to the Caribbean. Like you said, the conditions could be different. There could be an option of going back to Travis Head as opener, like they do in the subcontinent. So what are you going to learn about who's going to open come the Ashes? So many question marks ahead of them. But yeah, I think Green, looking at this lineup, Flem, I can't see him bat anywhere else but 3.
Oh no, he's probably not getting a game because he's not bowling. They'll want, even though Bo hasn't bowled a lot here, there'll be times he'll have to bowl 10 overs in the innings.
Yeah, it just feels like on the sample size of one match that Green has somehow put himself back down the pecking order, which 5 or 6 days ago when we were talking about the run of form he was in and the experience he was getting.
Last summer, we got Green to come back in.
Like, a lot of this has been, Green's coming back, all good. Well, okay, open question as they go off to the Caribbean next week. Where there are fewer questions, of course, is the Ferrari, the Australian fast bowling group, led by Pat Cummins. 300th test wicket yesterday, just the 8th Australian. He took yesterday 6 for 28, which are the best ever figures for a captain here at Lord's, which is another feather in his cap. That's the 3rd best figures ever for an Australian captain, 6 for 28 as well. So it puts it all into historical context. But to the naked eye, Flem, when he came on after lunch yesterday, I wouldn't say that Australia were in desperate need of a wicket, but they, in a low-scoring game, you want to keep ticking it over in the wickets column, and he takes 4 in the space of 40 minutes.
Yeah, definitely, because Stark and Hazelwood were brilliant on the first night. Josh bowled well yesterday, but Mitchell Stark struggled because the ball wasn't swinging. So a little bit of turn for Nathan Lyon, but you really needed overs in the quicks. I totally agree. It wasn't quite in the balance, but it was just South Africa in the chance to potentially get a lead. And I know they haven't been playing a lot of Test cricket, but it's interesting, him and Hazelwood coming out of the IPL, their run-up rhythm and speed and action look really, really good.
Yeah.
So it's funny, they might not be able to bowl as long as spells as normal and all that, but certainly their bowling rhythm looked fantastic. But his pace looked good. He never gets cut. It's just that uncomfortable nip-backer in to get bowls and LBs, and then he does the wobbled seam that then gets the outside edge. His bounces on, like Rabada, he bombarded Rabada. They've got their own personal battle going, haven't they, those two? But yeah, I mean, he's, as I said last summer too, he's in the fast bowlers I've seen for Australia. It's top tiers, Lily McGrath and of course Pat Cummins.
And you go back to where it all started for him against South Africa as an 18-year-old and that big break he had. And he would have thought at some level, if I can even get to 200 test wickets, it'd be a great milestone. Now he's hit 300 and he's fitter than ever before. He can go on and go who knows what lies ahead for them. The sky is the limit when it comes to Test cricket.
Well, he's barely had an injury. I mean, he's had a couple of injuries, but a substantial one since he returned to Test cricket in 2017. It's been so durable, and he spoke about that last night in the media conference, that one of the things he's most proud of is the way that he's worked with the medical staff over time, and the investment they put in him to give him a national contract every year when he was a kid, when he'd shown what he was capable of, and his body wouldn't meet the expectation until he was probably 24, 25, 26, and from there, well, we all know what he's gone on to do. So I think you're right, Baz. He could go on to take... Flem, would it be wild to say that Pat could take 500 Test wickets? Is that a crazy thing to suggest, given how young he is, relatively speaking?
I think the test going forward will be when Hazelwood and Stark finish, potentially Lyon, because Paddy's younger than them. I'm not really sure who's going to replace them. Bolo's 36. Brennan Doggett's here at the moment, and well rewarded for Shield performances and the Shield final, but he's 30, 31, and you weigh that up with the captaincy. How long can he be the fast bowling captain? I could see him giving up the captaincy and still playing.
Sure, being senior pro.
Being senior pro. So I definitely think 400, but 500 will be interesting to see where the team is.
Flem, before we get towards our first break, which is about 10 minutes away from here, we've got the hot news topic of the day for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. Now, this became quite a big deal online, perhaps less on our coverage. This was the David Bedingham dead ball. A discussion point back home overnight, I assure you, very much online. Are we all in this room comfortable with the way it played out? Now we've had a chance to digest it properly. Bedingham himself said it looked, air quotes, I think he said it looked dodgy, of course, before explaining that the ball had been declared dead on the ground. But just to kind of cover this one off from our perspective in the comm box, because we didn't do it excessively yesterday, I'll get both of your perspectives on the ball that lodged in Beddingham's pads before he picked it up and threw it away. Flem, do you want to start?
Yeah, I think the rule is if they feel like it's lodged and stopped moving, he's well and truly in his rights to do that. It's debate. I haven't really studied the footage and all that, whether it was still bobbling around. From what I've heard, from the other commentators and that, they were comfortable that it lodged.
Pat was too. Pat got asked about it last night in the press conference, and he said that even if there had been an appeal, he would have called it off because he felt like the ball was dead. And he spoke to the umpires in the middle who said the same thing. So Pat and the umpires are satisfied, and the Aussie team didn't really mind. It seems to be more an online thing. But Baz, you're an accredited umpire. How did you read this one?
No, I think at times it comes down to interpretation, right? Like there was some debate about was the ball still moving when he picked it up, and he did panic, and he said that as well. David Bedingham, he panicked and he just dropped it down because Alex Carey was standing up to the stumps as well. But it's like one of those things: are you in control of your body and the ball when it comes to a debated catch?
Starkey,
correct. Last time when we were here, but this one you could see it was lodged, and once it is lodged, it basically means that it's not like popping out again.
No.
So as soon as that happened, it was dead ball. But I think if it was anyone else but Alex Carey, I don't know whether we would be talking about it that much. Alex Carey spoke to us on SEN this morning. I went across and spoke to him, and he just said, I don't know why it always happens at Lords and with me.
Yeah, it's interesting. I reckon there's a lot in there. If it wasn't Alex Carey, the keeper, I think it'd have a tenth of the newsworthiness.
Yeah, that's how I read it too. It was a very Facebook thing, was my vibe. It was very Facebook University was kind of vibes last night. In some of those groups that were kicking off about it, and I'm sure the Carey thing was all part of the mix. I remember the great Dean Jones had one of these, didn't he, Fleming, against India in 91-92 when he removed the ball from the pad flap and there was half an appeal, and he's like, no, I'm allowed to do that. So there is some historical precedent with all of these things.
There's players like that, isn't there? And certainly Dean Jones did ignite emotions with teammates, opposition. Can you please take those sweatbands off curtly?
So yes, we are going to hear, I should say, by the way, that chat you did with Alex Carey will feature later in the show. I think we're going to go to it after this break, so we'll get a chance to hear from Alex down on the ground. That was for Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. So from here, Pat last night said 20 or 30 more. I think Alex Carey said something similar this morning. 20 or 30 more. Cummins said that provides him the flexibility to set more aggressive fields. That stands to reason. Flem, that 250 feels a bit different to 218. But it's a long way to go when you consider they'll be facing Rabada at the start of the day.
I just feel like, Stark's going to have to make a majority of those runs. You know, Nathan scored a duck in the first innings. Josh, I don't know if he's ever been in career best form. I'm not backing him against these two, so it'll be interesting to see how Starkey plays.
It won't surprise you to learn what Nath was doing this morning. He was netting, he was going through his elaborate process. He's an extraordinary professional, Nathan Lyon. I don't think he's ever not the first person to the ground preparing for both disciplines. There's a reason why that guy played 100 tests in a row. And I saw his brother downstairs as well, Brendo, who's a feature of the cricket scene in New South Wales as well. And, we both reflected upon that Nathan is always the first man here, and he's going to give his absolute all. And let's remember, when he walked down those steps here 2 years ago with a torn calf, torn to shreds, hobbled down the stairs and made about 18 very valuable runs, twice clearing the pickets.
He was the only one that could play the hook shot. Everyone else got it, and he was on one leg. He's the hookologist and sweepologist. But he's got a big role to play here. Spin hasn't played a big part, but it's dry. His ability to get wickets anywhere. We saw turn on the first 2 days, so Nathan Lyon could be a match winner for Australia today.
And especially if South Africa go the way we want them to go, Flem, if they had tried attacking Australia and some of those white ball hitters down the order and Stubbs and Verena and even Rickleton at the top, Nathan Lyon could play even bigger role. He might even bowl earlier than you expect him to bowl. So
in the event of a draw, the Mace is shared. The only reason I say it won't be a draw, of course, but in the event of a tie, the Mace is also shared. I've learned over the years that if you keep saying it's going to be a tie in a close test match, one time you'll get lucky. It just sort of feels like in a low-scoring thriller environment, with all the history of South Africa and with Australia in big finals and this rivalry, how well these players know each other, that there are going to be some dramatic twists and turns today. It just has that vibe, doesn't it?
Well, they've tied before in big games, not red ball cricket. But then the Aussies did get to go through.
Yes.
Yeah. It just gets down to we know how the Australians are going to bowl. I'm not rock solid on South Africa's batting and how they can chase, but it's written up for 3 or 4 of their batters to play out of their skins, and partnerships put pressure on anyone, and that's what Cummins felt like he had to get the ball yesterday, wasn't it? It wasn't a big partnership, but it was the momentum is shifting away from us. I need to change this, and that's what South Africa have to think. How do we shift the momentum our way?
Baz, closing thoughts from you before we go to a break and come back to you with Alex Carey.
Just what you guys were saying. Australia, South Africa, knockout game. England, Damien Fleming in the house. You know how this plays out.
Come on, Aussies.
Beautifully set up. Thank you both. This is the new ball ahead of day 3 of the World Test Championship final for the Cobram Estate Premium Australian Extra Virgin Olive Oil. When play resumes today, Australia will be 8 for 144, 218 runs in the lead. Alex Carey made 43 yesterday, top scoring a crucial stand of 61 with Mitch Stark, who's still there on 16, batting with Nathan Lyon on 1. A dramatic day of Test cricket yesterday. Alex Carey was a big part of it with that top score of 43. And about an hour ago, he caught up with Bharat Sundaresan on the hallowed turf of Lords.
Alex Carey, thank you so much for speaking to SEN Test Cricket. What a day it was yesterday, but just your innings in the context of everything that happened around you.
I would have liked a few more and I guess be there this morning. Not the case, but look, it all sort of happened pretty quickly in that last session. I thought start of the day they batted pretty well the first hour, and we probably would have hoped for a few more wickets going into lunch. However, after that we started really well and took those 5 wickets pretty quickly, which set us up for a great opportunity with a 70-odd run lead. We didn't capitalise on that. However, a 220 run lead at the moment. Hopefully we can go a few more. And I just saying before, I think it's a case of throw the scoreboard out today and really just focus in on what we have learnt in the first 2 days.
And can you just get your head around about someone who's actually looked pretty fluent out there? 28 wickets falling in 2 days. Is it the pitch? Is it the slope? Is it just Lords? Is it the occasion?
I think we got to credit the bowling attacks. I thought obviously Pat was fantastic for us, and KG's been outstanding for them, and Ngidi had a little spell as well. So look, I think both bowling attacks are really, they're high quality, and the batters have found it a little bit difficult. So I think there's enough in the wicket. We'll wait and see what today holds for us, but a little bit of variable bounce. Look, we've got a fair bit of information over the first 2 days, so I guess it's up for us when we do get out there with the ball is try to hit those targets that we're aiming for.
And just when he walked out to bat and 7 for 73, Pat was saying, and I could see the balcony had emptied a bit and he was on the massage table at the back, but the partnership we had with Mitch, that kind of brought some relief to that dressing room. Do you think that kind of, I know you would have wanted more runs, but that kind of just switched the momentum a little bit?
Hopefully, yeah. Look, we'll wait and see what's enough runs, won't we? But it gives us an opportunity. I suppose run chase is always difficult. They're still a quality outfit, and we've got a quality bowling attack. So hopefully we can eke out a few more, get close to 240, 250. And that gives us a great opportunity if we're able to bowl in the areas that we want to. Like I said, there's been a fair bit of information over the past 2 days on what areas looking quite difficult to face, and put the right fields in. We'll definitely back ourselves from all situations, and I think that's been the quality of this team over the 2-year cycle is, I guess when the chips have been down a little bit, or we might have been behind the game, we've found ways to come out on top. So again, another great opportunity today. Whatever happens, hopefully it comes off our way and we can have a bit of fun doing it.
The Bedingham thing, Alex, same end as well, I think. Pat said, he said what he said, but what was your take on all of that, and what were you thinking at that point?
It was an interesting one, wasn't it? And of course it follows us here at Laws, doesn't it? But no, I guess the appeal went into the umpires and they shut it down pretty quickly with the dead ball signal. So we didn't dwell on it too much longer than that, but we love drama.
You and Lords, wow, that's a sequel. And just finally, a marital question maybe. You, Eloise, in the reverse sweep, where does that stand now?
Parked it in the second innings. We'll wait and see when that comes back out.
Beautiful. But do you think you have enough to defend? You're confident of that?
Yeah, certainly. I think it's a case today of not worrying about the scoreboard too much. I think we've just got to go out there and focus on the controllables, and that's for our bowlers to hopefully put in the right area, fielders in the right positions, create pressure, and whatever happens. But I'm excited for the opportunity we do have in front of us.
Beautiful. Go well, Alex.
Thanks, mate.
So Alex Carey there in conversation with Bharat Sundaresan from a short time ago. Key message there, they're not going to panic. They're not going to get too fixated on the scoreboard when they eventually bowl in the fourth innings. They're going to trust their bowlers and trust their experience to get their job done on the big stage once more. Adam Collins with you. We've got a few minutes until our next break. Got Andrew Sampson, who's jumped in with me for a chat. Samo, it can't be often that the fourth innings of a test match could be where the highest score is made, and in all probability, that's what we'll sequence today. I mean, it already will be, right? Because they're already 218 runs behind, right?
So it definitely will be. South Africa will have to chase the highest in the match to win. I mean, obviously, this time of the game, the TV graphics generally break out the old table with highest totals to win at Lords or whatever.
Yes.
But it's actually more interesting in this particular instance because it's presumably not going to be a massive total to chase.
Right.
And that, winning the test match, chasing the highest total of the match has happened 26 times.
Okay. So 26 out of a sample size of 2,500.
2,584 to be precise, which is one in every 99.38. 381 if you want a third decimal.
So
but basically
one in 100
for normal people.
1 in 100. I love it. I love it. That's terrific.
Normal people.
So but that's not necessarily the probability. It's not the probability of South Africa winning because that's 1 in 100. It's out of all test matches,
right?
And not all test matches
get to
follow the same pattern and get to fourth innings. So there have been 440 times where the highest total of the match has been set as a target.
Oh.
So that's 26 out of that has happened. 11, so that's 1 in about 17.
Okay.
So odds are for Australia, obviously.
Okay.
I mean, the Cricket Frizz will come up with their own numbers and things, which will be based on more recent data and more whatever, but it's about a 1 in 17 chance. So you've got to think the odds are favouring Australia here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that the one variable there that doesn't get factored in quite the same way, and I've got Bharat back up with me here as well, it's the willingness for modern teams to chase with more gusto than teams of previous generations. It's a run rate story, it's a white ball story, it's the disciplines that they're brought up with. Remember, a lot of these players are in their 20s. They've been brought up with short form cricket as much as they have with red ball cricket, so they don't feel daunted in the same way by a chase of 200 plus in the fourth innings that when we were growing up, that felt like a massive thing.
It's a mindset thing. I think what, if anything, comes unnaturally to these guys, or is unnatural, is the whole concept of saving a test match, because how often do they get a chance to do that, even at junior level? So they all grow up with the concept of, okay, this is the target, I chase it down, whether it's 40 over cricket, 20 over cricket, 35 over cricket, 50 over cricket. And from that point on, so what South Africa will look at is, and they, I think, just the way their minds work as well, right, Adam and Andrew, they break it down, whether it's in 10s or 15s or 20s, and they're just so adept at doing that, which is why I also feel more run chases happen, and not where it's not only when teams are just throwing the bat around and playing with gusto, like you said, but it's also they're just more calculated in that sense. So if this was day 5 and South Africa had to save the test to win the title, I would say, well, I would be worried about that. But the fact that it's a run chase and you have Stubbs and Rickleton who are coming off the IPL and Bedingham and all these guys play so much white ball cricket, I wouldn't not back them.
Thank you, Baz. Thank you, Andrew Sampson. Everyone's here. All the cricket world is converging upon Lords for the third and probable final day. We've got Ian Smith in the back of the box as well, rocking up. Everyone's here. Everyone's doing their thing. Everyone wants to be here watching the finale of this compelling World Test Championship final.
It is the third day and almost certainly the final day of the World Test Championship final between Australia and South Africa here at Lords, self-styled home of cricket. I'm Daniel Norcross. Alongside me is a frisky-looking Jeremy Coney, who's, I think his jet lag is receding.
It is, definitely.
Yeah, you're looking up for the fight today. And Bharat Sundaresan alongside me. Look, guys, today the heavy hand of history looms over South Africa. The pressure that's on them to perform. They've looked crippled by it on the first day in the evening. Will they have a different approach this time, Bharat? Are we going to see, because we saw a different approach yesterday morning from the execrable awfulness of the last session on day 1. Do you think we're going to see a bit more positivity with that back? Because they'll probably be batting before lunch.
I definitely think so. And I think it'll start with Ryan Rickleton. See, just before the break, Daniel, Adam and I was talking about how the modern day batter is not overawed by run chases, whatever format they play in. If anything, they grow up thinking about run chases and calculating in their head every time they go out to bat. And the other thing that has happened is South Africa as a team might not have won anything of note since 1998 and never won a world title. But a lot of these players we're going to see today, Rickleton and Stubbs, now they're used to playing in big grand finals, whether it's SAT20, IPL or whatever, all these other leagues they play. So I think a bit of that baggage that probably previous South African teams brought to the table. Well, we were there in Barbados last year when they did choke from 30 of 30 against India in the T20 World Cup final. But you just feel that that's their only way out. And I said it earlier on the show, it is today or never. Maybe they might make other white ball finals, but Test Championship, this could be one and done for them. Who knows how much more Test cricket they're going to play? Who knows who's going to play? Who knows who's going to play against them? And maybe this is their only chance they'll ever get to become Test champions. So they have even more reason to just go out there. And like Ravi Shastri said at the toss to Temba Bowma, express yourself.
Jeremy, I don't know who's responsible for bigging it up so much. You read the South African press and it's like, oh, this is the most important thing that could ever happen in the history of the Rainbow Nation. This game of cricket can unite a people. And yet sometimes the players sort of play as if they sort of believe that hype. How do you shut all that out of your mind and just acknowledge that, you know, it's a beautiful sunny day, the pitch is fine, it's straw coloured, the dark patches have disappeared, they're good enough players to chase down 240. How do you put all this nonsense out of your mind?
I'm not sure how you do that. I think that, but you're a professional. You train for these kind of little moments, don't you? Yes, it's a bigger game. It's advantage Australia at the moment because they have the runs. They are on the board. 220 at this stage, nearly. And it's the largest total that's going to be required in the match so far. Of course, South Africa have some advantages. The first thing, as you've mentioned, is the weather is set fair. It's not that low-hanging murk that has been around in the first 2 days, in the first session of each day. So that's a bonus, I think. We've noticed that the ball doesn't do quite so much when it's set fair like this. The second thing is that you've mentioned already, I think, that they must learn from the first innings. They can't have that sort of paralysis that went on for the first 20-odd overs of their first innings. And I think they'll learn from that. I think they saw yesterday when they do defend well. It's been a pitch, I've liked the pitch actually. It's because the bowlers have held sway, and I think you always get a better cricket game when runs matter, where batsmen have to work hard, where they have organised defence, and they do it so well that then bowlers provide you with an opportunity. They are sick of you playing well in a defensive manner, and so they give you something and an offering, and that's what you pounce on, I think, on pitches like this, and that's what we've seen. That's worked quite well for Carey and the like. I think Smith's innings has been the best innings of the match in terms of organisation. Even though he didn't score as many as Bo Webster, I thought he was very fortunate actually right throughout his innings. So that was the kind of good defence, wait for the wide one is what Smith did, and punched it away. And I think that's the way that South Africa have to go about this.
It's been a curious game in that I don't feel that it's a 144 for 8 pitch or a 212 all out or a 138, but we did say at the start of the game that the strengths of both these sides lie in their bowling, and we have been treated to some fabulous bowling performances. I mean, Marco Jansen will not get huge credit, Hazelwood, Stark, because everyone will talk about Cummins and Rabada, but actually they've both units have bowled really well, have they not?
And you just look at the 6 fast bowlers we have on show today. 5 of them average below 25. And the only one who doesn't is Mitchell Stark, who averages 27, but he's already an all-time great for Australia. So you are talking about the really best. If 25 is the benchmark that separates the good from the great, then you have 5 great fast bowlers. Yes, Lungi Ngiri and Marco Jansen haven't played as much as Rabada, Cummins and Hazelwood, but those are the 6 bowlers you're talking about. And David Bedingham, poor guy, spoke about that a few times. He said 6 great fast bowlers, what do you do? And I don't think any batter has still explained why it's been so difficult out there. He referred to this surface as being a tricky pitch. So I asked him, what do you mean tricky? And he just mentioned the slope. So it can't be the slope. Because it's always
it's there. Yes, it hasn't changed.
Correct. So I think it's just been high quality bowling. But I do believe it's also a reflection of the era we are in Test cricket, where you look around the world, the moment the ball starts doing a little bit, techniques and temperaments get tested, and batters the world over just don't seem to have the tenacity to withstand it. If the ball's turning or if the ball's moving around, they just either just go into their shell or throw their bats around and get out. And that's why we're seeing so many low scores being recorded, so many more collapses in the last 5-6 years than what we were used to in the past. And which is why I think in a way it's apt that ball has dominated bat in this ultimate test.
And also sort of confusion in the Australian lineup. It's odd, isn't it, that they've been so good in this World Test Championship cycle, and yet they don't know who should open the batting. They don't know who should be number 3. You know, that top 7 does, well, let's say top 6. Top 6 does look sort of all over the place. Smith is exactly where he should be. Head is a fine player. Everybody else around that is either coming to the twilight of their careers or
just starting.
Or starting.
As in Webster.
Or in the wrong place. Yeah. And I mean, that was a harsh, salutary lesson for Australia yesterday, wasn't it? In Marnus Labuschagne opening and Cameron Green at 3. That I don't see that how that can persist in the future.
No, it's interesting how they've reshaped all that, isn't it? And Constas not quite being ready has actually created a bit of an issue for Australia, haven't they? They can obviously think about it long and hard, but whatever they've decided hasn't worked at the moment. And Green doesn't look comfortable either, pushing at a ball in both innings and edging it through to the cordon, and very early on in his innings. So, there are problems there, and it's different at 3. You've got to be an all-rounder. You've got to have a good, solid defence, be able to play a long innings, then handle the spin as well as it sort of in the second part of your innings, keep the score going as well. So that's a demanding position. It's not, we've spoken about this for years, haven't we, that the requirements of a decent number 3. Neither of these sides have got one.
Sorry.
No, and just on that, I think just speaking to the selectors and the coaches in the last few months, Jeremy and Daniel, there has been this belief that this is the culmination of the cycle. A fresh chapter does begin with the Caribbean. Pat Cummins mentioned it in the press conference before the test as well. So I don't think we'll ever see Marnus at opening and Cam Green at 3 in that combination. Cam Green might bat 3 again, but I can't see him bat 3 when Marnus is opening.
Do you feel that we saw Marnus Labuschagne's last act on a test match pitch yesterday with the bat?
No, for a while for sure. I don't know how they're going to keep him in the side for the Caribbean, especially if they are quite keen to make a fresh start for the next cycle, because Sam Constas is there waiting in the wings. Don't forget Josh Inglis, who's made 100 on debut in Sri Lanka, and in West Indies the pitches will be drier than what you would have played on back in the day, Jeremy. So in a way it's weird for them that they're going from this condition to that condition, because the focus now is shift immediately to the Ashes, and the pitches we've seen in Australia in the last few summers have seemed around, and batting's not been easy. So you need a proper opener, if you want to say that. And Usman Khawaja had a pretty torrid summer against Jasprit Bumrah. So, and yes, he made a big double 100 in Sri Lanka. So there are a lot of question marks. I believe strongly that the playing 11 we'll see in Barbados in 10 days from now will look very different from the 11 we saw here, especially when it comes to the batting lineup.
Now, as for South Africa, Kagiso Rabada, what a bowler he is. He's not having to shoulder the full burden. He's got some support, but it's not quite the same as Cummins. Cummins has got Stark and Hazelwood alongside him, who are both at the very, very highest level. Kagiso Rabada yesterday, was he used correctly? I felt that Bavuma kind of got away with it with that spell from Ngidi. His captaincy was a little bit rote, wasn't it? It was a bit, Rabada's going to bowl the first 5 or 6 overs of the session, and then they had a moment when you felt they've got to pounce, and Rabada didn't come on and didn't come on and didn't come on, and then that partnership slightly got away. Is that because they rely so much on Rabada in a way that Bavuma feels he has to look after him slightly more? This is a one-off game. You're trying to become world champions, don't you just leave everything out there?
Yeah, I personally think that his spells are a little long. If you want to get more out of him, I think you've got to just cut down that to perhaps 5 overs for a start, and then you bring him back for another 4, and so you get 9 out of him in a session.
Little and often.
Yes, I think so. I think that's the way to go. So you give him breaks, and then you try and fit Jansen in around that as well. Not at the same time with the same number of overs either. He tends to do that as
double
well.
Chase,
and so then you get this fall off the cliff, don't you, when you get Mulder and Ngidi coming back in, but it's very much easier. The batsmen can heave a sigh of sort of collective relief, and then they can feel they can start to sort of open out and play a bit more aggressively. They've seen the hard bit off, but I don't think you want to do that as a captain. I think you want to be alternating those kinds of bowls. So you've always got one of those two going. They're missing someone like Norcross, aren't they, at the moment?
Yes.
And he's decided not to play, I think, Test cricket. I think he's going into the white ball game. And that's the problem that's permeating into the Test cricket, isn't it? That's when you ask about defence. Players nowadays aren't really interested in having a good defence, are they? They want to go and they want to hit the ball. because that's what they get paid for.
You can do both, though. I mean,
Of course you can.
Everybody's very excited about Jacob Bethel in this country, but I'd argue that his best innings was actually when he got 12 and the ball was moving around like nobody's business in the first innings he played against New Zealand, when he actually showed a terrific defensive technique, covered his off stump, eventually got a good nut. That happens. I think it's possible to do this, and I think there's a real danger that if people sort of jack in red ball cricket, they're going to lose the skills and the basis that they need actually to play better white ball cricket as well. We've seen that happen a little bit here. There's a chap called Will Smead. Aussie listeners won't be familiar with him, but good striker of the ball. He gave up red ball cricket, had a disastrous time. He's taken it back up again because he feels he needs to do it basically for the good of his game. All right, we are getting close to the start of the third day. As I say, the heavy hand of history bears down on the South African shoulders. Will they choke? Will they not? Who knows? You have to say that Australia, they might feel they've already got too many for them. Stay with us. We will be back in about 5 minutes for the start of that third day.
Crowd have just paused for a moment's silence after the disaster in Ahmedabad yesterday. So a sombre moment here around Lords on a day which is set fair. Beautiful conditions for cricket. 22 degrees presently, not a cloud in the sky. Adam Collins with you, Damien Fleming with me. Kagiso Rabada has the ball in his hand. What a day we had ahead of us.
It is. It's all built up, isn't it? That it's come to this 2 years in the making. The World Test Championship final, South Africa and Australia. 2 wickets in hand. Can they keep them out there for another half an hour and just get it over 230, 240? But Rabada's been brilliant throughout this Test match, and he's dynamite against tail end batting.
All right, we reset. Nathan Lyon to face the first ball. Rabada being clapped in. All on the line. Day 3, World Test Championship final. First ball worked in front of square for a single by Lyon. Moves him to 2, 8 for 145. That precious lead advances to 219.
So 8 wickets for the match for Rabada, 2 wickets left, so he could get 2 5s and a 10-fer. I think it'd be his 5th throughout his career. And on the we're predicting on the home honour boards.
Yes, it'll be one of those
very
quirks.
unique.
One of those quirks where you can get on both honours boards, having done so 3 years ago. Pitch we're seeing on our screen here looks an absolute treat.
Yeah, it looks a treat. It's dry. There's not much green grass on there.
Rabada around the wicket right away to Stark. Away from us bowls here, leaves alone. Angles back towards him. So 2 slips the gully, 2 men back for the short ball, a deep backward point as well.
And decent crowd in, and we've got shots of people still walking into the ground. I could imagine this will just get more and packed. It's a beautiful day, result day, and just the ball has behaved differently, hasn't it, in bright conditions compared to overcast conditions.
Rabada nursery end, round the wicket to Stark, who leaves alone an identical delivery that swung after it passed the stumps. Not a spare seat at all in the pavilion, which is usually a pretty good sign of the type of crowd we're going to get here today.
How many people can they get there? It's not a lot, is it?
No, I think the pavilion holds 8.
Okay.
Yeah, so 18,500 members of MCC, so they often, well, when it's an Ashes Test match, they queue up from 2 in the morning.
Yeah.
That's part of the vibe here. But hum here at Lords, all eyes on Kagiso Rabada, 3 for 45, halfway through the first over of the day. Bowls to Stark, full and driving out to Bavuma at mid-off, who cuts it off. No single on offer.
And the redevelopment, are they expecting that to be done by the next Ashes, 2 years' time?
Part of it will be.
Okay.
It was going to start at the end of last season, actually, but there were mounting costs for construction, so they've delayed the tavern stand, which is going to be... It's going to be an absolute delight when that's done. It'll be roughly the same height as it is at the moment due to local planning permission and that type of thing, but they're getting a lot more people in there. Rabada, 2 left in the over, bowls to Stark, leaves alone again outside the line.
It does. It is the one side that needs an update, isn't it?
Yeah. So that'll have more corporate facilities, but the way they're setting it up,
pay for it.
Yeah, it'll go deeper. And then the Allen stand, which is a quirky little tiny grandstand over at Fine Leg, if you're watching Stark from our end, at the moment holds very, very few people, but that's being upgraded to have a connection to the tavern and then through to the pavilion. So that's the next part of the ground's redevelopment. Rabada, last ball of the over into Stark here, and again he's able to leave. This one swings away up the slope. First over of day 3, 1 run added, 8 for 145 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Strike goes back to line on 2, Stark on 16. This pair came together at 8 for 134, and well, they were ever so close to what would have been a wicket to end day 2 as well, when Stark was dropped in the gully by Marco Jansen.
Yeah, it's been interesting. A few nicks yesterday didn't carry. It's generally when the bowling's from the nursery end, from the pavilion end, there is an extra bounce, and that's where the drop catch was put down from Jansen late last night.
Interesting this. It's not going to be Jansen to start from the pavilion end, as we might have anticipated. It's going to be the man who knocked over Travis Head in that stunning collapse yesterday. Leon Mulder, the all-rounder. He's bowled tidily through the match.
Yeah, he's steady, isn't he?
1 for 14 from 6 yesterday. Can swing the ball around. And he'll be coming from that pavilion end where Matthew Hayden rang the 5-minute bell.
Yeah, great to see. You know, recently inducted into the ICC Hall of Fame, Matty Hayden.
So Mulder, pavilion end, delivers here to line, who defends to mid-on. Loud call of no.
And incredible numbers too when you look back at Hayden's career, isn't it? The average 50 in test match cricket, over 40 one-day cricket, impressive strike rate. But up until the 2001 Indian tour, he might have been looked back as, you know, a bully of Shield cricket and not quite up to test class. And then by the end of those 3 tests, he was virtually our best player. Yeah, best batsman.
Finished with 30 test centuries.
Wow.
Huge number. So here's Mulder, over the wicket, delivers here to line, close to the stumps, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Verena sticks out his left pad to stop it and save some buys. Yeah, it's the story of a player being permitted to improve in Matthew Hayden, isn't it? You're right, like there was that domestic international question for so long, and then he proved emphatically that he got better at that level. And
he debuted in 94 South Africa, so that's 7 years, Colin, isn't it? You know, in between that, you know, Michael Slater and Mark Taylor and Matty Elliott, who, you know, obviously I played with a lot for Victoria, and I just thought he was going to be a superstar at international level. Dominated the 1997 Ashes series.
Mulder in, bowls to line. He's in behind it defensively. Just saw a shot on the screen of the second slip. Aidan Markram wearing a helmet. We saw Steve Smith practicing at second slip with a helmet today.
Yep.
So they clearly think that the ball's not carrying through in quite the same way. Yeah, just on that Hayden. So when we talk about the Aussie openers who might sit at the next level down, I'm always mindful of players being allowed to get better when they leave the Aussie setup, and Marcus Harris is a good example of that. He's been a run machine over here and shown plenty for Victoria as well. I wonder how that'll factor into their thinking ahead of the Ashes. Mulder approaches and bowls here in line, gets on the front foot and presses it out to cover, no single.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is just keep putting the performances on the board, can't you? But, you know, this test has shown to me again, you know, Marnus moving up to opening. You know, he battled hard for his 220s. In the context of the game, it's okay, but it's been a trend for the last 15 months, isn't it? That he just doesn't go on and get a big score. And he edges half volleys outside of stump, which is not good. And Cam Green against the moving ball did not look a test number 3.
Mulder approaches, bowls to line, who drives straight, cuts it off in his follow-through with his left hand. Good bit of fielding.
So to pick an opening batsman who have done that all their career, face fast bowlers in moving conditions, for me is the percentage play going forward.
In Labuschagne, he looked resigned last night when he walked off the ground, didn't he? Threw the bat up in the air and he threw his head back, and he knew. He's a smart guy. He knew that what that dismissal represents in that wider discussion. Mulder up again. One left in the over. Line inside edge back onto the pad. Good set that. Maiden complete. 8 for 145 Australia. Their leads advanced by 1 today to 219. Stark 16, line 2 on the tyre power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
This June, it's not just the players hitting the footy big time. You can too. Get a tradies insurance quote with IMAR for your chance to watch the footy from the SEN corporate box as IMAR's guest. Just like you back your team, we've got your back. Because when you're covered with IMAR, you're backed by a team tradies can trust. Get a quote before the end of June to go into the draw to win. Plus score a discount on your tool insurance. Call 13IMAR today. 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Rabada away from us. Round the wicket, bowls here to Stark, who takes him on, hits him back over his head. Doesn't get all of it. Work to do for Bavuma. Down towards the rope beneath us. They'll come back for an easy two. The lead down 221. That's the most important number on the scoreboard at 8 for 147.
Yeah, that's a classic Mitchell Stark. As you said, didn't quite middle it, but his long levers, big forward press, check driving it back over the bowler's head. If Australia are going to, get that lead up to 250, you think a lot of the runs will have to come from Mitchell Stark, who's been excellent, hasn't he, with the bat. Great partnership with Carey when Australia was in real trouble.
Rabada to Stark, bit wider on the crease. He goes again, hacks it, hats a wideish mid-on. He was looking to go big over his head once more. Gets one for it. The lead is 2-2 at 8 for 148. Stark to 19.
Gee, that looked like it could have gone over cover, couldn't it, for 4? I think a lot of bottom hand come into that delivery.
So a sign of Stark looking to push the board as quickly as he can on this third morning. As Alex Carey said to Bharat earlier today, 20 or 30 more. Pat Cummins said the same last night. How that might change the energy of this third morning. Rabada gets a crack at line. Third ball of the over. Delivers here. Lyon well behind it defensively. Mentioned on the new ball that Lyon was out here this morning, doing as he does, out on the nursery. First one here, having a long net.
Yeah, I mean, he's been a handy tail ender.
Yeah.
For most of his career, he's batted 11. And so to average 12 or 13 at number 11 is actually quite significant, because so many times, bowlers are charged up, so you're getting some real heat first or second ball, or you're hitting him right and the guy at the other end gets out. And that's the end of the innings.
A lot of experience facing high-quality fast bowling like this. Rabada to line, hits him on the pad, looks close given. Umpire Gaffney goes up with the appeal, no hesitation. Lyon will have to review, and he does right away. For IMAR, your trusted tradies insurance, call 13IMAR, but that went up the slope, off the seam, beat Lyon on the inside edge.
Yeah, I don't know how this is not out. He had to come up though. He looked pretty adjacent. Good bowling from Rabada. He hasn't attacked the stumps so far today, and just about the first time he does, he should be rewarded with a wicket. It's hitting him a bit higher than I first expected.
So he's caught on the crease, hasn't got a long way to go, but you would say hitting just above the knee roll, the very top bit of the knee roll along with the flat. So it only needs to touch the top of leg stump to see him going. I think it's most likely that he thinks he's gone. He's seen the replay himself, but he'll pause as we go through the process. Here's the projection. 2 reds to start, and it is hitting. Nathan Lyon gone. Trap leg before for 2. Australia now 9 for 148. The lead at 222. South Africa through Rabada gets his 9th wicket of the match. Just what they needed early on, an early strike.
Yeah, we've seen 2 of the best in this test match. Australia, Pat Cummins with the ball, and Rabada, 9 wickets. It's been an amazing effort, not coming off a lot of cricket, but he's got great pace. He's got the ability to rush just about every Australian batsman, moves the ball, always hunting them. So somehow Josh Hazlewood's got to survive these next 2 balls, and I imagine Mitchell Stark will try and take on Mulder at the other end.
So Hazlewood needing to get through a couple of balls here against Rabada. These feel like significant deliveries in the short term of this test match.
And you're 1 away from a 10 for.
Could Stark get another look at Mulder down the other end? That could be interesting.
Yes.
If he can, that could be a very busy over. So Hazlewood averaging 12 himself down at number 11. He's played some important hands for Australia, albeit earlier in his career. On debut at Brisbane years ago.
Yeah, I don't know about his last 5 or 6 years, Josh. He's comfortably the number 11 now.
Yeah.
But he's with his big fast bowling mate, and they'd appreciate a few more runs to bowl at.
So the third umpire in action there for Aimar.
They're the tradies, mate. That's Aimar.
Third umpire Richard Kettleborough has been busy this week. Hazelwood, as you see on the screen, you'd love this, Flem. A couple of 30s in Test cricket they have on the screen now for the tail enders.
I don't know why it's 30 and not 25.
Yes, you're big on that, aren't you?
It's easy. It's a quarter of a century. 30 they do a bit in T20 cricket. I can understand that. 25s. Geez, second slip looks so close there.
Yeah. Poor old Aiden Marker. Imagine that's flying at you from Rabada.
Come on, Josh. Watch the ball.
2 balls to get through. Crowd clapping Rabada in. Bowls here, fullish and straightish, but Hazelwood presses it out to Bavuma at mid-off.
If Rabada had more deliveries here, I'd reckon the next ball would be a bouncer. Push him back and then just target the stumps.
So he's got the 2 back for the short ball, but yeah, 1 left in the over. I'd be surprised. Deep backward point as well. Not quite sure why deep backward point's still there. I suppose a slash at something rather than run preservation. Could be a catching position. 2 slips to the gully as well. Rabada, last ball of his over. Can Hazelwood get through it? Delivers here. Hazelwood leads. Good lead too.
Wow.
Into the gloves of Verena. A successful over for Rabada. He's got 4 for 48, 9 for 148 Australia. Stark 19. Hazelwood yet to score the lead. 222 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Cream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Want the assurance of an Aussie family-sized electric water heater with a 12-year cylinder warranty?
Install a ring. Install a ring. Install a ring.
Then accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, getting shots of the stands either side of us, the Edrich and the Compton. They're filling up beautifully. Great addition here at Lord's. And now Mitchell Stark gets a chance to have a crack at Mulder, who'll bowl from the pavilion end. Where do you reckon he'll take him?
Well, he's coming around the wicket, so it says to me he'll want to go V. If he gets 2 straight, middle and leg, he's going over that vacant mid-wicket area. Is Mulder quick enough to bowl a bouncer?
2 back if he does. Mulder in round the wicket pavilion end to Stark. He plays late under his eye at deep backward point and takes the single first ball. Interesting. Lead 223, 9 for 149.
He's backing. Josh did face those first 2 deliveries quite well. I'm looking up his form. You know, you look on to Crick Info and that has his last 10 games. And it's been IPL. He's only batted once.
Right.
Faced 1 ball, not out.
Oh, no ball. That helps. That'll take Australia to 150. Yeah, Australia get to 150 via a sundry. They got to 100 with a no ball yesterday as well, for what it's worth. So 9 for 150, lead 224. Hazelwood facing Mulder and defends a ball that was just back of a length, easily enough out to mid-on, no run. Don't think the crowd clocked that. There was no applause for the 150, seeing here that he was not a long way over, but with the third umpire toggling there on the front line, no leniency whatsoever, nor should there be.
No, the discipline hasn't been good, has it? Like, it must be 10 in this innings. What was there in the first innings? There was a fair few as well.
First innings, they bowled 7.
Yeah.
Sorry, my apologies, 10.
Imagine that if you get within 20 runs.
Yeah, 20 for the match, front foot, no balls. So Hazelwood waiting for Mulder. In here, round the wicket, delivers. Hazelwood tries to play it out to cover. Inside part of the bat, back to the bowler. That's fine. So the Aussies have all got their whites on. They'll have work to do soon in the field on this beautiful London day.
Yeah, if I'm Mulder, I'm still just attacking the stumps there. Josh he's looking to get forward, but there is a gap between bat and pad.
So Mulder picked up Travis Head yesterday, went through 1 left-hander. Can he do so again here at Hazelwood? The number 11 facing up, bowls to him, and he plays it into the onside for 1. Off the front foot to wideish mid-on, collected at mid-wicket by Rabada. Hazelwood off the mark. 225 the lead at 9 for 151. 3 left in the over for Stark.
Yeah, I think if it's that length, surely Stark looks to go straight down the V.
It's a balance of probability thing, isn't it? You'd have to think that if he leaves Hazelwood for a full over of Rabada.
Trouble.
So there's perhaps one ball here before he looks for the single. Stark facing Mulder. Plays it under his eyes. Out to deep point, takes one. So he's playing conservatively so far, trusting Hazelwood for 2 balls this over, and in all probability trying to retain the strike for Rabada. 226 the lead. Stark's got 21.
You don't imagine they'll take the single now. They've already got what they got off the over, 4?
No ball.
No ball, yeah.
Heaps of South African fans in, willing their charges to one more wicket.
They've had the advantage with the crowd, haven't they, South Africa?
I mean, we bang on about this a bit being at Lord's, but it is the perfect venue for a global final. There are so many, it's a melting pot of so many different nations, this city, and both countries well represented this week. Mulder in, delivers here, Hazelwood plays and misses. First time he's done that. His foot, which is still planted there, is at about leg stump, and the ball went through about fifth stump.
Yeah, that's his setup, and he's been able to block the ball that had been under his nose. So as soon as it's outside his eye line, he's just sparring at that.
Good reminder coming in off the text here, 0433 98 11 16, of the partnership that Hazelwood had with Cam Green at Wellington in early 2024, where they batted for a session together, which turned that test and ultimately defined that series. So what they'd give for Hazelwood to bat for half an hour or so here. One more ball to negotiate from Mulder. Delivers, and Hazelwood out to deep point, no single taken. That makes sense. Stark will keep the strike at 9 for 152. He's 21, Hazelwood's 1, lead 226. On the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
So Australia have batted 8 runs this morning in the first 20 minutes, losing Nathan Lyons along the way for 2, leg before to Rabada. And it's that man who'll bowl here to Mitchell Stark on 21. He's done a great job out there for 56 balls. Rabada to Stark, who edges through the cordon for 4. Between gully and second slip, probably through fourth slip. Mulder had no chance of dragging it in, though. Stark's boundary advances him to 25 and the lead to 230.
These are bonus runs, aren't they? Mitchell Stark has always been such a handy... I'd put him almost into the bowling all-rounder stage. He averages close to 25.
Yeah.
And just that maturity, wasn't it, to be able to build that partnership and stop the momentum with Carey.
Remarkable, that's his first boundary. I doubt Mitchell Stark's ever played an innings for Australia that's lasted 57 balls and hasn't included multiple boundaries. So it speaks to the discipline he showed yesterday in that stand with Alex Carey. Worth 61 when the whole thing was going off a cliff. Third man goes back. Gully goes to third man. They're giving him the single. Rabada round the wicket, bowls to Stark, edges through the gully, or more backward point. They don't take the single. So 2 men back on the offside, in addition to a deep square leg and a deep fine leg.
Yeah, this is fair enough. I mean, they've already got a bonus boundary. The next 2 balls, if he gets, particularly if he goes full, he can go straight down the ground, and then once it gets to ball 5 or 6, look for that single.
The game within a game. 9 for 156, lead 230. Rabada, his third over of the day. Up to Stark here, bowls short, outside the line of the off stump. Verena takes it with his fingers pointing to the sky.
Geez, that went through, didn't it?
They must be so close.
Yeah. But there's just a hush, isn't there? There's just an expectation. 250, makes it tough, but it's not unattainable for South Africa. We haven't seen much swing, have we? I know it's an older ball, but we know the Dukes can swing throughout the whole innings.
Yeah, 45th over is still very much in the swinging zone for a Dukes. But as you've pointed out, the overheads this morning been in the favour of the batting team. Rabada in, bowls to Stark, inside edge onto the pad. No appeal, thick edge. 2 left in the over. Stark looks down at his blade.
They're keeping the field out, which is a surprise, isn't it?
Do you live a little here? Do you sort of go 2 balls to go, bring up square leg, Flem, bring up deep point? It looks like third man's coming. Like, just dangle that carrot. Permit him the chance to score from the penultimate delivery.
Mate, look where mid-on is. That's a single every day of the week.
Can't be letting Stark get one here down the ground.
I just think if he gets bat on ball, he's most likely going to be able to get a single.
Especially on the onside. There is no mid-wicket, so any contact on the ball into the onside is a guaranteed run.
Yeah, and most likely through the offside if it's square of the wicket.
Even the mid-off to Bavuma, set deep. Interesting. Rabada 2 left. He's got 4 for 52. Bowls here to Stark. Short ball. Rides the bounce. Defends into the offside. Rabada fields off his own bowling. 1 left here. Now will they come in? You can see Marco Jansen's drifting forward at mid-on. He's like, come on, bring me in, Skip.
Yeah, I mean, out of all that, I think Jansen's staying there. I think he's the one that's instigated it.
Yeah. So Ngiti's at cover. He'll be able to stop one, but obviously the 3 men back won't be able to. The job for Stark here as Jansen warms up as well. We might see him next over. 2 slips of gully remain. Last ball, Rabada. Nursery end. So Stark beats him with a gem. With an absolute beauty past the outside edge. Not much you can do about that. Just missed the off stump. Over bowled, 4 runs from it. 9 for 156. The lead's 230 with Stark 25. Hazelwood 1 on the tyre power scoreboard. You trusted tyre experts.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
So there will be a change of bowling. It will be Marco Jansen, who was limbering up in the previous over. Got Jeremy Coney jumping in to join us as well. It'll be Josh Hazelwood has the job here to see off Jansen as best he can. Deep backward point straight away. So they're giving him a single in that direction. I don't quite know why. 2 men back on the leg side. Jansen 1 for 31. Picked up the wicket of Labuschagne yesterday, which got the party started for the Proteas after tea. Hello, Jeremy.
Morning, Adam. Morning, everybody.
Deep point comes up belatedly. On the 1, Jansen, pavilion end, Hazelwood facing, playing and missing from the crease. That's nothing going on, is there, Flem? Feet anchored to the crease, tried to fly it away.
I'm trying to find something positive there. No, we didn't get out. No, when the bowling's on the stumps, he seems pretty comfortable and be able to play a defensive stroke, but outside off stump, he's nowhere. If Jansen's able to move the ball against the slope, I can see Josh getting bowled through the gate. A single would be nice here for the Australians.
That gentle hum around the ground. Weight of expectation on Jansen. Bowls here to Hazelwood. That's better. In behind it, defending. Out to wideish mid-off. No single.
It's been a good pitch. I've quite enjoyed it. I know it's a wee bit variable at times, and it's been dominated by the seamers throughout. They've been good seamers, though, let's be fair. But at the same time, it requires organised defence, I think. You need to do that, and if you give that message, a strong message to the bowler, then you get the odd little offering once he decides to change, I think, and then you pounce on it.
Jansen, 3rd ball of the over. Hazelwood playing away from his body, but getting one to gully. Work to do for Stark. Direct to be interesting, and he misses. It was Mulder. Had he hit, I reckon Stark was gone. At least it would have been upstairs. They get the single. 231 becomes the lead. Hazelwood's 2.
Yeah, it's been a funny game, isn't it? Because there's been a lot of big collapses. And around that, there's times where you think, batting looks pretty good. Yeah. You know, it's not seaming everywhere, and the overcast conditions have played a part. But it's been the inability of both teams to stop the 5 and 6 wicket collapses.
Yeah, I think Smith's innings on that first morning coming in with it was a little bit greener, and the down was the murk. I think that's not a car, by the way, everybody. That's clouds.
Jansen to Stark this time, who leaves alone more comfortably.
But I just thought he was organised in the sense that he could handle the ball
coming to him round the stumps and so on. He knew where his stumps were, and then he got the short one. And how many times did he flash one out? Cover point.
Outside off stump.
Yeah, he was an organiser. It was a better innings for me than Bo Webster.
Oh, by a mile.
Yeah.
It's been probably him and Carey have been the cleanest innings.
Yeah.
Jansen, 2 left in the over. Bowls here. Short ball. Pulls it past him. Just straight at mid-on. So not necessarily where he wanted it to go, but again, a sign of intent from Stark batting with the 11. He's 26, 9 for 158. So 1 left here. So Hazelwood's job, just get through it.
It's one shot we haven't seen a lot is the pull shot, have we? And maybe a bit of that variable bounce. They can't trust the consistency.
Yeah, and the bouncer, when they bowled the bouncer, it's usually been a pretty
good one.
Yeah, direct at the head, isn't it?
So Jansen to finish his over from the pavilion end towards Hazelwood. He turns it into the onside. He'll decline the single that's an off at a long leg. So over complete, 232 the lead, 9 for 158. Stark 26, Hazelwood 2 on the tyre power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
You can see on our Chemist Warehouse screen that Marco Jansen's gone straight down the race. Off the field after 1 over. Corbin Bosch, great name to say, comes onto the field.
Great name.
As Daniel says, not quite as satisfying as Northants opening batter Ricardo Vasconcelos. That's
brilliant.
That's a good Ravana, 2 slips around the wicket. Bowls here to Stark on 26, who plays straight out to cover first ball, full and straight, no run. So that's Jansen, who hurt his thumb yesterday. It's something to do with his running repairs on his boots, actually. So he's not actually made it to the dressing room. He's sitting... Where is he sitting? He's sitting over, I reckon, in the Allen stand.
So he's off-field star.
So he's under
screwing his boots.
Yeah, under an umbrella in the Allen stand rather than the pavilion to get his boot fixed up. Quirky. Rabada. 4 in the innings, 9 in the match. Can he finish it here? Bowling to Stark on 26. Short ball, rides it down to point. Won't take the single that might be there if he wants it, but not early in the over.
This is brilliant, isn't it? We don't get this in white ball cricket. Not much is happening, but everything's happening.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Everyone, there's just a hush and, how long can these Australians keep batting and just keep these South Africans out there and just tick over the scoreboard a little bit. 250 would make a significant chase for South Africa.
14 runs this morning. They spoke about 20 or 30. 232 the lead. South Africa with Rabada. Bowling here. Goes back Stark and again plays it out to deepish cover where Bavuma's set back, but they won't take one, not at this stage of the over.
I think as far as the chase, I think the fact that it's a nice sky, we haven't really seen any misbehaviour, have we, from the ball? I know it's a little bit older, the ball, but and certainly someone like Stark, they kind of take the pitch out of play because he's very full and goes for the pads and into the stumps and so on. But nevertheless, it's a good batting conditions.
Rabada up, a bit wider on the crease. Has a go at this one, Stark. It's full and wide, but doesn't catch up with it, and it goes through to the gloves of Kyle Verreynne.
Well, the bowler who does need the ball to swing is Mitchell Stark. He goes from an exceptional bowler with the swinging ball to, if it's not swinging, he's very good because he's not as accurate and he's not as bouncy as Hazelwood and Cummins, and we saw that yesterday morning.
Yeah, well, when it swings, of course, then the one running across the right-hander comes into play as well, doesn't it? They're all looking for the movement back into the pads.
So here is Rabada. Bowls to Stark, leaves alone the penultimate delivery of the over. So in a nice groove here, Stark absorbing a lot of balls. Hazelwood has faced 11 himself.
Yeah, and they're not overexerting themselves either. It's just a bit of a warm-up, before they go out and bowl soon.
Well, was it Hazelwood who batted with Green at the Basin Reserve?
Batted for a session.
Yeah.
That turned the test, defined the test. The big 100 from Green. Here's Rabada to Stark. It's full and straight and turned out to mid-on, where there won't be a single. They wanted one from the final ball, but there was no option for that. So completes the over. A maiden from Rabada, who's our leading wicket taker for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. 5 for 158, lead 232. Daniel Norcross in for me.
If you love a country pub, you'll love the Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. This classic country pub is located in the town of Ultima, just down the road from Swan Hill. Grab a cold beer, meet some of the friendly locals, or join in on a Sunday session with meat off the famous smoker. So come say good day to Shane and the team at the mighty Ultima Hotel in the heart of the Mallee. They're also proud supporters of the Ultima Roos, Lara Cats, Hay Lions and Tooleybuck Manangatang Football Netball Clubs, as well as the Bannockburn Cricket Club.
And Test cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. I am Daniel Norcross. Beside me is Jeremy Coney, and back out on the pitch is the beanpole Marco Jansen, who's got the ball in hand. He's running in bright sunshine from the pavilion end, and this is driven by Hazelwood off a thick outside edge. It's running down to the deep third boundary, and it's going to get there. It is going to get there. A really bold effort, that, from the fielder. He did fairly well to get round. He had a lot of distance to make from deep point, and he could not quite cut it off. Got a hand to it, but rolled into the sponge. So
just wide of gully, gave himself just a bit of room. It was in the air, and that's why the hands went up from some of the South African cordon. 4 runs though. It's kind of a big drive, wasn't it? But not controlled.
No, but it shows that you took that intent. I wasn't expecting that from Hazelwood. I thought he might just look to get Stark back on strike. Possible. In comes Jansen once again. 2 slips and a gully in place. It was a bouncer. Don't you drive me. Thank you very much. And he gets out of the way of it well, does Hazelwood. Actually just ducked that head out the way at the last minute.
Turned the head away, didn't he?
And had the touch of a kind of Errol Graham. Do you remember him?
No.
Oh, he's a very fine pugilist.
Was he?
Yes, his super strength was not getting hit.
Well, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Good place to start.
I mean, he didn't do much of the actual hitting himself, but he did love to get in there and just, tire his opponent out. Errol Graham, the bomber. Errol Bomber Graham, he was known as. Silky smooth skills as Jansen's in. This is defended slightly uncertainly by Hazelwood up to mid-off. There's no run.
What sort of era is
80s.
Okay.
80s, around sort of time of your Chris Eubanks and your Nigel Benns. They're always pluralised.
From England?
From England, from Sheffield.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, from up north. It was like the Miroslav Maciej of boxing, if you remember him. Lovely-handed tennis player, all feints and skills, all that. Jansen's in again, driven once again by Hazelwood. No timing at all, but he's sturdy. He's hanging out there with Stark. How have you sensed the pitch has played in this first 35 minutes?
Very good. I think it looks nicely settled. The bowlers aren't really rushing back, are they? They're sort of meandering their way back, both of them, and trying to almost conserve energy here.
Well, they need one wicket.
They do. They're desperate for a wicket here.
They just need to tear in, you'd have thought. Second slip is standing close, Markram. As this takes the edge and goes to backward point, they decide against a single because there's only 1 ball left in the over. They better not get out this ball. As, we saw an awful lot of balls not carried to second slip yesterday, carried just in front of second slip, so Markram standing close. Marco Jansen himself, I was going to say dropped one yesterday. He'd have dropped it if he'd got his hands to it, but actually missed his hands, hit his stomach.
Yeah, it was one that bounced, and everybody was already very close anyway. That's the trouble about getting too close, isn't it?
Last ball of the over. Jansen in. This is driven well by Hazelwood. He's going to get at least 2 here. Rickleton's going to have to come round once again, and he does. Cuts off. They pick up 2, and at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, Australia are 9 for 164.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. I'm Daniel Norcross. Bharat Sundaresan has joined the conversation.
Oh,
hello.
I just thought you two were looking a little lonely, so I thought I'd come and join you.
Not,
really?
not at all. No, not at all.
No.
Thanks.
Having a nice little private party now that all the producers and everyone else has left the room. As Rabada is in full, dug out by Stark up to mid-off. No run. Now,
before we get... I feel a little offended, John.
Offended?
I thought you wanted me to join you.
Yeah, you're more than welcome, you know that.
Yeah. You're having a bit of a spat.
Anytime at all.
Yeah, cool.
Anytime at all. I can understand you wanting to join us because beside you got the man smelling of roses beside
Who's
you.
just taken a shower randomly at Lord's.
As of course you normally do.
That's correct.
Just before you go on.
I like to leave my mark. I like to leave my mark in every ground as this ball goes outside the off stump, low through to the keeper, played out and missed by Stark. I'll explain why.
It is unusual behaviour, though.
It is unusual behaviour, but there are extenuating circumstances, dear listener. My wife has procrastinated over the installation of a new bathroom because the tiles were falling off and the window was falling out, the lintel was rotting and everything was wrong. The problem is I only have one bathroom. I only have one lavatory. I only have one sink apart from my kitchen sink. And I only have, crucially, one shower. And this rather means, on a hot day like today, as Rabada is in, this is worked back to him by Stark off the front foot along the ground. There's no run. This rather means that I can become somewhat odoriferous if I'm not careful. So, Lords have very kindly offered me a shower in the indoor school, which I have had. And as I walked out of the shower, I saw on the big screen, I saw Vian Mulder bowling. And I thought, what's happened? Has Janssen and Ngidi both got food poisoning or something? What was going off out there? As I see next door and this door deep in semaphore as this next ball is driven firmly back past the bowler, but only get a single for it as Ngidi moves to his left at mid-off to tidy up, which means that Hazelwood will be on strike for the last couple of balls of this over. I couldn't make any sense of it. Why wasn't Janssen bowling?
I have no idea.
They need to take 2 wickets.
Seems, yes.
Best bowlers.
I wonder if it has something to do with his thumb, though. I mean, he did looked like he dislocated it or done some damage to it yesterday.
Right.
When he went down.
Yep. But he's bowling now, though, isn't he?
He is, so...
And couldn't Ngidi not have bowled from the far end?
Yes, he could.
Bauma's captaincy has... And I think South Africa got to this stage despite of Bauma's captaincy rather than because of it.
Yes, I agree. Rabada is going to stay round the wicket. The field comes in that little bit closer. Short extra, mid-off, mid-on, 2 slips and a gully. He's round the wicket. Hazelwood defends well in the end. He does expose his stump somewhat and always looks a little bit agitated, but he gets the middle of the bat on it, rolls up to mid-on. No run. 1 ball left in the over.
He's looked very comfortable.
He's organised. And that's what you want from a number 11, isn't it? That there, at least there's a semblance of defence, particularly when there's a batsman at the other end.
Yeah.
Some bravery as well. You know, you want to get in behind the ball.
You do have to do that. Yeah. You do have to do that. And the longer he stays there, of course, the more you start to think about the short ball.
Rabada completes the over with a full ball, which is tapped to short extra cover. It's the end of the over, just the 1 run from it on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. Australia at 9 for 165.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
Indeed.
Been bowling too wide.
Yeah. They have made life easy for these two, haven't they? It just feels like, credit to Hazelwood for having shown resolute defence, as he has done a few times during his career.
What's going off here, though? They've gone round the wicket short ball at start now. Is that what we're looking
Looks
at?
like it with the bat pad in there, doesn't it?
Roughing up a touch, you know.
And it looks as though only sort of about a fifth slip, sort of fine gully, perhaps off the gloves, or he tries to run it down. They've got a man at third man, haven't they, down there to cover that stroke. Looks like the short pitched attack, looking at the field.
Wouldn't really want to be at short leg if it's going to be round the wicket short stuff. You know, Stark can hit quite a hard ball there.
Generally, when he likes to go down to ups. He's someone who plays the hook, so he tries to clear the fence if he does attempt that shot.
Here comes Jansen, round the wicket from the pavilion end. It's clipped away past the left hand of short leg. They eschew the single down to deep square leg. Score remains 9 for 165. The lead 239, creeping up.
And finally, one of these teams has reached the 50th over. Innings.
Well, I think we had 56 and 57 in the first innings, didn't we?
Felt like
it.
I know, it felt really quick. It did feel really quick.
But you do wonder, these periods of play where a tail-end combination looks batting pretty straightforward.
Jansen's in, bouncer through to the keeper, no run. Hardness of the ball, part of it, I think. You find in England a lot new ball pitches. I know this is true around the world, but sometimes it's a bit more exaggerated in England, that the effectiveness of that first 30 overs is so drastically different from the last 30.
But from what you said on day one, Daniel, and the pitches, the way they've played here for county cricket or even test cricket, the fact that it gets better for batting, you said it gets drier as the game progresses.
Here comes Jansen, Stark. Oh, gets struck on the pads. A bigger bill for LBW. The ball squirted down to the boundary. It'll be 4. Umpire has not given it out, and he's signalled 4. So he's saying he shouldn't really be signalling that so soon. He's saying that the ball came off the bat. Ordinarily, the umpire will wait for a while before.
Yeah, and Temba Bauma isn't convinced.
It's pitched outside leg stump.
Anyway,
I'm not sure if it's hit the bat. Doesn't matter. It's 4 runs to the total.
Wasn't a bad delivery, actually, was it? The length, when he's just followed up the short ball where he had the batsman ducking with a very full ball.
Right at the toes, wasn't it? Yeah. Short leg is still in. This is short and played off the hip. He will take the single now because it's the 4th ball of the over, and Stark moves to 32. The lead to 244, Australian 9 for 170.
And going back to what I was saying, if you're a South African batter right now in the top order, in the middle order, you see the way these two are playing. Yes, it is a 49 over ball. That's the way the pitch is playing as well. The pace seems to have come off it.
I think it has.
Yeah, you're telling yourself, you're not really telling us, if these two can, we can, but it's not a devilish pitch. We refer to it as being tricky. It won't. Hazelwood, Stark and Cummins won't make life easy, but should be able to bat pretty normally on this.
Now, I don't know about this. He's staying round the wicket. So Hazelwood, interesting. Jansen is in. Ball's really full. Dug out well by Hazelwood. Just jams his bat down on it. It's good stuff, this, from Hazelwood.
Yeah, the one thing with Josh Hazelwood is he knows his limitations. His defense is pretty okay. He has one shot, and it's a square drive. So that backward point. That's one shot he has. At times he'll flip it fine leg, but that's it. But he respects those limitations, never really tries anything fancy.
In he comes once again, does Jansen. And that always gets up on his toes and pushes into the onside. They don't take the signal that is on offer. 9 for 170 at the end of the 50th. The lead 244 on the Tyre by our scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Be the sharpest tool in the shed this end of financial year with a discount on tool insurance from IMAR, the tradies mate. For over 35 years, IMAR's trusted team have backed tradies with the sharpest, that really is sharp, the sharpest tool insurance from the trusted team at IMAR. Call 13-IMAR today and be the sharpest tool in the shed with your discounted tool cover. That's 134627.
They're the tradies mate.
That's SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, and I've just spotted one commentator Bharat Sundaresan has turned into all-Greek action hero Perseus with his winged shoes. Rabada continues and is clipped into the onside. They might have actually thought of 2 there, but they've decided against any run. It's the first ball of the over. Stark is on strike. These are rather lovely. So he's got little wings on his socks. There's a sort of feel of 1969, magical mystery tour, a bit of Beatles going on, would you say?
Yes, definitely.
You were around then, weren't you, Jeremy?
I was. I didn't wear the plastic as well as Bharat does.
Did you do flares?
And the mat, yes, it was too
New
right.
Zealand, yeah, flares.
Oh, too right, yes.
Winged collars, yes. Rabada in again, up at his toes goes Stark, and again into a huge gap, doesn't take the run. Verena moves to his right, field about 20 yards to his right to get the ball.
It's a statement of fashion, isn't it?
It is.
And you've already noticed the matching Leicester Plast.
I like that. It's the same basic colour as the background of the trousers. Yeah. It's a good look, strong look.
Thanks, Daniel. I wish I didn't get that gash on my eye, but
How did you get it?
Oh, it's downstairs. Just slammed it against the corner of the desk.
Well, that's typical Lords, actually.
I knew you would go there.
Yeah.
It is crap.
The Oval, all our tables are nicely padded and round. Beveled, I believe, is the expression. Beveled, aren't they? Beveled. A change of field. It's all a bit laborious at the moment.
Is,
I mean, brilliant for Australia. They're taking the sting out of the game. We've had 45, 50 minutes. South Africa have just shown a lack of, urgency, I suppose, or belief. It's got 2 wickets to take. It's the tail.
I can see Temba Bauma's getting a little annoyed with his fielder because he can't get through to him. Mulder, I think it is. He wanted him at almost a 5th slip. Now he's moving more into a 4th slip.
Rabada into Stark, who dabs away from his body down towards deep third. He's going to get plenty of runs here. It might even go all the way. Fielder rushes round and has not cut it off, Keshaf Maharaj. So 4 more to Stark. That lead increases, 9 for 174 now. And the South Africans look frustrated, but I don't think they're really helping themselves.
Not really. And Mulder was stood exactly where that ball went through before Temba Bauma moved him and asked him to move to his right. So he's shaking his head. And now Temba is adjusting the field. I don't want to say this, but South Africa are beginning to panic a little.
Well, they're looking, the Australian batsmen, even though it's, the last 2 at the crease, they're looking remarkably comfortable, aren't they? Really, the ball is coming quite lazily from the surface.
Rabada in, staying round the wicket, left alone by Stark. Yeah, they look listless, they look unfocused, they look moderately surly as well.
I wanted to ask you, Jeremy, so if you are a South African batter or you're a batter on the opposition, do you look at a tail-end partnership like this and take some confidence
I think
from
you've
it?
got to. I think you've got to do that. I mean, and you also know, I would have thought that the 4th innings in some of the matches that have been played here at the county level, it's a little bit below, and it's the 2nd division, the Middlesex obviously are in, but they've chased sort of things like 340 in the last innings of a match, and you can see where those games are taking place. They're a little bit to the side of the block, or you call it the square, don't you, here?
Square, yes. Which is not a square, of course, it's a rectangle.
No, exactly.
Rabada's in. This is played off the hip by Stark. Quite close to short leg, but he played it well, got it into the ground, so it evaded Markram.
And that means, of course, that when they're on the side like that the one side of the boundary is somewhat shorter than the other. But they were still getting sort of 7 for 350, those kinds of totals to win matches.
Sam Robson, I mean, they comfortably chased. I mean, they had no concerns at all. Even when there was a bit of time pressure, they just found it just got easier and easier.
So they bowl first.
They
So they can know that they can chase.
That's right. Last ball of the 51st. Rabada is in. That is clipped away really well by Stark. Past the right-hander Markram at short leg. Down the deep square leg. Another hammer blow for South Africa as he takes the single and keeps strike on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Australia 9 for 175.
Experience the epitome of luxury and performance at Audi Barry Burke. They're committed to delivering exceptional service and premium Audi vehicles from the sleek A3 to the powerful RS range. Visit Justin and the team or visit audibarryburke.com.au. LXCT 7522.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. That lead now up to 249. If it felt quite tricky at 218, it's now that much more tricky. But as Bharat's been saying, and Jeremy Coney has said as well, looks like a good deck, but when are we going to see spin?
Well, it has to be Maharaj. I think that what we've seen so far, we've seen trying line and length to try and dismiss and get the batsman out properly, if you like, in that sort of sense, a nick or into the stumps, LBW. Now, once that didn't work, we've seen short pitch bowling. We're still continuing with that sort of phase. It hasn't really concerned either of the batsmen too much. Seems though Stark has faced the bulk of that short pitch bowling.
And he's on strike again.
But you would think Maharaj to just tempt some of the lower order batsmen. They can't really sometimes resist.
Stark's going to go after it, isn't he?
But you're talking about a seasoned, experienced spinner, though.
Yeah.
Here comes Jansen, start a new over from round the wicket, up on his toes goes Stark, defends, back up the wicket. There is no run this beautiful, bright, sunny day.
Yeah, and that would be the reason why probably Bauma is a little wary of giving Maharaj the ball. Stark does hit big sixes of left-arm spin. But, you're talking about someone with nearly 300 test wickets. His bowls plays a lot of white ball cricket as well, so he knows what he's doing. But just the captaincy has been bizarre this morning. They've left the game drift and probably is drifting away from them.
Jansen is in. Stark gets again up on his toes and plays a short ball so comfortably straight down into the ground. There's no threat here at all. There's no discomfort. It's just not happening.
No, the ball is coming very lazily from the surface. It's taking the impact on the pitch. It's just taking all that pace out of the ball completely. So it's coming very slowly towards the batsman, really. Sometimes that can be quite awkward. And he has got quite a useful Yorker, hasn't he, Jansen? We've seen that. But he needs to get a good bouncer in if he can.
Right, he's changing his line of attack now. So the round the wicket stuff is going to end for a while. And he's going to come over the wicket. But he's still got a short ball field as far as we've got a deep backward point and almost like a fly slip or a very fine deep third. Deep mid-wicket, deep square leg. Jansen left arm over to the left-handed Stark. Stark gets up on his toes and pushes into a huge gap, but they decide against the run. Now the field's got to change now for the fourth ball, I beg your pardon. Unless he says, I'm happy to have just 2 balls at Hazelwood. And this is a kind of stalemate and confusion that captains can sometimes get into. To me, Stark's a good lower order batter, but you try and bowl him out.
I think they have left it too late to do that. What an amazing turnaround this has been for Australia. 7 for 73 when Pat Cummins got out. 102 runs since then.
Here comes Jansen into Stark, who drives in the air. He'll take the single. Is he going to come back for a second? He is coming back for a second. So now, please, the field has to change. The lead has gone past 250. That's the applause you can hear. 251 now.
It's a damage, isn't it, this morning for South Africa.
What's happening here, Jeremy? Captain Coney. This is the 5th ball of the over.
Now finally he wakes up.
But with this gap on the offside is crazy.
It is.
It's crazy. There's a huge gap from mid-off to gully. He's just got to get bat on it. He's got to run.
Yeah.
And
unless he's going to bowl it really wide or a high bouncer.
High bouncer, yeah. Jansen is in, bowls a bouncer which is just pushed into that enormous gap just past the left of gully, gets the single, and hands go to heads in this commentary box. because it doesn't make any sense. And the camera is going to Temba Bavuma because all eyes are on him, and this sort of expression of muddled thinking that's going off out there at the moment. 9 for 178, the lead 252. Hazelwood has got one ball to negotiate in this over.
What was it? 218 was the lead when we started this morning.
34 runs and
and that needed to be really urgent, didn't it? All the play.
Right, here comes Janssen, and Hazelwood lets it go by. It's wide outside the off stump. This is poor cricket from South Africa. Australia 9 for 178. They lead by 252 runs. The Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test cricket for Henley, Holmes and Braesby. I think I've seen Keshav Maharaj warming up, which is required. Rabada was bowled unchanged this morning. He's in search of that 5th wicket that would give him 10 for the match. I think they've changed though, you know. There used to be 2 honours boards, a 5 for and a 10 for. That's Rabada. Is in around the wicket, and Stark just works this around the pad up to mid-on where Marco Janssen ambles into field. There's no run, because I think Gus Atkinson, when he got 10 wickets here, it didn't go up on a 10 wicket board. They just put the 2 5s there, so they've changed it. It used to have a 10 wicket board, much to the dismay of bowlers. I mean, Flem's very strong on this kind of stuff, you know, because it's a batter's game. The bowlers want 2 honours boards.
And I thought,
and 25. And the 25.
And the 25.
And the 25s.
I thought nothing changes at Lord's.
No, well. Rabada is in down the leg side, strikes the pad, plops out into the onside, picked up at short leg. There's no run. The field is a long leg, a deep square leg, a wide slip, a fine deep third, a deep backward point who's about 10 yards inside the boundary, an extra cover who's saving 2, a mid-on, a mid-off saving 2. It's a bit of a mess of a field.
It is.
Like you might see outside a fast food joint at 2 o'clock in the morning on Tooting High Street on Friday night. As Rabada comes around the wicket, full, slapped in the air, down to deep third on the ground. They don't take the run because it's only the 3rd ball of the over. I mean, Stark is marshalling the strike really well here. He's faced 92 balls for his 40. Hazelwood has only faced 22 balls for his 8. He's been there for quite a while. He's looked pretty comfortable. The lead is 252.
And probably this is just a freelancer and me talking, Daniel, but maybe the possibility of day 4 might have opened up.
But it's slightly opening up, isn't it? It is, in the most unlikely of ways. Rabada with that slip in place and the forward short leg is in. This is pushed into the offside, and they'll take the run because it's the 4th ball. Australia are very happy with this. They're just meandering along, taking the lead up now to 253, and it's all a bit too easy for them.
And the whole mood on the balcony has changed. You can see Pat Cummins looking a little more relieved. For around half an hour, 40 minutes yesterday, he was just sat inside the dressing room or the massage table, head turned sideways, and you could see furrowed brows. And maybe the Australian camp felt that they'd handed South Africa the advantage. It's all gone now.
Rabada is in round the wicket to Hazelwood. Hazelwood goes away to leg and then pushes the ball up to mid-on as easy as you like. Seeing it very comfortably.
He's worked a lot on his batting, even at this stage of his career, Josh Hazelwood. He's one of those guys who's always in the nets. Not a tail-ender who will bat optionally. He had a long hit 2 days out from this test match as well, so it takes a lot of pride. He's unfortunately, like Jimmy Anderson, been at the end of a lot of Australian defeats. The last man out.
Last ball of the over. Rabada's in. He plays this rather tentatively. It comes off the thick inside edge, rolls into the onside. They don't take the single because Stark wants to keep strike. It's going to be drinks on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Australia are 9 for 179. They lead by 253 on the back of drinks. We'll have a change in commentary. Adam Collins is coming in to replace me.
Australia 9 for 179. Stark still there on 41. He's been magnificent. He's faced 93 balls. A crucial partnership with Alex Carey when he walked in yesterday at 7 for 73. And well, he's been out there as Australia about at 106 runs thereafter for the loss of 2 further wickets. The lead's 253. Hazelwood very much playing his role, 8 from 24. South Africa has cycled through about 7 planned since, and it does feel like we're in that position now where it's drifting the other way, and South Africa needs something almost immediately, Flem.
Yeah, they certainly do. That's a great session for Australia. Losing Nathan Lyon early, the expectation was that South Africa would have been batting at least half an hour ago, but Mitchell Stark's we talk up his bowling, but he's been such an underrated tail ender, and we know his ability to accelerate the strike rate, but this has been a more dogged innings. He's played the scenario perfectly. He played second fiddle to Alex Carey, who was flying. You know, they put on 60 crucial runs, and this last partnership, I mean, just the application from Josh Hazelwood at the other end. It's been brilliant. Bring it on for the Aussies. Keep going. You know, add another 20, 30, and South Africa would be just about all out of the game.
I know it's been diminishing returns for Hazelwood as a batter in Test cricket, but there have been moments when he's played really important innings. It goes back a long time, but the contribution at Dominica in 2015, where he came in at number 11, he was bombarded by Shannon Gabriel, hit twice in the helmet, got Voges to 100 on Test debut. So he's brave. Yes, he can play a role, and of course at Wellington in March last year. So 24 balls for him. It's Maharaj who's bowled only the 2 overs. He'll be operating, of course, from the pavilion end. And the field spread for Stark. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 men back and only 2 catches in close. Flights it up, first ball, inside edge, past the stumps. There'll be 2 there, so they'll take it. Indeed, it might be 4. Race here for Markram, diving stop. No, it was buys. It wasn't the inside edge. It was very, very full. So it was just, actually, that's turned plenty, Flem, which will be a marker for Nathan Lyon later today, 9 for 181.
Yeah, certainly so. I said it from day one, really. This pitch is quite dry, and spin would have enjoyed bowling on day 4 and day 5, which is not going to happen here. But I see Nathan Lyon having a big role for the Australians. Still going to be interested to see what that new ball does. You know, can Stark get it to swing in these nice conditions?
Maharaj bowls and Stark drives to cover. No single there, 95 balls. We're nearing the longest innings Stark would have played in Test cricket. I looked that up through the over. 255 to lead. 4 men back. Maharaj bowls to Stark. He goes back and pushes to the bowler in his follow-through. Nothing doing there either.
How long ago was his 99 against India? That was a long time ago, wasn't it?
2013.
Mahali.
Yep.
Eternity ago. He's facing up here and pushing not quite wide enough to get one beyond cover. That was Rickleton, who landed awkwardly on his backside. Might have landed on the ball either way. Keeps it at 9 for 181. Have to keep their nerve here, South Africa. Have to win the next hour comprehensively, you'd think. Maharaj bowls, Stark goes back beaten. Played for the spin that wasn't as pronounced as earlier in the over.
It's funny they're taking so long to go to spin.
Yeah.
Already something's happening in this over.
That's gone on with the arm. That's a nice piece of bowling. Scrambled seam from Maharaj. 2 left in the set. Bowls here, Stark forward, driving down to long on. Easily. He'll keep the strike with that as well. 9 for 182. That's after 54 overs. The lead's 256. Stark 42. Hazelwood 8 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
There's never been a better time to snuggle up to big savings. It's the 40 Winks end of financial year sale. Get cosy with up to 50% off mattresses and up to 30% off furniture featuring our range of trusted and leading brands. This end of financial year, we are serious about savings on everything you need for a better sleep, all in one place. Shop online or head in store and speak to your local 40 Winks team today. Hurry, limited time only. Terms, conditions and exclusions apply. 40 Winks, serious about sleep.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. 1 wicket this morning. Kagisa Rabada, leading wicket taker in the match for Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. A reminder, you can keep syncing up with us. 34 seconds to your telly. Toggle it on the SEN app. Link us up with the pictures wherever you are watching across Australia. And for Mitchell Starc, this is now his 6th longest Test innings. 4 times he's gone beyond 100 balls. Putting in some perspective how important this has been. He's back on strike, about to face ball number 100 here. Lungi Ngini for the first time today. 3 wickets yesterday. Bowls to Starc, and ball 100 knocked on the head out to cover. So the most he's faced is 144, and that was that Test 99 you referred to, Flem.
That's still a reasonably quick 99, isn't it? But this is what they've provided. I mean, Cummins' batting has improved under his own captaincy. You know, he fights really hard, and I think great teams have tail enders who put a high price on their wicket. And certainly Starc and Cummins, Nathan Lyon, and we're seeing Josh Hazlewood do that here as well.
Both playing their role. Field spread. Ngidi up here, bowls to Starc, back of a length, worked around the corner to long leg, an easy single, takes it early in the over. For a moment he thought about 2, but it wasn't really on. He's 43, leads 256 at 9 for 183. Of course, Ngidi yesterday, what a spell after tea. We were slightly flummoxed that it wasn't Rabada straight after tea, and then Ngidi went bang, bang, bang. Smith and Webster both league before, and then knocking over the captain Cummins with a deflection onto the off stump.
Yeah, and Mulder was bowling well at the other end. The concern after the first innings was that once the opening bowlers, Jansen and Rabada, had gone, the pressure went off, but Ngidi did step up. Bowled a 9-over spell, didn't he? Let's just see how he backs up the following day.
So he's got Hazlewood to look at here. He's faced 24 balls. Extra catcher into the cordon. Only 2 back. Round the wicket, Ngidi up to Hazlewood. Edges and doesn't make it to second slip. How many times did we say that yesterday? Poor old Aidan Markram getting into the right position. He's actually taken the helmet off in second slip, Baz. So he might be a snifter further back than he was earlier, but it's been a feature.
You know the first South African that nicks is going to carry. You know that.
And Steve
will
Smith.
be Markram.
It'll be Markram. And it'll be Steve Smith at second slip, pouching it just in the tummy there, yeah.
Oh, poor Markram. I'm surprised he hasn't pulled some grass out.
A shot in the crowd of a South African fan with his hands over his eyes on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen. 35 the partnership. Hazlewood and Green put on 117 at Wellington last year, if you're wondering. Ngidi to Hazlewood here down the leg side, can't catch up with it. On that occasion, Hazlewood made 22 from 62. So he's fair way off both of those markers. But just a reminder that this guy can, when set, bat for a long period of time.
And what had happened in the previous test before that Wellington thing, I've never seen Josh Hazlewood more forlorn after he was knocked out by Shamar Joseph.
Oh, yeah.
Remember during that presentation, he just stood with his head down.
That's right.
It almost felt like it was this reawakening of Josh Hazlewood, the batter, and immediately after, 2 weeks after? A week after in Wellington, played that inning, so that hurt.
So Ngidi, he started well here. Up to Hazlewood, delivers, and he makes him play from the off-stump line. But, yeah, right at the middle of the bat to Jansen at mid-off.
Yeah, there's less intensity in Ngidi's run-up and follow-through here. It's okay, give him an over to get into it, but Stark's okay to take the single here. Hazlewood's hitting them in the middle of the bat.
And so often we speak about what these 3 big fast bowlers and Nathan Lyon meant with the ball, but this is the maturity of this tail. Rarely do they panic, do they, Flem? Seen it around the world in different conditions, just find a way.
This is going to take some chasing. 257's the lead. Done so well down the list here. Hazlewood facing last ball Ngidi, left alone. Good job again. 1 run from the over. The lead's 257 at 9 for 183. Stark's 43. Hazlewood is 8. That's on the tyre power. My apologies. Oh, yes, it is indeed. The tyre power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Live at Lords for Henley Holmes. We thank them for their support taking SEN Test cricket around the world. Maharaj, pavilion end bowls here, Stark, forward driving square. One to start the over. No concerns at all for him. He's 44, leads 258 at
They're
9
just
for 183.
cruising, aren't they? These two Australian tailenders, there's no intensity. Get some more catches that in front of the wicket that, if you're not quite getting to the ball and elevated, they can be dismissed. There's too many gaps. There's too many singles.
The energy's changed entirely. Maharaj bowls to Hazelwood, who plays comfortably, as you point out, Flem. No dramas at all, pushing out to Ryan Rickleton at cover point.
Get him into a short cover.
Just feels like
take a risk.
Feels like they've just waited for Rabada to knock over the 11, and when that didn't happen,
or the tail to play a bad shot.
Yeah. What do we do now? Rabada's spell's done. Always the problem. Maharaj bowls when you've got one standout defended by Hazelwood, when you've got one standout bowler, when you're one outstanding bowler, I mean by that when it's not him, what happens next?
And he did run through the tail in the first innings, isn't there? So they're hoping he'd go back to the well and be able to do that, but he's bowled a lot of overs. He bowled beautifully, 9 wickets for the test match, but funny enough, the 10th one was waiting there, and he's bowling to the number 11 and couldn't
Change
get it
of
done.
angle round the wicket to Hazelwood. Maharaj sneaks it through. Nice drive. Work to do. Stubbs racing out towards the rope in front of Father Time at deep cover point. Just drags it in. Get back for 2. They will. Hazelwood to double figures. What an important contribution in a low-scoring game. 10 from 31, lead 260. They wouldn't in their wildest dreams have thought 260 when they rocked up this morning. 9 for 186.
38 runs. Gold. So handy.
South Africa just haven't been desperate this morning. They really handed this game back to Australia on a platter. 5 balls they had at Hazelwood in this over, and look at the fields that they've set, and now another man drops back.
I don't understand that.
Deep backward point for Hazelwood. Maharaj ran the wicket to him, and he's forward in defence. Easy. Yes, this is a telling moment in the test, considering both tails were wiped out in the first dig, 5 for 20 and 5 for 12. Different vibe here. Last ball. Stark, the top scorer in the innings as well here with 44 not. Maharaj finishes to Hazelwood, lunging forward in defence. Well bowled, but well played as well. Leads 260. 44 for Stark, 10 for Hazelwood, 9 for 186. And that's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
Stunning day at Lords, seeing shots on our screen, the Chemist Warehouse replay screen across the city. All the old buildings and architecture which stands out here in London. Regent's Park as well, around the corner from Lords. A privilege to be here. Bit of cloud cover, must be said, just a little bit in the last 10 minutes.
And that could be another factor, is that as Australia's innings finish, the clouds come in.
And Giddy, can he get swinging around to Stark? Over the wicket, plays it out comfortably. Doesn't take the single that's on offer to Janssen at deepish mid-off. So to set it up again, there are so many men back. Fine leg, deep square leg, deep third man, deep point. There's one to cover if he wants one. There's one to mid-off. There's one to mid-on. So anywhere he wants a single, he can do it as and when.
It just keeps the South Africans out there and just the runs keep tallying up, don't they? The chase gets significantly tougher.
So Ngidi away from us, nursery end, bowls here. Stark defends back to the bowler, who eventually cuts it off after a couple of bobbles. Yeah, and Flem, the extent to which in games like this, which are low scoring and a lower order partnership, can just change the way the fielding team will go about their chase. I mean, suddenly they're not after 220. They're not going in after 5 minutes this morning. They've put in a bit of a shift here. They've been in the field for nearly 80 minutes.
And even though there's two bowlers out there for Australia, you know, they haven't been running, sprinting between the wickets and all that too much. They've been able to play it at their own speed. The only thing South Africa should be taking positive is that there really hasn't been too many gremlins in this pitch on day 3. It's probably played as good as it has in the previous couple of days.
Ngidi to Stark on 44 round the wickets. A change of angle to the number 9. He defends all the same. He's batted so well to get the lead to 260. The other thing is that it could well mean this test goes into the 4th day. It's this extra extended partnership down below.
Well, it's getting that probably South Africa can't chase those runs today, so Australia can win it today.
Although you'd flip it around, I don't know what you think about this, Flem, but just with the white ball talent that South Africa possess, maybe it's in there. We kind of touched on it in the preview, but chasing 260 odd, treating it more like a limited overs chase.
Oh, I think they should.
Yeah. Well, whether they will, different question, because their batting lineup isn't strong. Bowling here again, Ngidi, slower ball, talking about one-day cricket. In block hole, dug out by Stark. He wanted one to Bavuma being the 4th ball of the over, but the captain was equal to it, racing in.
I reckon that might be not a bad delivery to Hazelwood, that.
So the highest batting average in their top 6 is Ryan Rickleton, 39.5. Then it cascades through the 30s down to VR Mulder, whose average is 22. And he's their number 3 by kind of necessity with how they've set up this week. But white ball cricket, different story. Stubbs, Rickleton, both stars of that form of the game.
And their strike rates are so 130 in T20 cricket, a run a ball in 50 over cricket. So, yeah, it's in them, but also, you know, this isn't... there's more in this pitch than a white ball pitch. And the standard of the Australian bowling.
So here he is, Ngidi. To Stark on 44 round the wicket, plays out comfortably again to mid-off. Varena's the other one, and the Ansons. So in theory, they bat deep, right? But the incongruity is that it's deep, but it's not rich in talent in the way the Aussies are.
No, but 7 and 8 are handy.
Yeah.
If they come in against an old ball, still needing a fair few runs, they've done it before, haven't they?
I'll throw this out there. I wonder whether they might be inclined to be a bit more enterprising with their batting lineup as well. Like, you know, let's see, Varena obviously has it in him. Instead of coming in at 7 and batting with the lower order, maybe have a look at him at 3 or 4. In the context of a chase where they'll have to bat aggressively for reasons we've stated. Ngidi to finish the over. Round the wicket again and hits Stark on the leading edge, but doesn't carry back to the bowler. It was pace off again for the second time.
That's working.
So a maiden from Ngidi. The lead remains 260 at 9 for 186. Stark 44. Hazelwood 10. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Jeremy Coney, former New Zealand skipper, jumps in with Fleming and me. Hi, Jeremy.
Hello, Adam. I just wondered, yesterday I thought 180 when the pitch was just doing a little bit more was too many for South Africa. Perhaps with the pitch as it's looking today, a little bit more easy to bat on, you might sort of extend that up to sort of 220 even. And really, though, this hasn't been an urgent performance, has it, from South Africa? You could never describe it as that. I just saw a little thing on the telly as I wandered past. Only 3 balls hitting the stumps. Aimed to hit the stumps this morning. So the short balls and they just haven't found that length that you need to. it hasn't looked a desperate sort of side to me. They've tried a couple of things, but it wasn't, let's get into this and let's try this out. Okay, that doesn't work, let's try something. You know, this is where you need, this is a very important match. Does it mean that now it's 260 or plus and it's gone beyond the sort of the hope kills you at 225? You know, you're always battling away. We can perhaps do this, whereas you could play freely.
Yes.
It's beyond us a bit now.
I should say.
And was that what you were thinking just last over when I heard you say?
It's what we were getting into. It's the reason why we're delayed here, guys, is that they've got to change a ball here, South Africa, Flem. So Bavuma litigated the case with the umpires. He was successful. Mitchell Stark surveyed that whole process. He had his head right in the box with them, making sure they got the ball that he was happy with too.
2 years ago. Very significant.
I remember that.
Indeed, when we were at the Oval.
That was bad.
Yeah.
That was. I've got a theory about that, but that's probably for another day. Maharaj is going to bowl from... continue bowling rather with the old ball. 57 overs old when they've changed it. How often do you see it bring a wicket? What they give for it now. Lead 260. After the delay, Maharaj bowls to Hazelwood, lunges forward in defence. Yes, that change of ball rather did change that final day.
Yeah, and Usman felt it within a couple of balls. So it's hitting a bit harder. Oh, that's moving. And then they didn't face it much that night, and then it just hooped, didn't it, the next day?
Maharaj bowls. Hazelwood swings the shot. Hugh ends it back to the bowler who was trying to flow that maybe.
He's been practising that shot, I think.
Deep mid wickets.
Josh. The sweep along the ground.
Straight back to the bowler.
It'll do it till the top. He's been there for 35 balls for 10. Facing again, lunging forward to Maharaj, defending to short leg, lead 260.
Yeah, it's interesting, you know, that stat you were saying, only 3 balls. We were talking day 1 and 2, how many times the thing bales were flying.
Yep.
So they have not got their length right today.
Maharaj, 4th ball of the over. Hazelwood plays to mid-wicket more conventionally, no run.
I mean, they have tried that short pitch bowling sort of plan, haven't they? So... that aside, though, they really haven't found the length today. I mean, there should be men in here, in outfield.
Maharaj to Hazelwood, comfortable in defence to the offside. No silly point, no real catcher on the offside other than the slip.
Why not just chuck one in?
This is a number 11. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be a man in close on the offside, attack the defence, and then have men out as well if he wants to play the big shot and toss it up. There hasn't been any of that to me. It's been a bit bereft.
I wouldn't use the word proactive with the captaincy today.
Maharaj to finish, pavilion end and Hazelwood. Well negotiated. Down to short leg, a ball that turned slower through the air. So another maiden, but that's no concern for Australia at 9 for 186. The lead now 260. Stark 44. Hazelwood 10 on the tyre power scoreboard.
Greenworks is your ultimate battery-powered garden brand for cutting-edge performance. Start in the yard with a big range of mowers, trimmers and blowers. Then take adventure to the next level with their high-performance e-bikes, mini-bikes and go-karts. No petrol, no fumes and no limits. Just pure Greenworks power from your yard to the trails. All backed by a 4-year tool and battery warranty. Go to greenworksaustralia.com.
Stark,
good call,
top score.
So it's going to be Ngidi to continue on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen between overs there. We saw one Pat Cash, who did his best work here in London back in 1987, of course, at Wimbledon. Stark facing new over from Ngidi. It's turned fine for 1, but they don't take it.
They were great scenes, wasn't he? He jumped up to get to his coach, didn't he?
And they all do it now. The tradition of climbing into the crowd, started with Cash. A great Hawthorn man, of course. Sadly, from our perspective, Flem, we're down by 15 points in Launceston. The Hawks 2-4-16 to the Crows 4-7-31. We've got an NRL game as well, which we'll come to in a sec after this ball.
Big hard rock fan too, Cashy. Can always talk a bit of heavy metal with him.
He loves cricket. He did the opening ceremony of the 2019 World Cup here, where he played in a double wicket tournament representing Australia on the Mall in front of Buckingham Palace. Then Keedy bowling here to Stark, who defends back to the bowler.
Well, his father did play for Hawthorn, so Pat was a handy AFL player, but obviously he was a superstar tennis player. One of the first to get really fit, wasn't he? And he might have actually banged up his body, like overtrained. But that was a great moment, that Wimbledon final.
He's his old man, leading goal kicker in 1950 at Hawthorn. In the NRL, Gold Coast Titans are leading Manly 22-8 at halftime. For those who follow the other code north of the Barassi line.
Ron Barassi.
Yes.
Good coach.
Good coach. A lot of premierships. At 2 clubs.
Yeah. 10 all up. 3 clubs if you include playing and coaching. Bowling here, around the wicket, driving down to mid-off for no run. Lots of Australians here. Saw plenty of footy jumpers over the last few days as well, Flynn.
Yeah, there was someone, who was it yesterday, was trying to get a photo and trying to get all 18 teams. So I was at a pub and we come up and we said that the problem might be Gold Coast and Giants.
Yeah. I'm guilty of that. When I came here on day 1 of the 05 Ashes, I was wearing my Hawthorn jumper. Should I have been doing that?
It's good when you're playing too. I know in the West Indies, the Caribbean, someone would yell out and look on, there's a guy in a Hawthorn jumper down there at Barbados.
And Geedy into Stark around the wicket. Short ball, pulled with authority through the gap. Doesn't quite get there though because square leg skates around. That's Tristan Stubbs out there, but it was the commitment to the shot that gives a bit of a sign that Stark might feel now prepared to have a real go.
Stubbs didn't pick that up, did he?
No.
He had a look and just didn't know which way to go.
Can happen a bit here at Lords.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
261 the lead, 9 for 187. Stark 45, first run in a while.
I think he's happy with the way his slower ball's coming out. He bowled 2 to Stark last over. Josh not quite as competent, might not pick it up as much. So I wonder, and I think what he didn't do, he didn't get it full enough. You got to get it full enough that forces a drive on the up. Got to catch it there at cover. I wonder if he goes first ball, the slow ball.
So gets his go at Hazelwood, as you say, Flem. 2 slow balls in his previous over to Stark. And Geedy delivers here. It's back of a length. Pace on. Pushed out to cover. No run.
It's not a bad slow ball either. It looked as though, to me, as if it deceived the batsman
like
for a while.
Curveball.
Yeah.
But the thing is, you've got to bowl it fuller. Your arm speed needs to be the same, but you've got to get that dip on the ball.
Plays so much T20 cricket in Geedy. He's actually become something of a T20 specialist. Only played 2 test matches in this World Test Championship cycle. So 1 ball left here at Hazelwood. These feel desperate. When they've got 1 or 2 balls at Hazelwood, it feels so important that they find something. Yet there are 3 men back. Hazelwood's faced 40 balls. And Geedy to him here. Pace on, leg stump, sliding. No appeal. Hit him on the pad balloons into the onside end of the over. 1 run from it. 261 the lead at 9 for 187. Stark 45. Hazelwood 10. All those numbers are on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes as I sit down next to a notorious pastry thief, Jeremy Coney.
You weren't happy. Well, you were not happy when you got on.
You had an ample opportunity to have one in the shower.
Maharaj is in. And forward comes Stark. Back to the bowler, no run.
What do you mean shower, Jeremy?
I am letting
I don't see one in the back of the box. What's going on?
I'm going to let the listeners decide if I have been appallingly treated. This is driven into the offside. Stark's going to take the single because he might get 2, but also he's happy for Hazelwood to face. The lead goes up now to 261. So, Agent Norcross, bearing in mind all the things he needed to do this morning, gets in at a perfect time. He knows that the pastries and the fruit are removed from downstairs at around about 10:30, 11 local time. Maharaj is in. Forward comes Hazelwood in defence. Easy as you like. Back
not to be eaten straight away.
I wasn't ready for it. I knew I was going to have to come on here. I don't want to be picking bits of pastry out of my mouth.
You have left yourself so vulnerable.
An hour and a half he left it there while he was showering.
I had a
toweling himself
down. It was a kiwi.
I spoke to Tubes back there and said, whose are these? He said, that's yours.
Tubes gave it away, did he? Maharaj.
Luckily
in
for you,
forward
Dan,
defence,
we
no run.
do have video of the incident, so if you go upstairs, we will find the culprit.
1-3 Imar. As this next ball is delivered from round the wicket, squeezed into the offside. There's no run.
Serious question, Jeremy. What total do they need for the Aussies to declare?
420?
We have been thinking that at the start of the day.
No.
Another 138?
Yeah, I think over 300.
Maharaj in to complete the over. This is swung away out towards deep mid-wicket, and it's always been brilliantly saved. What a fantastic bit of fielding. I think that's
no one picked that up.
Jansen out there. No one saw it. It was out of deep mid-wicket, and they've run 2, have they? Have they run 2? They have run 2, I believe. Australia are 9 for 190. They lead by 264 at the end of the over.
Friday night footy calls for the perfect lineup. Your mates, big plays, and your favourite drinks from Liquorland. Stock up and save with big deals on your game day drinks. Whether you're watching at home or gearing up for the next match this weekend, Liquorland has you covered with great value on drinks this footy season. So before the next bounce, head in store or shop online and get game day ready. To the footy. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. Choose to drink wise.
World Test Championship final on SEN Test Cricket. We just looked at the Chemist Warehouse replay screen there. Save on your prescriptions at Chemist Warehouse. Saw a marvellous piece of fielding from Marco Jansen off the last ball of that over. Saved 2 runs.
Just like pushing a pastry back, wasn't it, almost?
Well, you're triggering me, Jeremy. As Ngidi is in, starts a new over, played out into the offside, fielded extra cover, no run. So let me complete the tale of woe. So, right, bearing in mind that I had to jump on here at 10 past 10, I didn't want a mouthful of pastry or indeed fruit. So I left it there and I thought, also now, once I'm off commentary at 10:23 and 45 seconds, hard out, off I would go, get my shower, be back in time, nice, frisky, fresh and fun, at around about 10 to 11, quarter to 11, in time to eat my pastry and my fruit that had been set aside, only to find that, you know, this mob, the Kiwis, they're unimpeachable, aren't they? Oh, they've got a moral compass, not like the rest of us.
Fair play award they want.
Didn't have anything on it at all to say, leave this, it's mine, this is important to me. Critical for my well-being.
Label it next time, shall I? As a Ngidi is in, this is worked into the onside. They're not going to take the single.
But just to play devil's advocate here,
on offer. Yes,
Jeremy. Is there history to this? Like, are you known to be a pastry kleptomaniac?
He's known now.
There's nothing to do with that. I said, I saw it there. It was looking rather nice.
It was it?
And lonely. I would have to say it was begging to be eaten.
It was begging to be eaten by me.
And I said to Tubes, I said, look, who's been sitting right beside it himself.
Yes,
Well, he had managed not to eat it, hadn't he?
Pardon?
He'd managed not to eat it.
That's right. He
the Aussie over
couldn't
there.
see it.
Ngidi in, start drives vigorously without timing and gets it up to Jansen at quite a deep mid-off, but again, they don't take the run.
I must say, it was a good choice of yours.
It was a good choice.
Yeah, it was.
It was.
It had
Lovely.
it
It was lovely.
Yeah, I like the tartness of it.
Piquant.
Important restorative vitamin C. Yes.
But is there also history of Daniel needing a piece of pastry before he goes on air?
I think you better talk to him about that. He needs several things like showers.
I've had one every morning so far.
Right.
Before or after the shower?
Well, I didn't have a shower most mornings. I'm sorry about that.
It's become more of a feature today, hasn't it, really?
It has. Yeah. Stocked up the shower a lot.
It's a lovely shower. In comes Ngidi, and this is pushed into the onside, and now they will take the single because it's the 4th ball of the over, and Temba Bavuma's captaincy continues to infuriate and bewilder, and so Hazelwood will be on strike for the last 2 balls of the over, the lead up to 265. We've got some massive news for you. I'm going to bring you after this over. Stark, by the way, has now faced the most balls of anyone in this match. When he went past 113 balls, he's faced 118 balls. It's extraordinary.
He's the top scorer of this innings as well, isn't he?
Yep. This is the highest 10th-wicket partnership in any men's ICC final. I presume that means, well, I don't know, it might mean all ICC, but it might mean T20 and ODI as well. Can't think of
too many famous ones in 50.
Wasn't there one in 75? Oh no, was that the semi-final? No.
75. That's Viv Richards in his 3 or 4 run-outs, wasn't it? Right, round the wicket comes Ngidi into Hazelwood, who drives it as easy as you like. He is totally unfussed out there, and he pushes it to Maharaj at point, and there's no run. He looks as comfortable can be. Looks as comfortable as I felt as I walked up the stairs here, imagining my pastry.
Did you at least know what pastry it was? Did he say it?
I knew it was a lovely raspberry topped square pastry thing.
I left in the blackberries.
Oh, that was kind. He left me the blackberries and the pineapple, which I just put on there for effect. Well, I wolfed them down now, in the absence of any pastry.
Tell you what, the rate at which this game's going, we'll have pastries tomorrow morning as well.
I think we will. Ngidi is in full and played defensively, but really well by Hazelwood. Back past the bowler. It's the end of the 61st over. That lead up to 265 now. Stark 47, Hazelwood 12, Australia 9 for 191.
Humankind has lived through some historic phenomena. The Stone Age, the Space Age, and now peak chicken with the crispy, juicy new McWings from Macca's. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
Ozito brushless power tools. Tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito. Home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
It's the World Test Championship final. It's the third day, and Australia are still batting. 43 runs for the 10th wicket has been put on. And by the way, don't miss a moment of State of Origin Game 2 this Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium right here on SEN. You can pick your call. Blues Radio, Maroons Radio, or an unbiased call. It's Australian sport's biggest rivalry, and it's right here on SEN. Now, we've got a change of bowler. It's going to be Jansen coming back into the attack as Bavuma desperately tries to find this 10th wicket. Just a reminder, both to listeners and to producers the world over, if this partnership is still going at 12:30 local time, in 20 minutes or so, we go on.
Oh, yes.
Until the wicket falls, or half an hour, whichever happens sooner.
Wow. And if it goes that far, I think South Africa might...
Well, just start weeping uncontrollably, I think. As Jansen is in, and this is played out nicely off the front foot by Stark down a deep backward point, but they won't take the run.
Just on this last wicket partnership, and more particularly on Josh Hazlewood, Daniel, I mentioned a while back, last year, when West Indies famously beat Australia at the Gabba, Shamar Joseph, that remarkable spell, Josh Hazlewood was last man out, and he just stood there for alone because Steve Smith was playing a gem of an innings at the other end. It looked like Steve Smith was going to take them home, and it felt like I'd never seen Josh Hazlewood look like that. And ever since that 0 of 14, he's been dismissed only once in Test cricket, and that was the 22 of 62 balls he made in Wellington a week later.
That's right, with Cam Green getting 170.
Jansen into Stark, who digs out a full ball, pushes it up to wide mid-off. There's no run again.
And since then, there's one not out of 8 balls, 1 out of 3 balls, but then he hung around for 87 minutes against India in Perth, a loss. And then once again for 23 minutes against India in that same test. And then he wasn't dismissed again in that series, and here he is, 12 not out, and batted for well over an hour. So it meant something to him.
It sure did. Well over an hour now, isn't it? Because I think Lyon was out at around about quarter of an hour into the day's play, so nearly an hour and a half he's been out there. I bring you Big Bash news after this ball, as Jansen is in to Stark, who lets this go by outside the off stump. Massive news for the Big Bash League. Pakistan's superstar Babar Azam has signed for the Sydney Sixers. For the upcoming season, you can hear every ball of Big Bash 15 live on SEN this summer. Babar Azam coming to town.
Going to Sydney.
Yeah. I mean, yes.
But
I don't want to get embroiled in the intercity rivalries of Australia. My heart is a broad church. I like Melbourne. I like Sydney. I like Adelaide. I like Hobart. I could go on. This is played away down to deep backward point, and there is no run. One run. Sorry, they've taken the run. They have taken the run. So he starts off strike. He moves to 48. And Hazelwood's back on strike on 12. It's a little bit like some listeners may be familiar with David Bumble Lloyd, the Australian, the English commentator.
SEN alumni as well.
Absolutely. Now, Bumble does a style of commentary that I broadly describe as a list commentary sometimes, when the game's a bit sort of, slow. So he'll say something like, oh, look at them out there. Oh, they're dressed for the beach, they are. All sorts of things you can do on a beach. Sunday, play with a ball, fish and chips. All sorts of food, of course, you can have, not just fish. No, you have ice cream, lots of flavours of ice cream, vanilla, blackcurrant, chocolate chip, raisins, all sorts of things you can do with a grape. You'd have currants, you'd have sultanas, of course, all sorts of words for people like Panjandrum and President, Maharaj. And on it goes. As Janssen is in, that's short and guided over the top of slip before. That's an authentic guide ramp from Hazelwood. My goodness me, he's suddenly turning into a left-handed Joss Butler. 4 more to the total. This agony for South Africa continues, and this joy for Australia as the lead goes up to 270 and Hazelwood to 16.
Oh, Mitchell Starc was applauding him from the other end. Pat Cummins was doing the same from the balcony. Now they're just having fun. That was classy,
wasn't it?
From Josh Hazelwood.
It was.
So weirdly enough, I mean, you'd have seen it before then, but the first time I saw a ramp, I think, Dennis Lilly playing one in 1981, which rather baffled me at the time as a 12-year-old. And that was played as expertly as you like. Deep backward pointers going out for reasons that are known only to Temba Bavuma. With Hazelwood on strike, 1 ball left. I mean, you really would think that they might want to attack him.
And in even more desperate signs, Aidan Markram was warming up. It's the only trick they have left.
Left-hander, I guess. 2 left-handers. Why not? Here's Janssen, ambling in, and gets up on his toes. Plays that so well, Hazelwood, into the ground in front of short leg. It's the end of the over. The lead's 270. Starc 48, Hazelwood 16. Australia, they keep grinding on. 9 for 196.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, and yes, it looks like it is going to be Aidan Markram. He did, of course, have a bit of a golden arm. First innings, he came on, bowled 2 overs. His first one, he got Steve Smith out. Stephen Smith, I should say.
Yes.
Doesn't care for the informalities.
And Stephen has been shaking his head ever since. He even posted on Instagram saying, at times only you can laugh at yourself, Steve Smith, yesterday.
A bit harsh on Aidan Markram. Yes.
Yeah, such a handy white ball bowler, takes the new ball. And, well, it's come down to this. He's one of the senior members of the team. He's taken it upon himself, I think, to break this partnership, which is, you can see it's deflated South Africa. Arms on hips.
It's broken their spirit, hasn't it, really, at the moment.
Look at some of them just spread around the outfield.
Well, they're all spread far and wide. We've got a short extra cover, a short mid-wicket, a slip, and a backward point saving bomb. Everyone else is deep. As Markram is in to start, who gets struck on the pad, the ball balloons into the offside square of the wicket, and there is no run. We're 15 minutes from lunch, although are we? This is the big question. It's Schrödinger's lunch. It's both 15 minutes away and it's not 15 minutes away at the same time. Markram is in. It's down the leg side. A 1 day wide. Bale's taken off by Verena, and there's no run. I mean, I suppose what this might mean is that I might be able to get my lunch in good time because Collar will have to come back on, won't he? Might make up for that stolen pastry.
Steal his lunch.
Markham is in, tossed up, flicked into the onside, goes to short mid-wicket. There's no run. Honestly.
Stuck between your little bits between your teeth too. Yeah, then you get that second taste.
Careful, I might come in for it if you're not careful. Markham's in. Slip in play still. Goes back into his crease and defends back on the wicket. No run. There's a really annoying metal bracket on this table which my knee keeps on hitting. I'm having one of those days, fellas.
I can hand you one.
Yeah, right. Yeah, plaster. Yeah. Right. There is a hum descending as Markham is in. And the forward comes Stark. Can't get it past the diving short mid-wicket. There's no run. Almost not quite sure what the point of this field is if it's not to give him a single, and then when you can give him a single, they don't. You know, I'm confused, gentlemen. Confused, I tell you. Here's Markham. Forward comes Stark. Back goes Stark. And floods into the pad and rolls out into the onside. And well, that's the end of the over. So it does mean that Hazelwood will be on strike at the start of the next. Australia's lead 270 after that maiden. Australia 9 for 196.
In 1610, Galileo discovered Saturn. Sadly, he never lived long enough to discover Macca's new McWings. Experience peak chicken now. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Available after 10:30 a.m.
This end of financial year, don't just get your tax done, get your backyard done with Australian Outdoor Living's end of financial year sale. Enjoy huge savings off our range of custom classic and smart track outdoor blinds. Save a bundle in your backyard at Australian Outdoor Living.
SEN, Test cricket for Henley Holmes, Daniel Norcross, Jeremy Coney and Bharat Sundaresan are all here. And Josh Hazelwood's on strike at the start of an over, which has been a relatively rare thing. This seems to me the moment to seize, Jeremy.
They've had a few moments like these in the last 20 minutes.
Yes. Carpe that DM.
Yes, exactly.
They've just, and Mitchell Stark's just been handing Josh Hazelwood the strike quite comfortably in the last 40 minutes or so. Which is why Hazelwood is about to face his 50th delivery, and now...
Why have we got a deep backward point? I mean, what's he doing there?
Baffling. It is.
What is he doing there? He's saving 4? Is he saving 2? He's saving 2 of all the numbers to save. He's about 10 yards in off the boundary. I want to save 2. Haven't he given him 2? Dear me. There's a wide slip and a gully, a backward short leg as Jansen is in. This is pushed into the offside. They're going to go through for a quick single and they get it. It's nicely played that by Hazelwood. As the throw comes in, this is the stumps. I think he would have been home, but he knew exactly what he wanted to do. He got it decided to the right and mid-on, ran through for the single because there's loads and loads of gaps. There isn't a short extra cover. They weren't trying to keep him on strike. And I'm sorry, dear listener, if I sound vexed, but I am.
This is almost like watching Hayden and Langer or Laurie and Simpson open the batting. Just push it slightly wide of mid-off and go for a single, Jeremy.
Yeah. Easy run, wasn't it, really?
Yeah.
Too easy.
It's 1967 all over again. With the clothes you're wearing, the shots they're playing, Jansen is in, Stark defends, up to mid-off, and there's no run. What I should tell you though now is, and there's another note to producers around the world, if a wicket falls now it'll be lunch, because it's 10 minutes to go till lunch, 9 minutes to go till lunch. So just so everybody's on the same page, so you're organising your food, your kettles.
Full of possibilities, isn't it, really? This over.
It's full of possibilities.
The shower has done something to you, Daniel. You're on top of your game today.
I really am. It was a lovely shower, actually. Had some very nice, what do you call them? Punched off the back foot, short extra cover, no run. You know the things you buy in chemists
and things like that.
Toiletries is the word I'm blushingly groping for.
Right.
Yeah. Toiletries. I don't go to those kind of shops. They mysteriously arrive in my house, courtesy of my wife. It's a terrible thing to admit, but
not mustard.
But not mustard.
But not mustard.
No.
Okay.
I'll be getting mustard toiletries before long. Jansen is into Stark, who edges over the top. Her first slip and down to the boundary for 4. And the 200 comes up for Australia. And a lead, 275, and a half century for Mitchell Stark, who's batted really well this morning. 52 from 131 balls. He's looked untroubled. He's marshalled this 10th wicket stand. It's been super stuff. And this, what a recovery it's been from 73, 7 for 73. To have made it to 200 and beyond. He got there a little streakily, a short ball outside the off stump, which he flashed that thick edge, but it went way over the one slip. And much like much of Bavuma's captaincy, it results in a field change as Vian Mulder now goes to where the ball was the last time. After the last ball, it's just not a very good look, is it, generally? 9 for 201, that lead, 275. The field deep, so Stark can take a single if he wants it off the 5th ball. Jansen's in, and he pushes it. Oh, a short leg. Who could you call that a chance? It was clipped firmly, and it's hit short leg.
I don't think he got hand to it.
I don't think he did. He's got shin guards on. I think it's thudded into those. Right, we'll be able to see this on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. No, it was into the ground. It was into the ground. So he's used a bit of knee to prevent the run, but still they're not plugging in a gap. Point might want to think about coming in, saving one. He might want to bring square leg in. I mean, this is driving me berserk. The partnership, by the way, 50 partnership came up with that. All the milestones, all at once.
It did. One boundary.
Jansen is in, short, into the onside. He gets a single.
My God.
He keeps the strike. At the end of the over, Australia lead by 276. They're 9 for 202.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
9 for 202. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Just the one wicket has fallen today. And it's been Nathan Lyon with a nip backer from Rabada. Markram is continuing. I don't mind this experiment. The off spinner bowling to the two left-handers. But they've got to try and get him out.
No, they're just milking them, and that would hurt, like Jeremy was just saying off air. Only 4 boundaries for Mitchell Stark in this tremendous innings. But it was a masterclass with the new ball on day one. This has been a masterclass of tail end batting, but once again he's been allowed to do that, really. South Africa just gone to sleep.
Markram starts from the nursery end around the wicket, and that's clipped away fine. There'll be at least 2 here as it runs down towards the boundary. They might make it to the boundary. It's gone lightning speed down to the boundary for 4. So a second boundary in just a few balls for Mitchell Stark. This time the ball drifting onto the pads. There's no short fine leg, and so he picks up a 4. 9 for 206 to lead 280.
See, I think as a bowler, I would rather have men in. If you bowl a good ball, a decent ball, they don't score from it.
Yeah.
And if you bowl a bad ball and they hit for 4, okay, you can live with that. But I think this spreading, this continual allowing of runs to just keep on and keep on and keep on. You bowl your good ball, goes for 1 or a 2. And that's not really the idea of the game,
no.
Is it? So
no, it isn't.
It's
well, leg slip has belatedly come in. This is just the ball chasing is also very undignified to mine eye. I don't care for it at all. Mark comes in around the wicket, forward comes Stark, thick in the side half of the bat, goes into the onside and it's picked up at mid wicket. There's no run. We've got 4 minutes to go until the scheduled lunch break. We won't. That's unlikely to happen dead on time, unless, of course, they lose the wicket exactly at that point. So we've got a movable feast today, ladies and gentlemen, as Markram is in. Back into his crease goes Stark, takes the single, clip through square leg, and moves to 58 to 9 for 207, the lead up to 281.
These two are batting like the middle order batters who put on 200 on the board, and this game's just drifted away from the opposition.
Yeah. I mean,
this one shot in anger.
It feels altogether more like they're 380 ahead and 4 wickets down, doesn't it?
Correct. and so does the body language of the South Africans. There's a bit of, oh man, Mom had promised to pick me up from school, but she didn't show up and I have to take the bus kind of energy about that.
I have a colleague, I shall not name him, who in our WhatsApp group of the Test match last year, Markham is in, played back to the bowler on the front foot, no run. Acknowledged that he was going to have to take a bus. We went, okay, it's put in the WhatsApp group. I've never taken a bus before. So I just said in there, just be sure you tip the driver. Markham's in, defended into the onside. It's picked up at short leg, forward short leg. There's a leg slip and a forward short leg. And there's no run. That incidentally was Stark's 11th Test half century and his first in 6 years. First in 6 years. Markham in, short, and caught! There it is, the 10th wicket out of absolutely nowhere. Josh Hazlewood goes back into his crease, cutting a ball, but in the air, and it's Markham who's made the breakthrough. Australia have been bowled out for 207. That lead, 281. South Africa will need an unlikely 282 to become World Test champions. But it has been Australia's morning. It has been Stark's morning. He will finish unbeaten on 58 from 136 balls. Hazlewood, just a little rush of blood to the head there. There was a very innocuous ball delivered from round the wicket, a little bit shorter, eyes lit up. There's a massive gap for him to slap it through the offside. Unluckily for him, he spooned it straight to the fielder at cover, and he's got to go. But look, I think the manner of his dismissal will irk him, but what he's done out there for an hour and 3/4 is, you'd think, basically take the game away from South Africa. He can't believe what he's done. He's concentrated so hard. He's thrown his wicket away, perhaps, but he's taken Australia to a position of great strength.
He's a little bit unlucky, actually, that there was a man in so close.
Yes.
I mean, most of them have been, sort of covering the boundary for so long there, but it's a regulation catch to a cover off the back foot, and it was lack of pace, actually. He was through the shot just a little bit early. That's why it went in the air in that area of the field. So, what a fantastic finishing partnership, wasn't it, between those two bowlers. Just terrific.
Yeah, Australia's morning. I mean, when we came here to the ground, we wondered 218 runs ahead Australia. And even speaking to Alex Carey before the start of play, 20-30 runs, we would take that. We think we're comfortable with where we are, what we would do for 20-30 runs. They've got 62 more runs, or 63 more runs from that point on. Mitchell Stark, he started with the ball, and he started with the ball so many times in the last decade or so, or even more. But this could well be a match-winning knock from him. 58 not out of 136 balls. But Josh Hazlewood has played his role as well, because Nathan Lyon was dismissed very early on. And at that point, Rabada had his tail up, and like he'd done in the first innings, you assumed he would just run through and take that last wicket. And if we thought this game stood at a 55-45 or a 60-40 this morning, with South Africa chasing on the final in the fourth innings, now you'd say it's 80-20. It does look unlikely. Could still be done. The pitch hasn't played any tricks, and it's looked pretty flat. You can argue that if Mitchell Stark and Josh Hazlewood could hang in there for so long, so should the South Africans. It was a very different story with the new ball and with Australia fired up and knowing what they're defending.
I mean, looking at the way the pitch has played, I think you've got to say that if they've been set to 220-230, they might have been confident that they could get there. Something about 282 just feels like it's just drifted out of their grasp. And it started pretty well for them today. Kagiso Rabada picked up his fourth wicket of the innings, his ninth of the match, when he got one to nip back to Nathan Lyon and was given out LBW. Lyon made just a 2 from 13 balls. But then for the next 21 overs and 22 overs, I beg your pardon, and 2 balls, a partnership of 59 between Josh Hazlewood and Mitchell Stark has dominated the day's proceedings, ended only by Aidan Markram, who curiously had figures of 2 overs, 1 for 5 in the first innings, and in the second innings has figures of 2 overs, 1 for 5. These are the kind of things I love. Kagiso Rabada at the pick of the bowlers with 4 for 59. Lungi Ngidi with his 3 wickets yesterday, 3 for 38, a wicket apiece. The Marco Janssen Vian Mulder and the aforementioned Markram Mitchell Stark, top scoring in the end and remaining unbeaten on 58. It's just the third half century of this match. So everything is all set up quite beautifully. Lunch has even arrived pretty much on time, and for that we must praise the Lord. It's going to be the lunch break. We're going to take a break now, but on the back of that lunch break it's going to be Adam Collins and it's going to be Jeremy Coney, and I'm going to be eating my lunch before Coney gets to it.
He'll be eating my lunch as well as
everybody.
Pat Cummins and Alex Carey spoke about 20 or 30. Well, they're more than doubled that. 63, most of them coming via the blade of Mitchell Stark. A magnificent innings, perhaps his best in Test cricket, certainly his most consequential. 58 not out. He was out there for 136 balls, his second longest Test innings, and that included a partnership yesterday of 61 with Alex Carey for the 8th wicket and 59 with Josh Hazlewood for the 10th. Nathan Lyon was the first man to go today, leg before wicket to Rabada in the third over of play. They were 9 for 148, and then that 49 run stand had them all out for 207, considering they were 7 for 73 when Stark walked in. That is a considerable improvement, to say the least, meaning that South Africa required 282 for victory, which would be the equal second highest successful fourth innings chase at this grand old ground. Rabada 4 for 59, the best of the South African bowlers. Ngidi 3 wickets yesterday, 1 apiece for Janssen, Mulder and Aiden Markram. He picked up the final wicket, which was Josh Hazlewood, to his immense credit, facing 53 balls for his 17. Adam Collins with you, Jeremy Coney with me. Boy, how that drifted for South Africa. They won't say it outwardly, but they'll be gutted how they've let this position slip.
Certainly will be. That's a very big moment in this Test match, isn't it? It started so well for them, South Africa, where Rabada pinned Nathan Lyon on the pads. Even though it was reviewed, it was given out and on the field, so it was umpire's call. So that was the first wicket, and there was a feeling perhaps that it would just happen, that they would just mop up the 10th wicket. Well, that just wasn't the case. Hazlewood and Stark had other ideas, didn't they? And they set about very sensibly forming a 10th wicket partnership, with Stark doing the majority of the facing for the first, you'd say, half an hour of the partnership, and just keeping Hazlewood at the other end for as much time as possible. So often we see this, don't we? 4 balls, and then all the field come in and try and bowl at the number 11. Well, that didn't work, and it almost looked to me as if South Africa ran out of ideas. They weren't prepared for what actually was happening in front of them.
I wonder, Jeremy, in a situation like that, of course, you captained many a Test match for New Zealand, but when Hazlewood got out there, my impression was that they thought it was just going to come, owing to how quickly the wickets came in this match. They immediately, almost within 5 or 10 minutes of his arrival, had 3 men back for Hazlewood. Yeah, granted, 2 back for the short ball, which seldom came, and a deep backward point. And before you know it, a 3rd man as well. It wasn't as though they were like, right, we are going to zero in on Hazlewood. We're going to make life an absolute nightmare for him. Instead, they basically allowed him to play the game a wee bit.
They did, and I would have thought as a bowler, you'd have quite a bit to say when you look around the field. If I bowl a good ball, I'll go for 1 or 2. Now that's, to me, is not the right message to be sending to the batsman. You know, if you do your bit, the first part of the cricket transaction, you get it right. You don't want them to be going for runs at all. But it's better that it goes for a boundary. If you bowl a bad ball and it goes for 4, so be it. But if you bowl a good ball, you stop them scoring. Well, they weren't able to do that. They just allowed the thing to happen. They tried the short ball barrage, if you like. That didn't work. Then they tried Maharaj too late, I felt. It had to be a more teasing thing, and men in around the bat and men out. So you have that in-out field. You ask the number 11 and the number 8 to either block well and defend. You attack the defensive shot, and then you attack the big shot as well. Where do they go in between? And those are the sorts of questions I just didn't see asked by South Africa at all. And they didn't seem to have plans.
It felt like they were treating Mitchell Stark like he was Don Bradman at times. Now, don't get me wrong, Stark's batted magnificently well. I think it's one of the telling things in the innings that his first boundary came from his 58th delivery. So he was playing
with others.
Yeah, he was playing with the sweepers, right? He was doing his bit. He was oftentimes playing under his eye at the deep point, for instance, to get out of jail shot. They never took away the ability for Stark to rotate the strike, especially when, Jeremy, when you're playing the milk the strike game, both teams need to be playing it for it to work properly. And Stark was doing it almost at will at the right time of the over.
At will. And he got to a point in that partnership where he said, actually, I don't have to protect Hazelwood at all.
Yep.
He's handling it very nicely himself. And so, I mean, at that point, South Africa lost the plot, didn't they? I really feel all the effort that they've put in to kind of hold Australia right throughout this match. Everybody was saying before, this is going to be really a pretty one-sided final here between Australia and South Africa. South Africa haven't played the important teams and so on.
Yep.
And that this was going to be right from the start a one-sided affair. Well, it hasn't really been like that until that last session.
And the bit that, I mean, had we had this conversation when South Africa started bowling in their second innings and said, I'll knock them over in 65 overs for 207, you would say, well, it's a little bit on the hefty side, but they probably would have taken that in context, having been rolled for 138 not long after lunch yesterday. They bowled them out effectively in 2 and a bit sessions. We talked about 2 sessions, give or take, right? The issue now must be the energy in that dressing room, the thing you can't measure, how they feel within. How does Temba Bavuma now get them where they need to be in the right mindset to haul down 282?
Well, I think they need to go around all the individuals, don't they, and remind them just the importance of this game, and say, look at all the South Africans who have come in support of you, and if you do your job, then it'll be easier for that person over there to do their job, and everybody works together in this team, and you need to go around quietly. I don't think it's not a rev up kind of speech, I don't think, at this stage.
Yeah.
It's going to just quietly, you can do something here to really change this game.
Could change your life.
Absolutely.
I mean, if a few of them stand up here, come back to what we said earlier, and we'll round out our conversation here, actually, Jeremy, and we'll come back to it on comms, but the idea of this highly credentialed white ball group, not highly credentialed test group, it must be said, that if they can chase with some real gusto after lunch here and put some pressure back on Cummins and apply some scoreboard pressure the other way, well, we might have a contest on our hands. If they let Australia bowl to them, well, it'll be much as it was on evening one. Quickly before the break, around the grounds in the NRL, the Gold Coast Titans lead Manly 26-8 going into the final 10 minutes of that match. And in the AFL down in Tassie, Adelaide lead Hawthorn by 4 points at three-quarter time. Low scoring affair at York Park. 4-11-35 for the Crows. 4-7-31 for the Hawks. I might go downstairs and watch the end of that game while we take a breather here at Lords. On the other side of our break, Nathan McSweeney was interviewed on SENQ Breakfast this morning. So stick around to hear from the South Australian captain and Australian player last summer, Nathan McSweeney. And when we return to live coverage here a little bit before 1:10 local time, it'll be to see whether Australia can take 10 wickets and win the World Test Championship and go back-to-back, or whether South Africa can do something very special to haul down 282. This is SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes as the players make their way back out to the middle. South Africa have been set 282 runs to win their first major ICC trophy. What a moment it would be if they could achieve that. The problem, though, is they let that Australian lead swell and swell and swell. They added 63 runs this morning. Mitchell Starc, magnificent, unbeaten on 58. And that partnership of 59 that he added with Josh Hazlewood got them up to a total of 207. And the lead of 281 means that 282 are required to win. So it all comes down to this, with South Africa's openers slowly making their way to the middle and Australia's fast bowlers getting ready to go to work again. Nobody better placed to talk about the Aussie quicks than a man that did it himself as a bowler through the 1990s and early 2000s. Damien, Fleming, hello to you.
Colo, excited. What an amazing first session. Just some rear guard, tail end batting, so smart. The experience of Hazlewood and Starc have given Australia a wonderful position to go back-to-back World Test Finals. Sun's out. The one thing I'm looking for here, Colo, is with these conditions, bright conditions, whether Mitchell Starc can get this Red Duke to swing.
Yeah,
if he gets it to swing, the Australians could run through this South African brittle top order.
Yeah, that feels like the threat for South Africa, doesn't it? Ryan Rickleton, with an average of 39.5, is the best of the South African batting averages, down to number 6, which speaks volumes about the way in which they have struggled to really impose themselves, even on the way to making the World Test Final, Flem. So that's the task. He'll be joined opening the batting with Aiden Markram. Missed out in the first dig. A 6-ball duck to Mitchell Starc when he chopped on the ball that swung viciously back towards the right-hander. And it'll be Starc opening up, as is the custom. New ball for him, the new Dark Dukes, under beautiful skies here in London, as the fans start to make their way back into their seats, and we prepare to set off in what will be the final quarter, the final stanza, the final innings of this Test Cricket Grand Final. Here for Henley Holmes.
There's a hush, isn't there?
Feels that way, doesn't it? We're all waiting for Starc to set off. He does so here. Fourth innings begins. He delivers here. Marker in behind it. Quick single to cover. Purposeful batting and running. Good job. And the South African fans, Flem, they applaud that vociferously. I was down there.
Has he just made 100? How loud was that?
I was in the mound stand, just behind the mound stand, walking around when they got the 10th wicket, and it was as though, like you say, someone had made a Test 100. They were roaring at the back there. And this means it's hard to can't quite put into words how much winning this would mean to South African fans. Long suffering in many respects. South African fans, they've been starved of success on this stage.
Yeah, there's more support here for the South African team. And when there's a big roar, it's generally a positive result for South Africa. But there's also been excellent support from the Australian fans.
It's been a brilliant week here at Lords. Rickleton, impressive until he was out to start, caught behind in the first innings, facing his first ball, 3 in the cordon, goes back and defends Starc down the pitch, no run. So 3 slips to the gully. Nathan Lyon at point. We've got Labuschagne at mid-off, Cummins at mid-on, Head at mid-wicket, and Josh Hazlewood down at fine leg in front of the Allen stand.
They are up closer though, aren't they?
Yeah.
Than usual. Only a couple of balls in, probably hasn't put in a position for us to be able to judge if the ball is swinging yet, Mitchell Starc.
So Starc's operating at our nursery end, of course. Works away here, bowls to Rickleton, gets the ball to swing a wee bit away from him, but Rickleton plays it under his eyes and safely out to Labuschagne at mid-off.
There's a little bit. This is such a big partnership for South Africa. Rickleton played some really good shots. Markram knocked over early, but you know he is a very good player. Can they just get through this first spell, particularly for Mitchell Starc? I mean, when he's swinging the ball, he's like kryptonite to top order batsmen's defences. Zing bails fly.
Yeah, the way he set up Rickleton on night one was a joy to behold. He delivers to him here, leg stump line, and clips through the onside for 4. So they've come out looking to score the Proteas. That's going to have to be the way they go about their business this afternoon.
Yeah, I think the swing is quite subtle. Mitchell Starc going for the big boomerang away swinger to the left-hander. It starts on middle and leg and it stays there, and that's easily whipped through the leg side down the slope. That was not going to get caught. So for me, there's slight swing. So Mitchell Starc's line is going to have to be no straighter than off stump.
So Starc 2 left in the first over. None for 5 South Africa. Target 282 to Rickleton here, down the leg side. No movement at all. Left alone by the batter as well. In the end, Verena did quite nicely down the hill to glove it.
Yeah, it's good pace. I mean, we saw Mitchell Starc early yesterday. He'd swung the ball beautifully late on day one, but yesterday in sunny conditions, a ball that was only around 20 overs old, it just didn't swing at all, and he really struggled with his line. Hazlewood and Cummins not as reliant on swing. It's more their pace, bounce, accuracy and movement off the seam.
So Rickleton waiting for Stark. Dispatched him to the square leg rope earlier in the over. All the catching men behind the wicket. Stark approaches and bowls, and Rickleton goes back and defends and gets one to cover when there is a gap. That's a promising over for South Africa. 2 singles in front of square and the whipped boundary as well. Rickleton retains the strike. He's 5. Markram's 1, none for 6. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. A reminder of that target, 282. Thanks to Mitchell Stark, who has been so impactful in this test match already. A couple of wickets on evening 1. And his best test innings, I think we can say. 58 not out, but in context, Flem, he came in at 7 for 73 and he saved Australia.
Well, Australia could have got knocked over for under 100.
Yeah, felt that way.
That's a very short total for the South Africans to get to, but he showed all his experience, poised to play 100 test matches in the West Indies. He was brilliant. Big job to do with the ball. You'd imagine Hazelwood will just enjoy these conditions. He loves moving the ball across the slope against the left-handers. I think the slips will feel like they'll get a catch most deliveries.
So the configuration is Kawaja, Smith, Webster, Green. First, second, third and gully. No short leg, heads over at square leg. Rickleton facing Hazelwood from the pavilion end. First ball over the wicket, leaves alone straight away Hazelwood. 4th stump channel, nice length, good leave.
It's enough for Rickleton to think that he needed to play at that, and he pulls away the bat at the last minute. That's an excellent start from Hazelwood. He's into that hallway of hesitation in the first innings. Good start here in the second.
Rickleton with experience playing for Northants in the county championship for a couple of seasons, so he knows these conditions as well. Just on 40 in Test cricket he averages. Facing Hazelwood here, edging, doesn't reach Webster, puts out a left hand to cut off the pace, saves a couple. They get through for 1, so he nearly half volleyed it there. Good result for Australia that Hazelwood has threatened the outside edge with his second delivery. None for 7, the strike goes to Markram. And they go over to give Bo Webster a pat on the bum. We'll see it back on our replay screen. Did really well to get his wrist to it. Body on the line stuff on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Yeah, very excited looking at Webster at third and Cameron Green at gully. They're happy to leave that spot. It looks very wide, but their wingspan's going to catch it if it looks like going through that gap.
So Hazelwood to the right-handed Markram. He's on 1, bowls here. Markram goes back and defends. Out to mid-on, no run. Remembering that Markram made 2 most impressive centuries against Australia back in 2018 as a young opener. 1 at Durban and then 1 at Johannesburg, a series that we covered every ball of infamously on SEN, the Sandpaper series, of course, but Markram was a real breakout star of that.
I think already you can see that he's enjoying the batting conditions today on day 3. So far it suggests that it's at its best. There's certainly not as much swing or seam as we've seen on the first 2 days.
Hazelwood up to the crease, close to the stumps, bowls here, and Markram gets right in behind it, bat and pad glued together, exactly where he needs to be, playing in his 46th test match. 7 centuries for him. Now 30 years of age, should be right at the peak of his powers. Andrew Sampson jumps in to tell us a thing or two about what's going on from a South African perspective as well. Hello, Samo.
Oh, good day. Markram, as you said, that breakout season where he famously, South Africa played 10 test matches at home in that season for some reason, which was quite a pleasant season. And Markram, his debut season, he made exactly 1,000 runs in the season.
Hazelwood up, bowls to Markram. Markram goes back and rides the bounce out through cover point, up the hill towards the grandstand. So it won't go for 4. Labuschagne with the sliding stop and throw. 2 runs added. Markram 3, South Africa none for 9.
And here we are 7 years later, he still hasn't got to 3,000. And it's not just the lack of games. He hasn't really done as well as perhaps he should have. I remember when he got to his 2,000th run in Test cricket, which was in the tour here in 2022. I can't remember the exact stat, but I looked up what of the guys who'd got 2,000 as quickly as he had. who was the longest to get to 2,000? And he was the second longest to get to 2,000. I think Jimmy Adams was the one who was
Hazelwood to finish his first over, and Markram defends. We'll come back to that. Well played, Aidan Markram. None for 9. Markram 3, Rickleton 6. The target's 282 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
For the hottest of hot butter you've ever seen. Ream comes on steady, hot and strong. It just keeps on and on.
Ream Ambi-Heat, the advanced energy-saving heat pump that's made in Australia.
Install a Ream.
Accept nothing less than Australia's best.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes going round the grounds full-time in the NRL. Gold Coast Titans defeated Manly 28-8. And Hawthorn have won a close one over Adelaide. Late goal to Joe Newcombe, 6-11-47, defeating Adelaide at York Park 5-14-44. The Crows only one goal in the second half. Hawthorn moving to 9-5. Not that we're overly invested in that, Flem. No. As Stark operates away from us at the nursery end.
But I'm not booking holidays in September.
Bowling to Rickleton. Oh, he steers it. Caught behind. That's the appeal. Decision to make for umpire Gaffney. He's nodding his head. Rickleton's not moving. The ball deviated. The only question could possibly be, is it carried? The nod from Gaffney, not moving Rickleton. Are they saying bump ball? I'm certain this is going to be Richard Kettleborough going upstairs here. I'd be staggered if we don't in some way, shape or form get up there. We do now. Definitely. We do now via, I think it's an umpire review, not a player review. So it's for IMAR, for Trusted Tradies Insurance. Call 13 IMAR, the third umpire. But we're right behind the bowler's arm at the nursery end. There is a deviation. Did it go into the turf from that full ball, or did it carry up?
That's the only thing. I think Gaffney thinks it's out.
He nodded. Yeah. He nodded straight at square leg and said it's out. So I'm in some way surprised we've gone this far. So Rickleton, first replay, that's out.
Yeah.
Unless there's something wild going on here with the movement. Has to be Snicko validating this. That did hit turf, but the ball, what else could have it hit? We'll see here, Flem. Yep.
Yes.
Yep, there's the Snicko.
Tip the toe.
Right on the bottom corner of the blade. In a moment, Richard Kettleborough will be called into action. It was a nice take from Carey away to his left, taken right in front of Usman Khawaja. Rickleton hasn't moved, but he won't be given much choice in a moment. Kettleborough, vast experience. Decision pending up on the screen here. Waiting for that confirmation. Out it is. Mitchell Stark is having some kind of day. His best ever test innings in terms of what he was able to achieve down the list to get Australia out of trouble. Gets the early breakthrough. It's the danger man Rickleton, gone for 6. South Africa 1 for 9.
Well, he's just a genuine strike bowler, isn't he, Mitchell Stark? And once again, I love it. He goes full. He gives the ball a chance to swing. It was almost Yorker length. Rickleton, his bat actually hit the turf, so he might have thought, oh no, I've hit the ground and missed the ball. But it's actually hit the bounced and then hit the toe of the bat and carried through. So big wicket. Rickleton looked pretty good in the first innings. So it's taken till the third over, and Mitchell Stark is having a wonderful day. Brilliant with the bat, backing it up now with the ball.
So VR Mulder walks out at number 3. Missed out the first time around. He was bowled for 6 from 44 tortured deliveries by the captain, Pat Cummins, who will be in operation soon enough, I'm certain. So Mulder, test average of 21, walking out at 3 in these circumstances.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on him. He's bowled pretty well, but he's batting number 3 to at least be able to blunt this new ball a little bit. It doesn't get that much easier with Cummins' first change and Nathan Lyon, but you can see that it's not swinging as much as it did on day 1 or 2, but because of the length that Mitchell Stark bowls, there was just a little bit of a way swing. That was enough to hit the toe, and Rickleton's on his way, and Mitchell Stark just gets another test wicket.
He's got 385 of them, Stark. What a career. We are Mulder to face the music early on. Third over. Stark up. Bowls here. Mulder full and straight and dug out. And Stark collects in his follow through. Threatens to throw. but doesn't. So they'll stay with 3 slips and a gully. But this is where, we've said it before the test, Flem, and through the test as well, this is where South Africa are by some margin at their most vulnerable up top.
Yes, certainly. And also against this attack, isn't it? There's no respite. The good news for South Africa is that, the pitch does seem at its best. We're definitely not seeing the ball move off the seam significantly. Just watching the replay, it wasn't a great shot, was it?
No, about a long way from the pad and edge to ball. It did swing, no doubt about that. Stark bowls here. Mulder leaves one that doesn't across him. So again, it's credit to Stark, who got hit for 4 with a full delivery that didn't swing in the first over, much as it was in the first innings to Rickleton, keeping it up there on the dance floor and giving himself a chance.
Yeah, I like it. And then he's got that option, hasn't he? Just to go on with the arm, with the slope. And that can often get the outside edge. I just got a feeling that the catches behind the wicket for Australia just can't wait for the next one.
4th innings chases, a lot needs to go right when you get towards the high 280s. It'll be the equal highest successful 4th innings chase at this ground. England chased 282 here against New Zealand in 2004. Stark up bowls here. Mulder plays late through the cordon. It'll run away down the slope to the rope for 4. So did take weight out of his bottom hand. So Webster was never really in the frame. Couldn't quite reach it either. Off the mark with a boundary, 1 for 13.
That was actually pretty well played in the end, wasn't it? I mean, he committed to the stroke, but he dropped his bottom hand and it killed the carry right between the gap. So he'll take the runs. That'll give him a bit of confidence.
They've got to look to score. I mean, they've lost Rickleton, sure, but it can't be at the expense of their attitude here. They're going to have to show plenty. Dig deep. Can they do as Australia did earlier today, but against the new ball? Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins hunting in a pack. Stark out bowls again. Mulder driving on the up. Lands about 10 metres away from the bat. Ends up with Labuschagne at wideish mid-off, no run. Stark at 140 kilometres an hour.
It's good pace too, isn't it? Mitchell Stark. He's getting into his mid-30s, but I don't think we're seeing any drop-off in pace or any strike rate, is there? They really look after. You were talking about Pat Cummins, just saying one of the things he's most pleased is his resilience in the last 5 or 6 years. Mitchell Stark's right up there with him.
They just find a way of getting it right at the right times. How often do those 3 play together when they need to? Stark last ball with a successful over to Mulder. Goes back, plays the cover, called through by Markram, or rather Mulder called Markram through. Either way, it's a single. 5 runs and the wicket of Rickleton in the over. South Africa 1 for 14. They're chasing 282. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Which song best sums up my life? Private Universe by Crowded House. Quite often being quite a private person.
I'd say the Beach Boys. I just wasn't made for these times.
Don't worry, be happy. Try and not stress the small stuff.
James Taylor, that's why I'm here. I'm here to help wherever I can.
Celebrate your life the way you want, like I did with a fixed price funeral plan from Tobin Brothers Funerals. The price doesn't change and your life will be celebrated your way. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Hazelwood in operation. Andrew Sampson with us too.
The good news for wishful thinking South Africans is that South Africa has chased quite a few high targets against Australia before in Test cricket. And 1 or 2 in one-day internationals, famously.
Yes, indeed. 4:38 game. Hazelwood in here. New over begins to Mulder. Works it into the onside, no run.
There's 3 higher totals in this that South Africa's chased against Australia. One going back to 52-3 in Melbourne when they chased 297, won by 6 wickets. And then there was one in Durban in 2002. 340 was the target there, and South Africa won that by 5 wickets. And of course the famous one in Perth in 2008 when they made the second highest total ever. And again, that was with 4 wickets. We only lost 4 wickets.
I was calling that one. Oof. Mitchell Johnson bowled so well, but he was a one-off.
Hazelwood in to Mulder, delivers here, works it off his hip for 1. Down to fine leg, he's 6, 1 for 15. So, Johnson 8 for in the first dig.
Oh, you'll know I was going to test you there. Yeah. Who was the spinner in that test match for Australia?
Adam. Living the Vita Lake, living the crazy life, Jason Frazier.
second and last test.
Poor thing. Just imagine what his test career is. It's worthy of a novel.
He did get Amler with that classic, like he was a big drifter turner, and he didn't bowl well after that. I think Brett Lee was pretty much near the end.
Yep.
A young Peter Siddle. But that was an incredible chase by South Africa.
De Villiers, Duminy, Smith, something like that. Here is Hazelwood bowling here off the back foot. Lovely punch from Markram. Up the hill it needs to go. It'll get there easily. That's timing. That's super stuff. He's 7. It's 1 for 19.
That's a feature shot from Markram. He's played 2 of these now. It's not a bad ball from Josh Hazelwood, you know, maybe a fraction short, but he is a strong man. That is a back foot punch. He deliberately opens up the face a little bit, making sure that he doesn't hit the ball to mid-off, and that's flown for 4. So Josh has just got to get that extra metre fuller here.
How will he respond? Classy shot. Markram on 7. Bowling here is Hazelwood, and he beats him as soon as night follows day. Hazelwood hit for a boundary, then back in the shoebox.
What a great comeback. And getting that length right, wasn't it? You can't back foot punch that one.
Good luck.
Yeah, Smith and De Villiers got hundreds in that game, and JP Duminy finished it off on his debut at 50. And of course, Callis in the 4th afternoon launched that attack after South Africa batting solidly. He just launched an attack on the Aussies for the last half an hour and brought it down to 150 needed in the final day when it might have been closer to 200.
Yeah, he was a reasonably handy player.
Play a bit.
1 for 19. Hazelwood in, bowls here, squares up Markram, but it's out to point comfortably without any real concern. Good series that for South Africa, of course, going on to win in Melbourne. We saw a great lower innings partnership today, well, a couple of them. Well, I was there for that Stain, and I'm sure you were too, Flem, for Stain and Duminy.
Horrible. I could handle JP. He batted like Brian Lara. But Dale Stain got 76 or something, didn't he? And
I can tell you where I was. I was obviously in South Africa, and I remember waking up. And I didn't wake up in time for the start of anything. South Africa weren't doing very well.
We'll have to come back to this, Samo. Last ball here from Hazelwood goes back, no runs. The call. Markram 7 with the boundary in that over. Mulder 6. Target 282 South Africa. 1 for 19 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
G'day, it's Jason Cunningham. If you work on the tools, engineering or in any specialist trade and you need genuine tools as opposed to a sausage sizzle, then come and do business with A&A Industrial Supplies. Family owned for generations, they have all your nuts, bolts and fasteners. Not to mention cutting tools, welding equipment and everything a real tradesperson needs. Just like our resident handyman, the Ox. Yeah, maybe not. A&A Industrial Supplies, London Drive, Bayswater. Ask for Brad for the SEN Deal of the Week.
Adam Collins, Damien Fleming, Andrew Sampson with you for Henley Holmes, Samo.
Yeah, I mean, I woke up in the middle of the night and thought, I'll go and check the score. Hayden's probably 30. South Africa's tails would have gone. So Hayden's probably 30 not out by now. And I switched the TV on, and Paul Harris was still there with JP Duminy. That was before Stain even came in. I thought, it's better than I thought it'd be. And I managed to sit and watch a little bit.
Yeah, Harris got a couple of important wickets. The Australians tried to hit him over the top, and they just hit him to mid-off, mid-on.
He had a habit of doing that.
The other thing that day, it was so hot.
Yeah.
It was a 40-degree day at the G, and they were driven into the dirt. Half the temperature here right now. Perfect for bowling. Stark in, fresh over, nursery in. Worked into the onside by Mulder. That's the 4th time we've seen, I wouldn't say a quick single, but a single where they've had to really motor through since they started their chase. 1 for 20, both batters are 7.
And it's something they didn't do late on day one, was it? There was no rotation of strike. They couldn't get down the other end, so Hazelwood, Starr, Cummins got to work on them. And eventually bowl a good enough ball here. So, yeah, getting down the other end's really important. But Markram started really well. Powerful strike of the ball.
So Markram is so strong off the back foot through the offside. Big gap there for it if he wants it. Stark will be mindful of that as well. Bowls here and he drives through the offside. That has flown down the hill for 4. Crunching into the rope, and South African fans are up and about. Aiden Markram's 11 from 10, but those 2 boundaries are exactly the kind of energy that South Africa require after what happened in the first session. 1 for 24.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc going full again, and there is certainly not as much swing, is there? I think there's more swing away from the left-hander. The couple of deliveries he's tried to get outside off stump to swing back into Markram haven't moved at all.
Can they build around him? The man who's led South African teams before, seen as a leader. 3 slips in the gully behind him. Starc bowls Markram, plays with his hands in front of his front pad, ends up mid-off safely, but that looked less in control.
But that swung. It started on off stump and it moved back in. It's when he gets outside off stump trying to swing the ball back in, it's going gun barrel straight. But that certainly did just swung late and just a couple of centimetres worth of movement in the air. Did well to block that in the end, Markram.
So a good contest brewing up here with Starc and Markram. Change in field. Interesting that Cummins has seen enough here, so that gap at cover is effectively plugged. That's where Cameron Green's moving into, and a deep point goes back in Nathan Lyon, leaving 2 slips in the gully behind the wicket. Cutting off Markram where he's strongest, ideally. So Starc into him. Starc bowls and Markram plays late under his eyes to Webster in the gully, who eventually stops it. And
Markram famously, as talking about leadership, famously the only South African cricket captain to lift a World Cup, the under-19 one in 2014. Had a bit of help from a chap called Kagiso Rabada, who was one of the bowlers.
It's a good group. So when we talk about major trophies, they have won. And what, the Champions Trophy, ICC knockout?
It was a knockout still in 1998.
And the Commonwealth Games, of course, Fleming.
Commonwealth Games is a famous one, yeah.
Jeez, what were we doing?
998.
Let's see off Pollock, let's see off Donald. I don't want to name names, but...
Starc in, over the wicket, bowls here. Leg stump line, turned out for 4 more. So he got his body in the right position to flick with complete control. Markram, his 3rd boundary, he's up to 15. Crowd enjoying that. 1 for 28. Good, lively start with the exception of the Rickleton wicket.
Wow, that's a beautifully timed delivery. He's hit a couple of 4s through the offside. This one, Mitchell Starc just getting a little bit straight, and he has hit that out the screws, hasn't he? Through the leg side for 4.
Yeah, he didn't need to overhit it. It landed about 10 metres behind the square leg umpire on a tuck, which reinforces just how well timed it was. Starc to Markram, arrives and bowls, and Markram leaves on the basis of the line, and it didn't swing back towards him. So Markram, 9 runs from the over, couple of boundaries, 1 for 28, target 282 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
And Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Back to Mulder. He's in at 3. Might get your thoughts on this, Andrew, about the willingness to back Mulder to play that role in the Test final. Hazelwood on the approach from the pavilion end. Bowls to him here. Defends into the offside. No run. So is this, obviously they want an all-rounder in the top 3, Andrew, but why would he be batting 3 and not sitting at 6 or 7 like a normal all-rounder would?
Yeah, I mean, I think they obviously wanted him in as the all-rounder. I'm just trying to look. I think it was the last 3 innings of the season in South Africa that he batted 3. Sorry, it wasn't even that. He batted 3 in Durban in the 2nd innings. Because he batted 3 because he was injured.
Right.
He hurt a hand or something, and he was obviously not going to bowl to it any.
Here's Hazelwood to him. Mulder's 7 from 9, facing and leaving outside the line. Good channel.
So that was in the 2nd test against Sri Lanka.
Yep.
And he was injured, didn't play in the 1st test against Pakistan 3-4 weeks later. And he came back into the 2nd test against Pakistan, which was the last test South Africa played, and batted 3 there as well. In which, of course, he scored 5. So this is easily his highest score at number 3. I lie, because he got 15 the first time when he was injured. So
How strange, Flem.
Yeah.
Like, on the basis of pretty much no evidence in a world final.
But both teams are doing it, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess so.
Shane opening, Green at 3.
Hazelwood to Mulder, 3 slips the gully, hits him in, well, probably on the box based on the response, but he seems like he's all right. It reared up off a length. That's what Hazelwood can do.
We're probably not going through a great era of opening batsmen at number 3s at test level, are we? A lot of experimentation with makeshift openers and number 3s. And normally that's the concrete at the start of the innings, isn't it? To settle it and make it easier for the middle order to play their shots.
Here is Hazelwood up here bowling to Mulder, who goes back and trusts his defence.
yeah, so those are the only 2 first-class innings he played at number 3 before this. He batted most of his career, not surprisingly, 6 or 7.
As an all-rounder.
But yeah.
Who would have been the other contenders to have realistically filled?
Well, Dazorzi's Dazorzi's opened a bit, but he's kind of struggled lately in Test cricket. He got a big 100 against Bangladesh in Durban.
He's got a great name, Tony Dazorzi.
Tony Dazorzi, it is a great name.
Interesting backstory too, Dazorzi, isn't it? But one for another day.
So that's the option. I mean, they've tried Stubbs at 3.
Stubbs said
in his career.
Stubbs said he wanted to do it, didn't he?
Yeah.
A year ago. Here's Hazelwood bowling and carving over the top at backward point. Is Mulder for 4. Runs away. That was a ball that was there to be hit. And where a couple of days ago, Flem, they were shouldering arms to deliveries like that. This time they're living a little. It takes them to 1 for 32.
The positive too is that they've got off to a flyer runs-wise. You know, they didn't need to be, 1 for 10 off 4 overs. They're actually 32. And every opportunity they've had to score, they've put it away. I mean, how often does Josh Hazel get cut? Minimal. But that was short and wide. And Mulder was on it very quickly. He's 11 off 13.
Didn't get the line right on the bouncer. Hazelwood again bowls here. That's better. Back in his spot. And Mulder, though, to his credit, gets right in behind it and defends from the middle of the blade. 4 runs from the over. Targets 282. They're 250 away from that at 1 for 32. Markram's 15. Mulder's 11 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, Daniel, in for me.
It's the end of financial year, and that's a big deal at Tyre Power. This is the perfect time to save on Toyo tyres for a huge range of vehicles. Take stock of the savings and get a great break when you buy 3 and get 1 free on Toyo Proxys C100 Plus and C100 Plus SUV tyres. Buy 3 and get 1 free on selected Toyo tyres during Tyre Power's end of financial year sale, but only until June 30 at Tyre Power. Visit tyrepower.com.au or call 1321 91 for your local independent operator.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Billed from $227,900. Right, big moment in the game because Pat Cummins is now into the attack. The man who took 6 for 28 in the first innings. The best figures by a captain at Lord's in its long and storied history. 2 slips in a gully. He's in, and Markham defends it to the offside, but square of the wicket and gets a single. 1 for 33, and Bharat Sundaresan has joined me, and Damien Fleming, I've got to say, what a contrast with the first innings.
Yeah.
Do you know if they might have tried this, maybe, perhaps, just possibly? It might have been a bit different when they were on top in the game, when they bowled Australia out. I don't know.
What are they, 33? I think they were that off 17 overs in the first innings.
Well, they were.
The conditions are better, the pitch is settled, it's not seaming as much, less swing, but there's just more intent, isn't there?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah, they're looking for the single.
Yeah.
And they've been gifted it a little bit because deep points out, and actually points now come in, but still not saving one if it's pushed, if it's looked for that single. Mulder on strike, and he defends into the onside, jabs down on a ball that's straight, doesn't really move his feet, and there's no run. Mulder up to 11, Markram 16. The target for those of you staying up tonight across Australia, 282 for South Africa. Andrew Sampson looks like a man who, well, he needed to take his blood pressure tablets. He thinks he did, but he's now wondering if he needs to have taken more. Poor fella. I mean, basically, he started loving cricket. I'll come back to it in a moment as Cummins runs away from us in the nursery end. Mulder Mulder defends again. A ball that just pops a little bit on him. He plays it well in the end, keeps it down. He got into cricket basically sort of the year after South Africa were banned, and he lived in South Africa, and so this matters to him.
Yes.
Thing, you know, he got into it just as the greatest South African side of all time existed and then disappeared. The Barry Richards,
just defeated Australia 4-0.
4-0. Barry Richards is here, isn't he? We've seen him around.
Yeah, he popped in the box day one.
He did. What a player he was. As Cummins is in again to Mulder, who clips this away. Nice, he's going to get at least one. So he goes down to deep back of the square. He's scampering back for the second, and he's going to make it. Comfortably, he didn't run his bat in. I don't like it when they do that, but he's run in safely. He's got to 13. The score advances to 1 for 35.
Which is why I thought Markram's wicket in the first over in the first innings was so crucial. He is a free-flowing player in that top order, and he had a period in between where Test cricket wasn't really working out for him. He was really missed by South Africa on their last tour to Australia.
They'd love a bit of Dean Elgar here as well, wouldn't they, in some ways? I mean, I'm not sure the rest of us would.
Just a balance, it's a good call. Traditional opener.
Cummins is in. Play and miss. The channel outside the off stump. There's no run. I mean, he's still here. He's in England. He's playing for Essex.
Okay.
Dean Elgar, yeah. I mean, I saw him at the Oval the other day, and he looked just as doughty as
defence going.
It's popular with him.
It's trendy.
Yeah. His leave as well is.
How's his leave going?
Oh, it's in impeccable condition, that leave.
I wish he had gone to Surrey. Rory Burns and Dean Elgar. That's an opening combination I would have liked to see.
Well, I think Dom Sibley is doing his best to keep you satisfied on that front. Don't you worry. As Cummins is in again. This is played away from his body nicely past the diving point. And it's going to go down the slope to the boundary for 4. That's really well played shot by Mulder. It takes him to 13, and at the end, 17, I beg your pardon, at the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts, South Africa, 1 for 39.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection build from only $227,900. That target, 282. South Africa have begun well, 1 for 39. They have lost the important wicket of Ryan Rickleton. A little unfortunate, but also a poor loose shot. It was wide. It didn't really go after it. He just sort of placed the bat. It swung onto his edge, but since then, Markham was 16 off 15, Mulder 17 off 19, altogether more proactive as Gully's trying to work out where he wants to be.
Steve Smith has a helmet on.
Oh. Hazelwood starts a new over. It keeps a little low. Markram digs it out. Oh, yes. Smith is at second slip. So they've seen the travails that South Africa had where Markram kept on having the ball land just in front of him, and he kept going further and further and further forward. It still didn't quite get to him. So Smith is wearing a helmet at second slip. He's apparently 14 metres away, if I'm reading this right, from the stumps or the batter.
I thought you'd calculated it from I didn't realise you saw it on TV.
Yeah,
I was like, wow, that's impressive.
I'm not that good. Hazelwood's in, and it's pushed into the offside. Rather tentatively, they think of a single that isn't there. Markram sends Mulder back. As though, by the way, 0433 98 11 116. That's how you can get in touch with us on the texts. Tell us where you're listening from tonight. What's your Friday night all about? You guys, have you got Friday night already? We've still got Friday daytime here.
Correct.
But an
looking forward to Friday night, but yeah. It's
well, you might have a lot of writing to do.
This way.
You might not get much of a Friday night.
Oh, South Africa could win, and then I can just pass it all on to my South African colleague.
Oh, I see. So it works. Hazelwood is in. This strikes the pad and jags back down the slope. plops out to the offside. There's no run. It's all a bit triggering for an Englishman to see a broad-beamed, slightly shambling, gated Australian bowler at the pavilion end. It brings back an awful lot of Glenn McGrath memories. There's a lot of scars on the body of Norcross.
Well, Hazelwood has left some of those scars as well at this ground. It was while bowling from that end that he ended Ben Stokes' resistance, if you want to call it that, 2 years ago.
Yes. Here comes Hazelwood. Runs in, rocking and rolling side to side. Forward in defence comes Mark and pushes the offside. No run. It's had a very interesting graphic here, which gives us an idea of the. Yes, I'd love a text, a tee.
Check your phone. Says,
check my phone.
Producer.
Oh, I see. Yes.
And while you do that,
I've said it. Yeah. 3 or 4. The target for any of you who are listening at home. For the third time this minute. It's 282. 282. Keep your minds on 282. 282.
Minus 39 is?
243.
There you go.
243 to go. Let's not confuse matters. As Hazelwood is in. And that's driven away on the thick outside edge. Down through deep backward point. They'll run one. They'll get back for a second easily enough. Line does the fielding. 1-4-41 the score advances to. Yes, I was going to say that increasingly through this test match the ball has been keeping a bit low. It didn't keep low very much at all on the first day, and then it started to keep a little bit more low. In the first session today, 20% of balls have, in inverted commas, kept low, at which point you're starting to wonder, once you get to over 50% of balls keeping low, are they actually keeping low, or is it just a low pitch? Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Hazelwood is in. This is clipped, but I say clipped, it's pushed really back to the bowler. Hazelwood, end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, South Africa, in pursuit of 282, a 1 for 41.
Friday night footy calls for the perfect lineup. Your mates, big plays, and your favourite drinks from Liquorland. Stock up and save with big deals on your game day drinks. Whether you're watching at home or gearing up for the next match this weekend, Liquorland has you covered with great value on drinks this footy season. So before the next bounce, head in store or shop online and get game day ready. To the footy. Cheers. Liquorland. 18 plus only. Choose to drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900.
Yeah, I'm interested in that stat that he brought up about balls keeping lower today.
Yeah.
We saw so many fall in front of Aidan Markram, a second slip yesterday, and then David Bedingham spoke about it when asked if, this pitch could be one where South Africa could chase down a reasonable total.
Cummins starts a new over from the nursery end. Is defended well solidly by Mulder up to mid-on. There's no run.
So he brought up those balls that fell short of second slip or the slip cordon. And he said, because Australia have seen that happen, we expect them to target the stumps more, thereby allowing us to play a few more shots and freeing us up a little more. And
that does make sense.
It makes a lot of sense. So they would,
as long as you don't mind the straight ball, because one Johnny Bairstow, very fine player, averaged 6.5 against a straight ball,
especially against left arm spin.
Right. Cummins is in. Mulder waits and then pushes in defence up to mid-on again. Firmly struck defensive shot. Actually goes to Stark and there's no run.
And there's clearly been a ploy from Australia to target the stumps and the pads a lot more in this innings. Yes, they've had the 2 slips and a gully, but it hasn't been the 3 slip and gully attack that they've gone for.
It makes sense actually on this surface. I've seen it many times at Lord's that as it gets slower and lower, those edges that were such a feature of the first couple of days, they just don't get there. Especially the first day in a session or so. As Cummins is in. This is nicely driven, but can't beat a diving extra cover. Good work from Labuschagne to put a bit of mayo on that, as he is wont to do, to the James Bond role.
I mean, this has already been so much better from Quyan Mulder. Just in the first innings, he probably more than the rest was stuck the most. Maybe he just, batting at number 3, thought I have to play like a number 3.
I think it's when it was as well. You know, it was that hour and 45 minutes and they'd got ahead of the game and they thought, this is our moment, we mustn't mess it up. And it's negative suggestion is never a great thing. As Cummins is in again, and Mulder pulls. But this hits it out for a deep backward square. He's going to go 4. Travis Head couldn't get round from square leg, and that's crisply struck by Mulder. Takes him into the 20s. South Africa 1 for 45. Now, some of you have texted in. As we just take a little look at that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. He got right on top of that, played it beautifully. Andrew's texting in. He says he's watching the golf on silent. Best way to watch the golf. None of you get him a hole. Watching the golf on silent and listening to you with the headphones on. Beautiful. Oh, that's lovely, Andrew. We're delighted.
We can commentate the golf as well if you want to.
It's gone up in the air. It's a long way up in the air. And where's it going to land?
This is nowhere near the hole.
Nowhere near the hole yet. Cummins is in. This is definitively onside. There's no. I'm not sure I know how to do it really.
Yeah, no. He's got 3 more balls left in this over to get into the hole.
To get into the hole. Yeah.
What's that flag doing there in the hole? Oh, it's gone now.
Are we on the moon?
Why is there water? Is that a beach? Oh no.
He seems to have somebody carrying his bags for him. It's extraordinary. Henry's also texted in. He says the fire is on in Melbourne. It's a very strange thing to be hearing from an Australian who's colder than I am. It's normally the other way around. Fire is on in Melbourne. Cold beer in hand. Loving the commentary. Thank you, Henry. Well, we love bringing it to you. As Cummins is in with 2 slips. Mulder lets this go and it goes through low. Goes through very low to Carey. The end of the 9th over of this chase of 282. South Africa on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts are 1 for 45.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Tempur. Tempur's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Tempur mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Tempur range today. You can view Tempur athlete stories at tempur.com.au. Tempur, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test Cricket live at Lord's for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Billed from only $227,900. Now, Hazelwood's continuing. It's his 5th over. He's bowled unchanged so far in his innings from the pavilion end. 2 slips, one of them very much advanced, is in. Markram clips this away. End of the onside, down towards long leg. Picks up a single. He advances to 19, South Africa to 1 for 46. And I think I'm seeing Nathan Lyon warm up. Feels early for Lyon, but I think he could play a big part today, allow the seamers to rotate.
No, I think I expected Nathan Lyon to come in early in this innings, especially if Australia didn't get a bag full of wickets in the first 10. They just got 1.
Which end? You're expecting the pavilion end, are you? Because it seems that both Cummins and Stark prefer bowling from the nursery end. It feels like that at the moment. Hazelwood is in. This is defended a ball that does keep low, and he rather performatively shows how low it kept as Mulder on that occasion, pushing into the onside defensively. There's no run.
Yeah, Lyon didn't bowl much in the first innings, but mainly he did operate from the nursery end. So it'll be interesting to see where he comes on. But it's just going back to Mulder, Daniel.
Yes.
He's spoken a lot about how he's a misfit for number 3. But in a run chase in a WTC World Test Championship final is an opportunity to be a hero.
Oh, my word, yes. And how much it would mean to South Africa and South Africans. Hazelwood in, forward in defence. Comes Mulder, pushes to short extra cover. There's no run. Tony's in Warrnambool. Which is in southwest Victoria, I'm reliably informed. And he says that he's eating some delicious chicken schnitzel. Chicken schnitzel?
Schnitty?
In Australia?
Schnitty?
Never. Late
I'm surprised you said schnitzel.
Yeah.
What kind of Australian are you?
Isn't it a palmy? Yeah. Is that right?
Correct.
I'm learning. Late on Friday evening, he says, after knocking off over 600 bench presses in Warrnambool. It's a very cool 8 degrees tonight, but you'll be hot as anything after those 600 bench presses, I imagine. As Hazelwood is in, this is defended into the offside square of the wicket. There's no run.
I take my words back.
Good on you, Tony. Yeah,
you are a good Aussie here.
You say, yeah.
Sorry I pulled you up.
Tell me, surely somebody's taking the Bondi to Coogee walk. I mean, otherwise, how are you going to win the next World Cup against the English women? That's how it works.
Middle of the night is
according to Mark Robinson. That's why England never stands a chance, because they can't walk from Bondi to Coogee. I've seen quite a few people at England's women's games lately wearing the T-shirt that says the Bondi to Coogee walk.
Great advertisement.
It is. Hazelwood is in, and that's clipped away nicely down towards deep backward square. Long leg. I'll just get the one. 1 for 47. One ball left in the 10th. Dave, I did that walk, but not because I was trying to get to become an elite athlete. I wanted to pay my respects to the late, great Victor Trumper.
Oh, did you go to the...
I did. I've been there twice now.
Lovely.
Yeah.
What a great symmetry that is.
It's wonderful. And I recreated, the picture of Trumper dancing out to drive. I think I captured his essence.
In front of his grave.
In front of me, yeah.
Maybe no wonder he'll stay there.
Hazelwood in. And this is defended on the front foot by Markham well and solidly. The short extra cover. Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. It reads South Africa 1 for 47 after 10.
All right, I'm going to the bar. We're back in a tick.
Seriously? They just bounced the ball, mate. Wait till quarter time.
Oh, won't be long this time. Oh, come on. Hurry up. So many people. Oh, what? What did I miss? Who scored?
Spending more time queuing for drinks than watching the game? You won't miss a moment if you drink wise.
SEN Test Cricket for Hanley Holmes. It's the World Test Championship final, and it's beautifully poised. Nathan Lyon is coming into the attack now. What a pivotal player he could be today for Australia. Gives them the opportunity to keep the quicker bowlers fresh. And I've just been reminded, by the way, of how this chase of 282, how it's quite reminiscent of a game played here. The first season of Bazball. And the season before, England absolutely stunk the house out by refusing to chase 270 and 75 overs. Sibley and Burns, I think, were 50 for none after 35 overs at tea. I mean, it was actually a crime against cricket and humanity. As Lyon comes in, it's full but played deep in the crease by Mulder into the onside. But the following year, which is really what signalled that everything was different, New Zealand were bowled up 132 and England for 141. Similar patterns are here. Bit of moisture in the pitch, wickets tumbling. New Zealand in their second innings scored 285. As Lyon is in forward in defence, comes Mulder, pushes into the offside, there's no run. Setting England.
Bat. By the time he had turned the bat and they didn't sync up with the ball at all.
Lyons in, he goes into his crease and just jabs this to Webster at short mid-wicket. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. South Africa after 11 are 1 for 47.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. The target 282. South Africa 1 for 47. They need 235 more runs on an increasingly slow, low, placid pitch to become World Test champions, to win a global tournament, to put those bogeys to one side. Now. Don't be so crude.
I mean, what a moment it would be for world cricket. And said it in the lead up to this game. In a way, they're flying the flag for all the have-nots of Test cricket as well.
They are.
Jeremy
like
will
New Zealand did. New Zealand did back at the Yates Bowl 4 years ago. What a great occasion that was. Yeah, Jeremy was there for that.
Yep.
Cummins is in, and this is punched off the back foot, but without timing. Back to the bowler, no run. Hazy has texted in, and I'm not quite sure whose side Hazy is on, because what's written here is, I'm in Ocean Grove. Do we know where that is?
Yes, if I'm not mistaken, it is on the Victorian coast.
Oh, lovely. It sounds like it should be on a coast somewhere. I'm in Ocean Grove with the fire on. Sounds chilly. Midwinter. hoping for a miracle at Lord's. Who's the miracle for? At the moment, I'd say we're 50-50. I don't know. What do you think? Cummins is in. This is defended slightly awkwardly by Markram, standing tall enough, but doesn't move his feet to the ball. And maybe that's sensible. Is that the right approach? The ball's keeping low. Do you have to be very mindful of what it does off the pitch?
I think so, and I think if anything, you can even bat out of your crease a bit, can't you?
Yeah.
Try and get forward, get close to the ball if you can. If you're going to go back, then be very wary if it's going to keep low, and you've got to keep your eye on it closely.
That's a lot of where the threat's going to come from. Cummins is bowling, incidentally, and he's bowling from the pavilion end. He took...
This is where the wickets came from. That end, wasn't it?
Was it? Yeah.
Yeah, and the one over, Cutman, one over.
Cummins is in, and he comes forward in defence, pushes into the offside. There's Markram, can't beat short extra cover. There's no run. The runs are just drying up here.
That's what Australia do so well. I mean, this attack in particular, we've seen it around the world, really. The ability to just block teams out. We saw it in New Zealand last year as well, Jeremy. Every time there's a partnership, they don't mind not bowling defensively, but bowling dry.
Yes.
And
well, they bash out a length, don't they?
They do.
Try to kill the rhythm of the partnership.
Fair play. It's brilliant. It's brilliant to watch. I mean, a spell of Pat Cummins can be a thing of absolute beauty, can it not, as he comes in? Slightly shuffling gait. Elbows bent out to the side. He's in. This is driven without timing. Now, they've gone for a quick single. Shy of the stumps. Misses. Oh, I think if that had hit from Nathan Lyon, Markram could have been in trouble. And that's sort of sign of the pressure as a couple of overs have gone by without runs. And
that was a tight run, wasn't it? Not far to the left of mid-off. And he moved very smartly. No, he would have got there. Because he ran immediately.
Yep, we've just seen on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, he would have been in by a couple of feet. Yep. So well judged run in the end, but it does hint at a certain anxiety.
Almost one for the shot, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Timed it quite nicely and felt, I've got to run.
Cummins is in this time to Mulder. Mulder gets one on the pads, which he flicks away, I think, off the pads. Yes, and the umpire, it's a very, very helpful umpire at the pavilion end, because he signals that he's going to signal sometime in advance, leg by, added to the total, and score advances to 1 for 49. I like an unequivocal umpire.
As long as he keeps his finger down if you're batting.
Yeah.
He sounds like someone who scored a lot of lower grade games, Daniel Norcross.
Well, it's part of it, it's commentating, isn't it? Because you like to be able to tell the listener it's a leg by. You don't want to go, I don't know, really, have to wait and see. Cummins is in. This is pushed into the offside, well, into the ground, actually, and up into the hands of Bo Webster at Gully. That is the end of the 12th over of the innings, chasing 282. South Africa are 1 for 49.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew, pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
SEN Test Cricket live at Lord's, the World Test Championship final. Nathan Lyon is in the attack. Mulder is facing on 22. Markram on 20. South Africa 1 for 49 in pursuit of 282. Lyon is in forward in defence. Comes Mulder to ball. Just turns ever so slightly. By the way, don't miss a moment of State of Origin Game 2 this Wednesday, live from Perth Stadium right here on SEN. You can pick your call, Blues Radio, Maroons Radio, or an unbiased call. It's Australian sport's biggest rivalry, and it's right here on SEN. Lyon in, slower ball, just pushed into the offside and timed to perfection, by which I mean deliberately softly, to allow them to get through for the single that brings up the 50 for South Africa in what is, in terms of the first innings, double quick time, 12.2 overs. They were 4 for 43 after 22 on the first night, so this tells you the approach is better. There's a bit more, just trying to get Australia to move off their lengths.
This crowd is really behind them, isn't it?
Oh, there's a lot of South Africans here.
Lots of them.
Oh, yes. You can tell by the guttural roars. As Lyon is in, flicked away into the onside and fielded it Short square leg, there's no run. I mean, I just looked to my left and saw that Andrew Sampson was there, and now feeling deeply self-conscious. I mean, there are other South African accents are available, like Sean Pollock's. Half wide, stand the leg side. Here's Lyon, he's in, pushed back to the bowler, no run.
Some drift for Nathan Lyon as well. Jeremy, just last couple of deliveries.
Yeah. He is. We're going to be watching quite a lot of Nathan Lyon, I think, from this end.
Get used to it, folks.
Yeah.
Here is Lyon into Markram, who plays a rather flicky shot I don't like. With the spin, it must be said, but worked up to long on along the ground. Stark does the fielding, underarms back to Lyon. 1 for 51. 231 more needed to win. Dare they dream? We thought South Africa were pretty much out of it, didn't we, when that partnership kept going? This Lyon is in again. This is defended the offside. The thing of a run, it isn't there. Definitely is not there. Sent back. So remind me, how many runs did Australia add today?
The last wicket partnership was 59, wasn't it, for a start? They began at
263, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the end of the over. And
it is.
It is drinks, and with that, it'll be time for a change in the commentary box. But at this stage, South Africa 1 for 51. Markram has 21. Mulder has 23. And South Africa have nearly scored the runs that Australia scored in that first session.
1 for 51. So they lost Ryan Rickleton in just the third over of the chase. Reminder, their target's 282. He was caught behind from the bowling of Stark for 6. There was an umpire review to make sure that it hit the bat and wasn't deflected into the turf, but so it was. So Stark in the book right away. But thereafter, it's been relatively plain sailing with Mulder and Markram looking to hit the boundary where they can. And boy, they needed to win an hour there, Flem.
But they won it comfortably, didn't they? The Australians, we're always questioning how much the ball would move in these sunny conditions. We didn't see a lot yesterday morning from Stark, and there was a little bit for Mitchell Stark, which led to the dismissal of Rickleton, but there was not as much sideways movement off the scene. Good batting conditions, which you'd like to think the South Africans find after the partnership from Hazelwood and Mitchell Stark. And I just sense now with Cummins and Lyon that they want to strangle the run rate a little bit and build some pressure.
More bounce while the ball is new. As it gets older, that is going to just squat a little bit more and make run making a little harder, I think.
So the new hour will begin from the pavilion end. Sam Constas on the ground as the sub-fielder. Where's he patrolling? The young man.
Square leg.
Out of square leg, yep. Where he did a lot of work in his couple of test matches.
He was G'ing up the crowd, wasn't he, at the G? Getting the hand claps.
Taking selfies and all the rest. Here's Cummins. 12 from his first 3 overs. In here, bowls, and off the back foot, nice punch from Markram. That's where he's so strong. A sweeper in that direction. Cameron Green cuts it off. Long way down to bend down. They had 2, 1 for 53. That brings Markram level with Mulder on 23.
Markram's a good player, isn't he? I mean, actually, a lot of the South Africans can play. They just don't play enough test matches. I mean, they're playing none at home. Not one at home during their summer. That's bad, isn't it?
Is that next summer?
Yeah, this one coming.
Yeah.
They have Australia and England. Australia and England back-to-back in like their next season, but this is fallow for a couple of reasons. One is the way the World Test Championship cycle works for them. Cummins bowls here. Edging past Carey 4. Had to go away in front of Kawaja. He was caught a wee bit off balance, I fancy. We'll see it again in a moment on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. Either way, it's 4 to Markram. Cummins did find the edge. 1 for 57.
That's a tremendous delivery, isn't it? Just pumping up. You can see that it's going towards the rough side, and I don't think so.
Not quite. Didn't quite get to the...
Not to Usman.
It was getting to neither of them.
Yeah.
One of those awkward ones
just
where...
in that perfect place, wasn't it? As if you're going to get an edge in between, right down the middle between Kawaja and Carey. Not reaching Carey and just too far to the left of Kawaja.
And the slips come further forward again.
Yeah.
I mean, Smith, I doubt Cummins has had slips this close to him since he was a teenager. He's in from the pavilion end. Smith in the helmet at second slip. Bowls here and playing late under his eyes is Markram.
Yeah, it's almost subcontinent-like slip fields, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's very uncomfortable when you're actually closer than you think you should be.
Yeah.
Because the pace actually of the bowler hasn't changed. Still a new ball, and it's quite difficult. Just that whole thought of, I don't want to put it down, but man, I haven't got long.
Yeah, it must take some adjustment.
Yeah.
Markram he just dropped his hands there as well.
That stagger. First slip in front of the wicketkeeper. So rare. Bowling here and pushing out to mid-on and getting a single. That's a most unusual stagger. Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen that, Jeremy. You fielded in the slips for years. One for 58.
I've never seen I've seen them level, of course, but look, that's a good stride, at least a stride and a half between Carey, he's taken his position, and then Khawaja, a good stride ahead of him. At first slip. With the number 1 on his back. So he's got the right place.
They've just picked up on it on telly as well on the Chemist Warehouse screen in front of us. They can see where, Carey does take a pronounced step forward as the bowler reaches his gather. But even with that in mind, the expectation is that it won't get to Khawaja unless he's in front of the keeper. Wow. 49's now the partnership. Target's 282. Cummins bowls and pushing into the onside towards mid-on is Mulder. Cummins threw his head back. He thought that might have stuck past the inside edge nearly.
It's just a bit slower, isn't it? That kept a little bit low, and the slowness allowed Mulder to just get a little bit of bat on it.
And I think at the slips, if you do get this, you've got to be a bit lower. You've got to be down low.
The whole time.
You're expecting it to be a low catch.
Yes.
You're in trouble if they have a cut, and it hits the top edge. That's the nasty catch for you when you get that close.
So Cummins away from the pavilion again. Into Mulder on 23 bowls here. Defends. Completes the first over after drink. 7 runs from it, including that edge through the cordon for 4. Mulder's 23, Markram's 28. 1 for 58 with the target 282 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
So, did you do the dishes?
Yes.
Did you walk the dog?
Yes.
And you took the bins out?
Yes.
What?
I just won a TV on Grays.
Did you listen to anything I just said?
What?
Experience the thrill of an online auction on Grays.com. Find great deals on everything from wine, electronics and cars to machinery and transport equipment and everything in between. Get it on Grays. Start bidding today on Grays.com.
Wicket to fall was Ryan Rickleton. They need a DRS to sort that out for IMAR. For Trusted Tradies Insurance, call 13IMAR. Line away from us. Nursery end delivers here. Markram back, defends to cover. Green collects, no run.
Well bowled, that's a good length, isn't it? He's not really in control of that stroke, Markram. The danger will be when they try and get runs as singles down to long on and they don't get close enough to the ball and give the ball time to turn a little bit.
Lions third over bowls here. Dips there on Markram, but he's come forward and knocks it down to long on where Stark fields for 129 for him, 1 for 59 the score.
That's okay, because he got close enough to it. Yeah, that's right.
That's the 50 stand as well. Comes up on the board. As we mentioned throughout our coverage, there are so many South African fans here, and they are desperate. Our South African colleagues downstairs in the press box, that they are watching us through their fingers, because they've seen this one before in big finals and big semi-finals, that type of thing. Lyon delivers here and getting to the pitch and driving through the covers. Mulder building in confidence. Out to where those South African fans are in the mound stand. Takes them to 1 for 63. That's a beautiful shot.
Yeah, I mean, it's a half volley outside of stump, but if you're in a defensive frame of mind, you're not hitting that for 4. And the beauty, the growing confidence here from Mulder is he didn't try to overhit that. He just got his front foot planted down. It was a beautiful swing of the bat right into the middle. And once he didn't find the fielder, that was 4 all the way. So I talked about Cummins and Lyon strangling the South African batsman, but 7 off Cummins is over and already 5 off Lyon off 3 balls.
A line up away from us. Slipped the short leg there. Bowls here. Mulder behind it defensively.
Yeah, it was bowler's error, wasn't it, though, really? It was just too full.
that's that ugly length, isn't it? That 5 metres away or 4 metres away from the bat, and that's a vulnerable defensive shot there from Mulder.
Stumps are in play when Lyon's landing it there. Now change of angle, round the wicket. 2 left in the over, bowls to Mulder here. Mulder goes back and defends. So we know that Lyon doesn't mind going round the wicket here. Took a 5-wicket bag here in 2019 where he operated quite a bit sliding down the slope.
He does a lot in the first innings in Australia when the ball's not turning. Cramp them and then still looking to challenge that outside edge.
Interestingly, no leg slip off, and he'll have a leg slip when round the wicket. Completing the over to Mulder here, and that's where it goes, or more leg gully. Around the corner, the sub Constas gets a touch. Ends the over, 5 runs from it, 15 gone, 1 for 63. That's with Markram on 29, Mulder on 27 on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Welcome to Club Tokemall, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tokemall and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tokemall. Find them at clubtokemall.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
This is exactly the kind of time that Pat Cummins likes to stand up for his country. He's the leading wicket taker for Australia across the match for Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. It's the kind of test, fellas, where every time we felt like it's going in one direction, we've had something happen in the next hour. So Australia, of course, having dominated the first 2, we come back here and South Africa win the 3rd hour of the day. So I wonder whether this, keeping with the theme, it might be time for Pat Cummins to
there
get
hasn't been too many drawn hours or sessions, has there?
Good point. Cummins in 2 slips bowls here off the hip towards mid-wicket, no run.
Geez, that flew off the bat.
Yeah,
I think Markram's the one that has the most presence of the South African batsmen.
Yeah, he can get big hundreds too. I mean, once he gets in, he's a difficult man. It's not going to be easy, though. It's not going to be easy. They're reducing the cordon, are they?
They want
like it, yeah.
Catcher at mid-wicket, maybe.
Yeah.
For that shot he's played a couple of times. He's hit it nicely, but he has hit it in the air.
So catching mid-wicket,
I wouldn't be going too much further than that.
That's deeper, isn't it?
Have a look at Stephen Smith in the slips.
So close at second. Here is Cummins bowling and beating the edge of Markram. It only just carried to Carey. That's going to be a consideration too, I suppose. If the slips are so far up, if it's just dying into Carey's gloves, he might have to go up to a point where...
Do I go up to the
I felt silly even suggesting it, but it might reach a point where it's a moot point him being back at all.
Yeah, that hasn't bounced too.
No, it hasn't, and he's not quite in line.
Little cutter.
Halfway up the stump. As it went past.
On a good length. Wasn't a half volley length.
So the pitch playing its role here. In the best traditions of Test cricket. Cummins from the pavilion. Bowls to Markram. Plays out through mid-wicket. Found the gap. Bisected 2 fielders. Earns a couple of runs for it. Travis Head running out towards the Tabin. That puts Markram, up to 29. 1 for 65, South Africa. Target 282. 31, Markram. Now into the 30s. Yeah, you're right about there's been very few split sessions. It seems as though it's been maybe session 3 rather, of night 1 where... But it was kind of a session of 2 hours, wasn't it, where South Africa took 5 for 20, then Australia took 4 for 30.
Yeah.
So it's been sudden shifts in momentum. Can Australia bring one here? Cummins to Markram, the set man, pushes to mid-on, no run. He's faced 41 balls for his 31, going at a decent clip.
And like what you mentioned, Jeremy, the more this ball gets bashed into the pitch, it's going to slow. It's going to pop a little
harder
bit.
to score.
Yeah, definitely.
And then I think that you bring in those sort of short cover, short mid-wicket, those positions. If you go too hard at the ball and you get a bit frustrated, sometimes they present opportunities for catching.
Yeah, saw Nagidi bowl some really good slower balls that dropped and spun. Cummins has got a really good slower ball.
One cutter in this over, delivers here, well forward, pace on, pushed out to mid-off by Markram, or cover I should say.
And this is where at times I'd revert to a bit more T20 skills as a bowler. You know, they've got more variety of bowling skills generally as a fast bowling group than past eras. It's obviously how you implement it and how you build it up.
Do they use back of the hands, you know, the back of the hand or the split fingers for the slower balls?
Josh Hazlewood uses the knuckle ball, which is a beauty, whereas Cummins and Stark are more the traditional off break, you know, the curve ball.
Yeah.
So here's Cummins. Two in the court, an unusual stagger, tucking, square of mid-wicket, and getting one is Markram to deep square leg. He's 32. 1 for 66. It's the end of the over. That target is 288 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
This June, it's not just the players hitting the footy big time. You can too. Get a tradies insurance quote with IMAR for your chance to watch the footy from the SEN corporate box as IMAR's guest. Just like you back your team, we've got your back. Because when you're covered with IMAR, you're backed by a team tradies can trust. Get a quote before the end of June to go into the draw to win. Plus score a discount on your tool insurance. Call 13-IMAR today. 134627.
They're the tradies, mate. That's IMAR.
Beautiful day in London. On our screen, we're seeing plenty of ice creams and beers being enjoyed in the terraces.
Not together.
No. One at a time.
Not a good mix.
What first? Maybe the beer might encourage the ice cream.
Yeah, I think ice cream first and then settle in.
Line around the wicket. New over begins from the nursery end to Markram. He plays it into mid-wicket. Diving stop from Labuschagne.
He made a meal of that, didn't he? But look at him. He's busy. He's shining up the ball, Marnus.
Wants to be part of it.
They certainly love his energy in the field, the Australians.
Well, he's in that key position for Lyon. Markram's got to be careful he doesn't hit that too square.
Line, fourth over here, bowling a little bit shorter and finds the gap through the offside. Markram opened that up. He'll get two. Requires a chase from the captain. Nicely played though, thinking on his feet. Markram now up to 34. It's 1 for 68.
Just a tad short. Allowed Markram to get leg side of the ball and hitting into that offside where you've got one less man, of course. And so there are more gaps on that offside. Anything that's just a little bit short, now he's changed, he's going to come back over the wicket.
We've seen against the fast bowlers too, he loves punching inside out.
Lyon's got a slip on a short leg. Bowls here and going back is Markram. And again, sort of just adjusting in the crease to shovel this down to long on for one. He's 35, looking to score whenever he can. 1 for 69. Very productive. Going so much quicker than they did on night one.
Yeah. I mean, they got off to a flyer, but it's just ticking across with no real risk.
4.2 runs and over.
Yeah, that's good.
So far, Lyon bowls and going back is Mulder defensively out to mid-off, wideish mid-off where Cummins is positioned.
Yeah, Mulder doesn't have to do too much. He doesn't have to be too inventive here. It's Markram who's the heart of this partnership, and he's just got to be aware of the pace at which you both bat.
Lyon bowls over the wicket. Mulder back, doesn't beat Lyon in his follow-through. No pace off the surface for Lyon either there. You can see that when going back into crease, Mulder had to wait a long time and it wasn't that short.
Yeah, I think he's just going to have to get a bit fuller, isn't he?
Yeah.
If he's short of a length, they can just punch him off the back foot.
It's not going to spit at the gloves from there, that's for sure. Not right now anyway. Short legs there for that as and when. Lyon bowls too short for that to be an issue. Works into the onside. Labuschagne busy as always. Cuts it off. Ends the over as well. 1 for 69. Target 282. Markram 35. Mulder 27. Tyre Power scoreboard.
Need reliable traffic control? M1 Traffic Control Geelong has you covered 24/7 with compliant, efficient and professional service. Safety is the #1 priority for both road users and workers themselves. No job is too big or too small, and they're currently hiring local talent within the Geelong, Darwin Southwest region to ensure your job is locally sourced. Email recruitment at m1trafficcontrol.com.au or visit m1tl.com.au. M1 Traffic Control, keeping Geelong moving safely.
5 boundaries for Mulder in his 27, 4 for Markram in his 35. Partnership that's blossoming here, up to 63 for South Africa. they'll need many of those in their first innings. Their biggest partnership was 64 put on between Bettingham and Bavuma, both still to come.
Well, it looks like Cummins is going to have a little rest now, and it's going to be Mitchell Starc, is it?
Yep, from the pavilion end as well.
Pavilion end.
Interesting.
It always interests me when Starc's in it, because he really hunts wickets, doesn't he? He's a man who he's not frightened to bowl very full at the stumps and try and go into the pads. And sometimes it can cost him runs, but he's quite happy to do that, because he might just pick up a wicket as well, especially if he gets a little bit of movement.
And I'm surprised square leg's not on the fence. And it's more, I want him to bowl full, but he might get whipped.
5-4 field. Starc bowls, new spell, pavilion end. Markram helps it down to mid-on with a minimum of fuss.
Yeah, I think it's a pretty big spell. You know, I was talking about we want to strangle the run rate a bit. Well, that's not Mitchell Starc's
really,
DNA.
No, it's not.
So we saw Starc get a few to move early on from the nursery end, including the wicket of Rickleton, but not quite as zippy as it was when the pitch was livelier on night one. So Smith and Webster are the catchers. Second slip and fourth slip, both up close. Starc in here and bowls. Leg stump, helped away, easy single. Just what South Africa need to keep doing. 1 for 70. Partnership 64. Markram 35, sorry.
It's one of those times also, I think, as a batsman, you got to get your bat path, right to someone like Starc, because if it is full, you want to be just punching at exactly the line of the ball as it comes towards you. You don't want to be trying to push it too much, I don't think, when it's so full.
He's just got a bit of extra pace too. We've seen some inconsistencies on a good length. So you've got to be on your game, even though they're flowing, and it's been an excellent partnership. One wicket could bring a few here.
It would be thoroughly in keeping with the script of the last couple of days if Australia got a couple here. Starc up, bowls to Mulder. Drives nicely out the middle of the bat to wide mid-off. You could hear the crowd. They were encouraged by that. They could hear it.
They're playing every ball, aren't they, the crowd? It's good. It's good.
So much on the line.
It's a long way.
Yeah.
I know it's easy for us to push the start, which is great, but it is a long way, folks.
And it's a very experienced Australian team too, so they've been in a lot of these scenarios before and gone on to win test matches, and that'll be in the back of Pat Cummins' mind that, he's got real experienced practitioners with the ball at his disposal. And now coming around the wicket, and that's a good option. It worked well for Jansen, for the South Africans, and Starc's bowling quicker, and if anything, more skill from around the wicket.
Fixing up the side screens, they sort of do them by hand, the attendants here, part of the charm. The gentlemen in the white jackets who perform the role as stewards, but also sight screen attendants, most unusual. 2 for 1. Lovely bunch of blokes over there. They're often seen doing up bow ties when people rock up for long room dinners without knowing how to do them. Round the wicket here, Starc. Bowling to Mulder on 27. Field remains the same. Uppish to cover it, he's gone. There's Labuschagne. Soft dismissal, but credit to Starc. Round the wicket, little bit of pace off, enough to prompt the false stroke. They needed that. Mulder gone for 27, 2 for 70.
It's great to have those options being very potent over the wicket, but with the older ball, Mitchell Starc gets a lot of wickets from around the pitch, and we said there's some inconsistencies off a good or short length, and Mulder did not have that covered at all. He almost steered it there to point. In the end, a pretty soft dismissal, a little bit like Bavuma's in the first innings, where you had the option of keeping it along the ground or actually elevating, going through your shot and hitting it over cover for 4. Big wicket for Australia. That was a very good partnership for South Africa, but still a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, it's again like Bavuma's dismissal as well, where the bat just crept away from his body just a tad. And as I said before, as soon as that happens, you can lose control of the stroke, and it generally goes in the air. And he's actually picked out a fielder. He didn't have to move the fieldsman at all. Because Labuschagne had to take quite a good catch, didn't he, to dismiss Bavuma. That one was pretty standard. So I think a nice pace from Stark too, just a little bit off it may be.
And just the change of angle though, and first ball you're a really good chance to get a wicket because the batsman's uncertain of where the ball's coming from.
No, you put it nicely, Flem. It's exactly what Janssen was able to do a couple of times in the Test match, and now Stark as well from that pavilion end. And watching it back here on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen, it did bounce a bit more than he thought, suggesting there was some work on the ball out of the wrist.
I think it popped. Yeah. It didn't come on as quick as he thought. And interesting, Janssen, edged out the Australians who got caught on the crease, but Bavuma and Mulder actually got it in the middle of their bat. So for me, that's more disappointing because you had the opportunity to extend through that shot. There's a lot of gap in the air, and it was in the middle of the bat. If they went through with their shot, that was going for 4.
What South Africa need now is a captain's knock. Temba Bavuma out to the middle. They need him to bat for the majority of the day. Bavuma, who played nicely yesterday especially, ended up making 36.
It was a very handy knock yesterday. Slow start the day before.
Yeah. So after a 61-run stand for the second wicket, can they get one that's just as productive, if not more, for the third? They need it. They can't let Australia to strike twice. Stark up here. Bavuma's first ball plays back defensively, outside part of the bat to Green, who's charging in from point. No run.
The beauty from around the wicket too for Mitchell Stark, sometimes it actually gets him through the crease a little bit, particularly when he's starting a new spell. And he's charging in, and because he's bowling wide, he wants to get the ball back on off stump. He really drives off that back leg to get momentum towards the target. He's picked up both wickets in the second innings, Mitchell Stark again.
2 for 21, just his 4th over, impact player.
He's had a great day.
He's had a great test so far. Bowls here. Bavuma over the top of point, skews it out towards the grandstand. It'll trickle towards the rope. It'll be stopped by Green in a relay effort with Labuschagne. So a sign of things to come, perhaps. Bavuma immediately looking to attack Mitchell Stark. Still a successful over the wicket of Mulder for 27. It's 2 for 72. The target's 282 on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
looks like a professional job. So
yeah, but
I bet that's Tintacar Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintacar. Call 13Tint or visit tintacar.com.au. We also tint homes.
Changing commentary, Bharat Sundaresan joining us. Got Damien Fleming with me.
Good afternoon, guys. Great time for Australia to pick up that wicket, but how about that shot from Temba Bavuma? Spoken a lot about the story of South Africa getting here and what it means to him, his country and his team. Spoke about how it fantasized picking up that mace here at Lord's. He has been doing that for the last few months. On the basis of that shot, David Fleming, it feels like he wants to be the man to do it.
I talked about his dismissal in the first innings. He had it covered and sort of just check drive it. He should have gone through with the shot, whereas that was just a wild slog.
So Lyon gets to go at Markram here after losing a wicket. Back of a length, cut down hard, beats the backward point. Down the hill, so a bit of work to do for Kalasha. He'll haul it in 5 metres inside the rope, and by that point they've turned for 3. Good batting, good running. Markram up to 39 at 2 for 75.
We speak a lot about South Africa not having won any World Cups. Well, Aidan Markram has. He's under-19 captain, 11 years ago?
It's a worry when That's your main claim to fame, isn't it? Under 19s, you're scratching.
That's where it starts.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
So what's Bavuma going to do now? Is that just a rush of blood and just to settle back into his normal groove?
2 back on the leg side, long on, deep square leg, short leg up close along with the slip lines full, and Bavuma's defending to cover. So slip backward point cover, mid off, long on, deep square leg, mid wicket, short leg, backward square all, just square at the 45 on the 1. Bavuma on 2. Line to him here, he's forward. Respectful.
That's a good length.
Carey says that's nice.
Yeah. Anything shorter than that, the batsman's got time on this slow pitch, but you want to be bringing the batsman forward and bowling as full as you can. That's not a half volley.
207 away from victory. Line bowls here. Ooh, that's a hack that finds an inside edge, maybe a boot, spits out to leg slip. It's not pretty. He's getting away with it. We'll see it again for Chemist Warehouse.
Isn't that interesting? The 2 that are on the stumps, he plays defensively. The first one that's thrown outside his eye line, his eyes light up and he's tried to smash it on the up through the covers and got an inside edge to leg gully.
Yeah, off his back leg as well. Could have gone anywhere. Long way from it. Line bowls again. 2 left in the over. That's better. That's better. So 207 to win, which is the score that Australia made in their second innings for what it's worth.
It's a beautiful drift for Nathan Lyon bowling from this end. One that Bowman played widely at.
So Bavuma wants to keep the foot down, wants to put pressure back on Australia. Last ball of Lions over to the South African captain. He goes back in defence. 3 runs from the over, 2 for 75. Markram 39, Bavuma 2. That target's 282. There'll be a change in commentary, double change. Daniel Norcross and Jeremy Coney taking you through to tea.
Don't miss the world's best netballers every Saturday and Sunday in Suncorp Super Netball.
What a brilliant intercept.
Can the Adelaide Thunderbirds achieve greatness with a three-peat, or will the Melbourne Vixens take the next step to premiership glory? The pressure will be on with the Firebirds, Fever and Swift's new look shooting ends in the spotlight. Who is up for the challenge? Tickets are on sale now, or watch every game live and on demand on KO Sports, Foxtel, and for the first time, Binge.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes, and Jeremy is not coming on just yet.
Not yet.
He will be soon.
Yes.
Maybe before tea, maybe after.
Maybe you'll have a pastry by then.
Yes, he's just gone to steal my tea. Stark is it around the wicket. Oh, flushed away in the air off a thick outside edge down to deep backward point. What is South Africa up to in the lead up to tea? They're hacking away. Markram picks up a single, moves to 40, 2 for 76. The most recent wicket to fall, that of Vian Mulder. Did he stop a little in the pitch? Did it, or was it just a misjudgment?
No, I think he did. He did stop a little. He was into his shot a bit too early. And it feels like something's happened to the South Africans ever since Stark has gone around the wickets.
What is it? And why? Why is it happening?
Playing a little wildly in the last 6 or 7 minutes.
Aren't they?
It started with Mitchell Stark going around the wicket because he got a wicket with the first ball from that angle. Temba Bauma's like a little cat on a hot tin roof at the moment.
He is. I think it's like muddled thinking in Bavuma. He had a muddled morning as skipper, and now he's come out to bat without quite the normal phlegmatism we've come to expect. Stark is in around the wicket to him, and he's gets an edge, it's dropped. It's dropped by Smith. He's standing very close at first slip, and he's in a bit of pain here, and he's going to have to go off. I think he's taken his helmet off. Now then, where's he been hit? He's in some pain. Has he been hit in the shoulder?
I think it's his thumb.
Or thumb? Yes. I think there may be some blood on hand here. Little finger is what I'm seeing when I look at the replay screen. You can't really blame him for that. They've been moving closer and closer, the slips, and Smith is wearing a helmet at the first slip, and he's come in very close. And unlike many balls that have gone to slip, that has flown at him, because had he been in a conventional position, he'd have had plenty of time to see it. But unfortunately for him, no. And he's now going off. He's holding his right hand gingerly.
The pinky, I think the little finger is Looking out of shape, to be honest.
Well, I mean, mercifully for him, his batting is done for the match, but he'll be in pain here. And he's got it for the bravery of where he's standing, frankly, because he's standing so close. It's hard, really, to describe how crazy it is. You just have to trust me that the first slip is standing about 1.5 yards in front of the keeper, which is so unusual. It's usually the other way around, of course. And we haven't actually seen a replay of the Chemist Warehouse replay screen of that.
He's in absolute agony.
He is, because he doesn't normally behave like this.
No.
Lords, eh?
Something
It's a place where Stephen Smith gets hurt. And then we see him going through the long room now, and he's clutching his left hand to his mouth.
His left hand to just...
I think he's trying to keep... Because the pain's in the right hand, so he's biting the left hand to try and create associative pain elsewhere. Yeah.
Sort of acupressure or acupuncture.
Yeah. I mean, ultimately, what the end result of that is no run. So now we finally get to see it again. Yeah, it's climbed on Bavuma and flown off almost the shoulder of the bat. And he tried to get his fingers pointing the right way round, just as when he was wearing a helmet, actually.
Correct, yeah. I mean, he went the Australian way, didn't he?
Yeah.
And immediately, he barely got fingers to it, but enough to get him into great danger. Yeah, 14 meters is how close he was stood behind the stumps, and Temba Bauma's gotten away with it. We were just talking about maybe this will just settle him down.
But now, goodness me, I mean, when I say just 1 yard and a bit, it might even be more. First slip and second slip are so advanced.
The other two giants, Webster and Green now.
Yeah, Webster in at first as Stark comes round the wicket to Bavuma, who's had that lifeline, and he's going to pick up a single, driving a foolish ball past the diving short extra cover. He moves to 3, so he's dropped on 2. Make a note of that. For those of you at home, 2 for 77 the score, the target 282. And we're just seeing the reason why slip is up close is because so many edges from the Australians fell short of mark from yesterday. And Australia have seen that and they've advanced. But I mean, what was so unusual about that was a very different edge, wasn't it?
Got into an awkward position, didn't he? It was chest height at him, but flying.
Markram on strike on 40 start round the wicket to him. And he just defends really late, finds a gap through backward point, takes a single. There's a little ripple of applause every time South Africans manage to manufacture a single, and that target is getting closer and closer to just 200 away.
And because it jumped at him, you could see in the replay, Daniel, him taking the late decision to... He was going with his fingers pointing downwards to start with. But he reacted very late to it when he said, this is climbing on me, so he changed the position of his hands, and maybe that's why he was...
It probably got the finger as the hand was coming up, you think,
Yeah.
And balls keeping low, 17.3% on the third day, only 3.3 on the first day, so that tells you a great deal about how this pitch is sort of slowing down. Stark is in, and that's guided away by Bavuma nicely. Stays leg side of the ball and just dabs into the offside. They're coming back for a second. Travis.
Sam Constance.
Sam Constance. Sam Constance. Of course, Sam Constance is on the field because we've got no Stephen Smith. A couple more to the total. 2 for 80. Just seeing that stat again. So yesterday, 10.2% of the balls get low. Day 1, 3.3, and today 17.3% of the balls have kept low. But this Australian bowling lineup, when the first innings, it was all about Cummins. Today, Stark has had 2. He could have had a third. Our leading wicket taker with Belgravia Apparel, providing high quality New Balance teamwear to community cricket clubs and associations. As Stark is round the wicket. In, and Bavuma just dabs this, a shortish ball into the offside in front of square, doesn't beat the fielder. A dot to finish, end of the 20th over of South Africa's innings. They're 2 for 80, needing 202 more runs to win.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim, it's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. We're at the World Test Championship final at Lords. Bharat, Sundaresan, Daniel Norcross with 21 minutes to go to... I say 21 minutes to go to tea. I haven't checked the actual timings. I'm assuming it's 21 minutes to go to tea. We'll talk about that in a moment as Lion starts a new over from the nursery end. He's worked into the onside. Bavuma calls him through for a single. He gets it because it's square. The wicket short fine. Mitchell Stark has to move to his left. 2 for 81 is now the score in the 21st over. So, we started this session at 1:08 local time. Tea, just make it 10 past, hopefully. Yeah. They won't faff around with that. And then we can play up to 6 o'clock local time, which is that 3 o'clock in the morning in Melbourne and the like?
It would be, yeah. 9-hour difference between here and Melbourne and Sydney.
Well, I say that,
8.5 if you're in Adelaide listening to...
You may need to prepare yourselves, folks, on the eastern seaboard, because there's every chance it could go on even longer, because they might be in a situation where the extra half hour is taken.
The amount of time that's left in the scoring rate, it's been healthy for South Africa in this innings.
It has.
You could take something for them to score 180 runs in the last session.
But not necessary for Australia to take 8 wickets.
Correct.
And they may fancy that they want to do that. If they, if they get South Africa 6 down, it wouldn't be 6. It'd be. I think it might be a minimum of 8 now before you're allowed the extra half hour.
It's always down to the umpire's interpretation, depending on whether he rates number 10 or 11 or not. So Bahuma's changed his bat, Daniel, maybe just a change of... he's been lucky with the other bat. He got the reprieve, drop catch, but he really needed to settle down. I wonder if it's a case of him just having psyched himself up so much for this. Because he looked like he was psyched up, wasn't he?
Did a bit. Lions is in. This is clipped into the onside, just in front of Travis Head under the lid at short leg.
Well, that looks like Mick Jagger.
It does look like Mick Jagger. He does love his cricket. Mick Jagger is in the house, as the youth will say.
I wonder who he's supporting today.
Well, it's an interesting one, isn't it? This Lion is in. It's driven away with a thick outside edge through where maybe a gully would have been. Won't reach the boundary. It's going towards it, but it will be hauled back in. And they have run well there. They've come back for 3. Khawaja collecting the ball about 10 yards in front of the pavilion. Almost 2 for 84. And the target is there. Well, this is why you can hear a cheer, because it's under 200 away. These South Africans, they're starting to believe. And you know what happens when you start to believe? The crushing disappointment is that much worse at the inevitable failure.
You sound like someone who didn't...
Line is in, and that's full, but played from the crease back to, short mid-on. There's no run.
I would love to watch the Shawshank Redemption with you someday, Daniel.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I don't think Andy gets away with it.
No, in my one, he doesn't, no. Well, as an Englishman, I've been brought up with pessimism. It's part of the suit of armour we wear. This is tucked into the onside nicely. They're going to get through for a single. Shy at the stumps, misses. He's backed up by Cummins. Another run to the total, 2 for 85. I say this, what I guess I mean is that cricket can be deeply cruel. And right now, South Africans, they will have imbibed a bit, they'll have bribed a bit.
Yeah.
And they'll be filled. Because I find with South Africans an extraordinary confidence. Lion completes the over with a full straight ball, which is defended by Bavuma into the onside. Picked up by Labuschagne, and that is the end of the over, the 21st of this innings. South Africa 2 for 85 in pursuit of 282.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes, South Africa 2 for 85. We have got, we think, 16 minutes to go until tea, although it could be 14, it doesn't really matter. Well, it might matter, but time will tell. But what I was going to say about South Africans is, in my experience, and one doesn't want to generalise, but in my experience, I found South Africans to be always convinced that they will win.
Yeah.
They keep the faith very well, very, very different from English people who never believe they're going to win.
Hanging on in quiet desperation.
Absolutely.
As Roger Waters wrote, famously.
His next delivery works into the onside. He's going to get a single for it. No, he might actually get two because he's found the gap between mid-wicket and mid-on. He does get two. Slight slip, but a great big divot's been taken out of the outfield. 2 for 87. Devilish number in Australia, not so much. In South Africa, do you know what? I didn't bump into him, but I shared a tube carriage with Roger Waters.
Oh, really?
About 2 days ago.
Oh. 2 days ago?
I think so. He looked remarkably like Roger Waters.
But that changes everything.
Yeah. He was humming.
A lot of English men do look like Roger Waters, to be honest.
Well, he was a bit of an icon in his time.
He was.
We must ask Jeremy about Pink Floyd. He strikes me as a Floyd man.
Yeah, for sure.
Stark is in. This is cut, but late. Very, very late dab, really, more than a cut by Markram, and he angles it down to deep backward point for another single. 2 for 88. Markram to 46. Are you a Pink Floyd man?
I haven't been, but recently I love the lead guitarist who
David Gilmour.
David Gilmour, yeah.
What an outstanding writer and performer, actually.
I mean, I can't recommend Dark Side of the Moon and Pipers at the Gates of Dawn too much.
Correct.
Yeah.
I mean, the Sid Barrett era was in its own.
Excellent. Yeah. It's Pink Floyd on SEN Test Cricket. Yeah, with Jeremy Coney, Whispering
and
Bob
Nick
Harris, and Bharat Sundaresan. He's staying round the wicket, is Stark, and slip is very advanced by Webster. He's in, bowls it short into the hip of Bavuma, and he scampers through for a quick single. It's like a cat on a hot tin roof at the moment.
Honestly, he's so frenetic and exotic way that he's played his strokes so far. First ball, up and over cover to get off the mark. Look at that single there. That was
barely there.
Yeah. It's the sort of thing that you end up running Markram out, you know, because you've haired off so much, and then he's been dropped, hasn't he, at second slip, first slip, now.
To his credit, at least he picked Travis Head, slowest of the Australian fielders, and who has shin pads on, so probably there's more that than anything else.
Good spot from you, that, Bharat.
Yeah, well,
Stark's in to Markram, round the wicket, and he defends a full ball, but actually, he's looking in good working order at the moment. It is a bit of a curse to say that. He's defended back to the bowler, and there's no run.
It's a question for you, Jeremy. I mean, I spoke about
David Gilmour.
David Gilmour.
Now, we'll come back to David Gilmour in the next hour, but just on Bavuma being psyched up, because you've often spoken about that famous win for New Zealand in Australia and other big wins. Like, can you psych yourself up a bit too much as captain? Like, when you are in a position like this in a run chase where you're so desperate that you go out and do what Bavuma has done the first few balls?
Yeah, I think you can get too excited.
Stark into Markram, who flashes and a wide one. Sends it down to deep backward point. It'll just be the single. 2 for 90.
And really, you need a good mate in the team. I think you really to come over to you and say, hey, come on.
Yeah.
You know, you're working yourself up far too much. Start thinking about this thing, or try and, in other words, just stop doing that. Think about this to get away from it. You know, who are you going to bowl next from the far end? How many overs should he bowl? Do you think we need another slip? You know, provide some
structure.
Yeah.
But is it different when you are out there batting? We'll come back to it in the next over, but
Stark's in to complete the over, and that's worked into the onside by Bavuma, just staying in his crease. A bullish ball up to mid-on, end of the over, 22 gone in this chase of 282. South Africa 2 for 90.
Need reliable traffic control? M1 Traffic Control Geelong has you covered 24/7 with compliant, efficient and professional service. Safety is the #1 priority for both road users and workers themselves. No job is too big or too small, and they're currently hiring local talent within the Geelong, Darwin Southwest region to ensure your job is locally sourced. Email recruitment@m1trafficcontrol.com.au or visit m1tl.com.au. M1 Traffic Control, keeping Geelong moving safely.
Pleasure.
SEN
pleasure. Hello.
Test cricket for Henley Holmes as Jeremy's fan club has come in and touching flesh.
Jeremy's the double-handed handshaker, isn't he?
Yes, he is a double-hander. Yeah.
I like it.
Yeah. So we were talking about captaincy and how it can, affect you when you're batting. Because the batting is a singularly individual thing. You've got to try and not be the captain in a way, haven't you, when you're batting?
By the way, Temba Bowma just stripped down to his... He knows.
Oh, he has, hasn't he? We're having a look here.
Look, he's doing all sorts of things. Anyway, look, but what about Stokes, for example? The way he batted in those first 5 tests or whatever
deliberately,
it was.
madly.
Absolutely, to show the others, this is the way I want you to play, and there's a level of risk attached to it.
He's in trouble here, Temba Bowma. I think it's his hamstring or his calf.
Well, maybe it was that little single that he rushed for.
Well, he slipped too, didn't he, once he got to the far end, just a little.
He's in some distress. We've seen Stephen Smith's gone off. They say Test cricket's an attritional game, but we're already halfway through the 3rd day. And how many players have we lost?
Really?
They're going down left, right and centre.
Halfway through the match.
It's like the end of the Dirty Dozen, this.
Trying to see which part of his leg is being rubbed right now.
I'm trying to see how much in distress he is.
I think it's just some strapping for him. It is the hamstring. It's the left hamstring, I think.
Right.
Just under the glutes.
His trousers are down.
Yes.
Meanwhile, someone else is that someone else who's also getting a massage?
Yeah.
So why do we get down there? I fancy a massage. There's players everywhere being manipulated. It gives us an opportunity to ask you all listening at home. We realise that the time out there in Australia will be 12 o'clock, just gone past midnight out in Melbourne, and therefore
should we open the lines for relationship hour?
We should. So does that mean it'll be 9 o'clock in Perth? Is it 3 hours the difference?
It's 12 o'clock right now in to 1.5 hours, 2.5 hours difference. So. No, 2 hour difference. So it's
It's 2 hours, is it?
Yeah,
right.
10 p.m.
So 10 p.m. in Perth, 12 a.m. in Melbourne, Sydney. Yep. Right. So let us know. Have you got the stamina? Can you keep going? You're Aussies. You're real men. Be Australian. Tell us how Australian you are. Are you up?
Yeah.
Are you scooping Vegemite and lager into your face on a Friday night? And listening in to yet another moment of glory in the storied history of the great Australian cricket team.
They're just showing a replay of what happened to Bowma. Meanwhile, it was that single. Oh, I think he pulled up even before he finished the single. Oh, looked very bad.
Oh, that doesn't look good, does it?
Oh, it looks terrible. He's putting his pants back on.
This is a lengthy break. I'm slightly surprised that Pat Cummins hasn't just had a word and said, come on, pal, we've got a game of cricket to play here. Because, look, we're not going to get the overs in again. I mean, look, the game could also be over. Australia could win the game after tea. Of course they could. But, it's irritating if you're a side. You have to sit there and watch while someone puts a pads on. You try to be gracious in these matters, but it's a test match, mate,
It is.
If you're injured, you go off. If you're not, you front up. Simple as that.
Well, it's a bit tricky, isn't it, for running between the wickets if he has got a problem with the hamstring.
I wonder, it took a long time. It's just about strapping his left pad on now, so it'll still be a couple of minutes before he is ready to face a ball.
He's very ginger, I would say, by which I presume it's used the same word in Australia, but as in is it a little bit uncertain.
Meanwhile, sure, there'll be concerns in the Australian camp. That West Indies series just around the corner. Steve Smith, how serious is that injury?
Oh, yes, very good point. Because when does that test? It's within about a week.
25th. Yeah, it's 12 days from now in Barbados. So What does it do to the top order? Does Marnus suddenly get a reprieve, gets to bat at number 3, and can push down to number 4 if Steve Smith is absent?
Yeah.
It's happened before.
Just a while away, the number to text if you want to let us know how you're getting on. 0433 98 11 16. 0433 98 11 16. And Aaron has texted. He's an Aussie in New Delhi, so it's a slightly nicer time difference, yes. He's enjoying the call as his next delivery is defended into the offside by Markram out to backward point. Would love to see the Proteas get close. That's great sportsmanship from Aaron. I think he's probably feasted over the years on a glut of success. As Lyon is in, this is just pushed up to back to the bowler. Lyon sprawling to his right to build. But in England, the success comes so rarely that we're very ungracious about these matters. We don't want to see anyone get close.
Must be really hot right now in New Delhi. Peak summer.
Right, here's Lyon staying round the wicket to Markram, who goes back into his crease and whips the ball, but can't beat a wonderfully diving Marnus Labuschagne. Otherwise, that would have been an easy single up to long on. And every run is being counted and cheered here.
You'll miss him in the park if he's not playing.
Correct. Massively.
Lyon in. It's defended. He's in the air for a little while as it went back to Nathan Lyon. By the way, Paul has texted. He says, we're just getting started here in Adelaide. The electric blanket is warm. The red wine is gone. And I'm in for the long haul. He needs some more red wine as well.
Tell us where in Adelaide, Paul. Are you in the hills?
Next delivery. Oh, keeps low. He's gone right back into his crease there, Markram. And that was perilous because that was straightened a touch. Not a lot of flight on it. But it has straightened a bit.
Kept low.
I'm not sure it would have hit the stumps, to be honest. It might have just sidled past.
Missed off, I think, maybe just. But it's almost a misread on length, isn't it? And it's skidding at him a little bit.
Lyon in to complete the over. Back into his crease goes Markram. Can't beat extra cover. It's the end of the over. 23 gone. Lyon is none for 18 off 7, and South Africa chasing 282 at 2 for 90.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. It's hard to explain what we've just been doing because we're apparently grown men, but we basically have this wonderful guitar sting that comes in our ears and breaks in
at
play.
the end of every over.
End of every over, and it's got a wonderful rhythm. So we created a three-man percussion
we did.
band there.
It's 3 drum kits going at once,
Correct.
everybody.
Stark is round the wicket to Bavuma, who defends it to the offside, and it's picked up by Labuschagne. It'd be interesting to see the first time he pushes the ball, say, slightly to the left or the right, maybe of mid-on, whether he fancies the run or not. We think, well, actually, end of this over, I would think either way is going to be tea, because it's now 7 minutes past 3 local time. So by the time you bowl those 5 balls, it'll either be 8 minutes past or 10 past anyway. So he might just be holding off.
Yeah.
Till tea
and
to
a little bit more treatment over the tea period.
Yeah. Win predictor has Australia at 62%. And Stark is in, round the wicket to Bavuma, who drives away from his body somewhat loosely. Doesn't look comfortable at all, and he's going for a little amble.
And I wonder if this injury is bothering him a lot. If he survives this over, we see him just come back out and start swinging at everything, and
but do you do it that way because you're still sort of relatively warm, or do you go, right, I'm going to retire hurt, and then, if I'm needed, come back and do a dart? I don't know which way around you'd do it.
I would say just continue till you can, really. Just come out.
Can he block an end, or does that destroy the entire momentum?
I think it does.
I think his job will be to just come and throw his bat around. Maybe.
We've had some more text. I'll come to them in a moment. And Stark is in around the wicket to Bavuma, who guides this nicely. Down to deep back for a point. So we're getting a first sight of him running in inverted commas. I would say moving very gingerly from one end to the other. But it's a run. He goes to double figures, 2 for 91. Paul has texted in again to clarify where he is. Semaphore area.
Well done.
Crisis averted. Red wine replenished. This is what we wanted to hear.
The bottle shop open at this late hours in Semaphore?
But where is that?
Semaphore is a beach.
Did you say a bottle-o?
Yeah.
Right. I love being on SEN. It's so much fun. Honestly, it's like learning a whole new language.
Bottle-o.
Bottle-o. Bottle-o.
In a bottle shop? Bottle-o, mate. Come on.
Yes.
Come on, Jezza.
Okay.
Here comes Stark outside the off stump, pushed away off the back foot, but it's sufficiently long run for Bavuma to get to the other end, which is that's another ploy, I suppose. Long runs, 2 for 92. Darren has also texted, just had this, here we go, this is proper Aussie. Just had a cheese and Vegemite sandwich in bed listening to the coverage. Darren, I applaud you.
Yeah.
But
in bed?
Yeah.
In bed? Yeah, lovely.
The crumbs.
Well, what about
Vegemite drippage on the bed.
I love eating in bed.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, tea in bed.
Oh, well, that's drinking.
Yes. Yeah, what tea?
And red wine.
Tea and toast. Tea and toast.
Straight from the bottle-o.
Stark in. This is worked into the onside.
Ooh, look at him.
And he's getting slower. If anything, Bavuma is slowing down. He does make it to the other end because there's acres of space. And I think if I was Australia now, look, we've got one more ball to go until tea. I would be bringing those fielders in off the boundary just to see, can you run at all? You know, would you not? I would bring him in, not in a conventional one-saving position, so you've got the angle to cut off the 4.
If I was South Africa, I would send 2 reserves to help Bavuma walk off the ground during the tea break.
Well, maybe lift him.
I think you just block this delivery. There's no run in this at all, unless it's a full toss, and you might want to put it away to the boundary. 2-minute cover there, square cover, close together.
Last ball before tea, we think. Markram on strike. He clips into the onside now. They're going through for a single. He's got to be careful here.
Oh, wow.
Bavuma gets there, but not before being thwacked on the back of the leg by a throw that's come in from mid-on.
Really interesting call there.
It is going to be tea with this game brilliantly poised. 4 singles off that last over before tea from Stark. South Africa 2 for 94. They need another 188 to reach their target of 282 to become the World Test champions. But they've lost a couple of important wickets and they're in danger here of their captain really struggling after tea. I think it's going to be, I think he'll come back out, but how he plays, I don't know. And if I was Pat Cummins, I would be thinking of just stifling him if he does come out to bat. I don't mean have people at a ring field. I mean you can take your boundary riders and just put them a little bit further in and then say, how are you ever going to get a run at this rate? 2 for 94. Markram has 49 on the threshold of a half century. He's still got there very quietly, hasn't he? Yes. He only had 3 half centuries in the match, 49 from 66. Bavuma 11 from 20. This game is so magnificently poised. It's a familiar script in English Test matches over the last few years. Jeremy Coney, where do we think this is, this match?
We still think that Australia hold the upper hand in this match. Certainly South Africa are making a good fist of it so far. But it is still a long way to go. I just keep repeating those words, I know, and people will be here. They'll be getting sick of me saying those things. But it's, what are we, 390s, 270, isn't it? Third of the way?
Yeah, third of the way. And only 2 wickets down. Rickleton was one man to go, was caught behind, wafting a horribly wide one from Stark, and then Mulder just pushing the ball. Maybe it stopped him a little bit on the up court in the ring. So we've just seen the players go for longer. What have you seen, Bharat?
No, Bauma's using that cricket bat like a walking stick. Even struggled up the stairs, and even in the long room you could see him not wanting to put any pressure on that leg, the hamstring.
So it might be Stubbs. It might be Beddingham. Coming out.
Or it could. I think it would be a Bauma, free swinging Bauma coming out. If you can get a quick 40 here, just swing his bat around.
I just wonder.
It depends how serious it is, though, doesn't it?
Yeah. Do you want to sacrifice somebody?
I don't know about that.
Yeah, every
because he was
wicket
one
is
of the
precious.
better batsmen in the first innings.
Exactly. Every wicket is precious. And I mean, if you could say, right, you stay in, take an end. I mean, I know the problem with that is that it slows down momentum at the other end, but you're scrapping for every run here.
Absolutely. He's got 20 minutes now of treatment. So I think, it depends, as I say, how serious it is. He is uncomfortable, there's no doubt about that. Yeah. And it won't be easy to run threes.
Markram's doing it really well at the other end, though, so that's good.
It doesn't look easy to run ones at the moment. So, look, it's deep. The resumption will be in around about 16, 17 minutes from now, with this game so marvellously poised. It's bubbling up into a great game. It had been Australia's morning without a doubt. That 10th wicket partnership, so frustrating for South Africa, marvellous for Australia as Mitchell Starc and Josh Hazlewood eked out a precious stand of 50 plus for the 10th wicket. Since which time South Africa started needing 282. It felt like too many, but we've seen a pitch that's just got easier and easier. What's easier? It's got a bit slower and it's got a bit lower, which presents a slightly different challenge.
Nearly ready to roll here at Lords. It's going to be the captain, Patrick Cummins, who's going to bowl from the nursery end, which is of interest. He's done his best work from the nursery end, from the pavilion end over the years at this ground, including 6 for 28 yesterday. As I welcome Baz, I do so with breaking news from the Australian camp. Steve Smith, it's his ring finger, little finger, my apologies, right hand, and they are most likely going to be sending him off for scans, which doesn't augur well for next week in the Caribbean.
Not at all, and that looked very bad. I've seen some still images, I don't know whether you have, Adam. In one, it looks like there's something protruding out, which doesn't look like finger.
No, it doesn't. It's messy. Whatever it is, it's really messy. So the race against time for Smith will begin. Of course, the more important pressing matter here is Australia needing to take 8 more wickets to set it up. 188 away from their target, South Africa. They did win that middle session. 94 runs added, 2 wickets lost, but they didn't win it comprehensively. They lost Mulder when the score was 70. If they were still there with 1 down, they would be feeling a fraction more comfortable, having had their captain Bavuma do a hamstring before tea as well. It's Markram on strike. First ball of the last session is Cummins bowling full and steered into the gully. No run the field. 2 slips the gully, a deep point, a cover, a mid on, a mid off, a mid wicket, and a fine leg.
Well, Tembo Bavuma looked a lot better walking back onto the field than he did when he walked off or limped off. He was using his cricket bat as a crutch, especially up the stairs into the long room. So he's got some treatment, maybe a couple of pills just to numb the pain. They'll want him out there, South Africa. Markram doing such a good job in that middle session.
So Cummins up, 2 slips, the 2 big boys are up close. Bowls here, he goes back, Markram on 49, out to Travis Head. Make that Marnus Labuschagne, my apologies, a cover point, no run. So South Africa win the session. If they can win another here, let's build up what success looks like for them. If they're 4 down and they add another, there's 41 overs left. They won't get that in a million years. They'll get 30 at most, the Australian team. That's the way it works these days. So 30 odd overs. If they win at 4 and over again, that's 120 runs on from here. If they achieve that, they should be north of, let's call it 200 to be generous. So 4 for 200 coming back tomorrow would be a tantalising prospect.
What a morning session we'll have then, especially if they have one of these 2 out there in the middle. Again, the value of Aiden Markram, and we spoke a lot about how South Africa batted that last session of day 1. I think it had a lot to do with losing Markram early, which just sets the pace for South Africa in Test cricket.
He's batted so well so far. Facing Cummins here away from us. Inside part of the bat. Out to mid-on. Quickish single through. And that's his half-century. A senior player in this side, Aiden Markram, missed out first time around. And he's played with real counter-attacking spirit here, reaching 50 from 69 deliveries and giving them something of a foothold in this chase, which is what they require, needing 282 all up. Aiden Markram, nicely played. Still work to do, but heading in the right direction.
Well, if South Africa were to have a chance of chasing this total down, or any total down, they really relied and depended on Aiden Markram leading the way and So far he's done that, but also interesting that Temba Bavuma was still hobbling.
Yeah, he struggled through that single, didn't he? He's on strike here. Captain the captain, bowls and leaves. Bavuma's going to have to tough it out for as long as he can. They can't allow Australia to get into the session the way that they did after lunch yesterday. They need to suppress Cummins for as long as they can, get multiple spells into the quicks.
Especially this Cummins spell, how often have we seen it and how often do we talk about it, Adam? In all the Australian cricket that you and I have covered, these are moments when Captain Cummins comes and breaks the game, doesn't he? Spell of 2 or 3 wickets or more. And then by the time he's done with the spell, the game is more or less done.
Just the 4th half century of the test match for Markram as well. Cummins bowls here, Bavuma driving and not quite threading it past Marnus Labuschagne. I thought he'd done so. There is a deep point. He might have had a chance that the sub Sam Constas, who's on for Stephen Smith.
I'm very intrigued with how Bauma's going to play. He looks in a lot of pain.
Yeah, he's gone here. He's walked out to short leg after playing that shot, and he looks like a man who is a ball-to-ball proposition. Might there be an argument for him to retire hurt, I wonder?
Yeah, either retire hurt or just start playing a lot of shots.
The way I think of the retire hurt option, it might simply push back him needing to use the hamstring for, a few hours. Some stage tomorrow, of course. Cummins bowls here, and on the drive is Bavuma, but troubled once more. It's out to the offside. It completes the over. Just the 1 run from it. 2 for 95 the score. 187 to win. Markram an even 50. Bavuma 11 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Ozito brushless home and garden power tools are built to work. Tough isn't something you just claim. It's something you prove. It's about handling the hard, repetitive stuff without giving up. Testing what you're made of and what you're working with. When it comes to doing tough jobs around the home, do it yourself. Ozito brushless power tools. Do you? Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
The world's foremost Peter Russell Clark impersonator, Andrew Sampson, has entered the room. Beloved by SEN audiences. Samho, hello. How are you feeling?
Oh, where's the cheese, first of all?
That should have been on your citizenship test, Bharat.
Oh, right. Oh, yeah.
We'll watch some YouTube with you later, possibly. Having a cordial. Here's Josh Hazelwood, starting from the pavilion end after tea. Bowling here to Markram, who pushes into the onside for 1. There will be no quick singles. They jog through with Bavuma in some stride. 51 for him, 2 for 96 the score. What's going on?
I'm not feeling too bad at the moment. Yeah, it's not too bad.
Have you taken those pills?
I haven't taken another pill, so that's the good part.
That's good.
We've been kind of contemplating one-legged fourth innings batting performances.
Gordon Grenny,
one-legged pills, 223.
That was in the biggest chase ever here in the fourth innings. Successful, 344 for 1 as well. That's a good omen. Gordon Grenny's Temba Bavuma together at last.
Yeah, we'll go with that for now.
Love it. Hazelwood towards us, towards Bavuma. Bowls here, gets in behind it defensively. He's proppy. Every time he lunges forward, you can sort of see there's that moment of hesitation, Baz.
Yeah, just every time he gets onto that front foot, he goes, "Oh, no, I can't." He does it instinctively. We saw it twice in the previous over when he just tried to push the ball through covers.
Also retired Hurts as well. It won't quite get to this, but Cowdrey, when retiring hurt in 63.
So 63. Came out for the last over, last 4 balls.
It was the last 2 balls, and as Daniel rightly says, it's the most overrated piece of bravery ever, and I'll explain.
Yep.
Here is Hazelwood bowling to Bavuma on 11, working it square in front of the square leg umpire. That's beautifully timed. Out towards Father time for a boundary. Bavuma might be injured, but he's still looking to score. It takes South Africa beyond 100 as well. 2 for 100, 182 to go. Every hurdle cleared is appreciated by the Proteas fans all across the ground.
Yeah, you're right, in our box as well. So that was well deserved though. What a shot, the timing on that one. And again, he's limping, but he just felt a little comfortable playing it off the back foot though. Oh, it's just getting worse, this injury for Temba Bavuma. They have to take a call on him soon, you'd imagine.
Hazelwood usually responds to a boundary with a beauty. Delivers here not well wide enough that he can shoulder arms, comes back off the seam. So Cowdrey comes out with 2 balls to go, 6 runs to win the test match.
9 down, yep.
9 down. So the probability of him having to face a ball is next to 0, because at that stage they can only get to the target with a boundary. So there's no way. It was Shackleton batting it down the other end.
Shackleton, David Allen was involved.
David Allen was the previous man out. I think it was Shackleton, but either way.
Yeah, it might be right.
So the probability of Cowdrey facing a ball was next to 0. And it gets made out as this great brave act batting with one hand. He was never going to face the ball anyway. Whisper it. Anyway, rant over. 2 left in the over. Hazelwood bowls to Bavuma, pushing into the onside. Quick single, don't do it. He gets through, hobbling. Kawaja didn't collect it anyway. Instinct kicked in. Bavuma took off, and he realised halfway down the pitch that weren't a good idea. That weren't a good idea at all. But anyway, gives a strike away.
Well, if he ever wanted to be a one-legged hero, this is the platform, this is the stage. An overrated act of bravery. Only those words can exit only Daniel Norcross's mouth.
It was Shackleton was run out and Allen was there.
Allen was still left, right. Last ball of Hazelwood's 6th over. Pavilion end, bowls to Markram, inside edge onto the boot. So ends with a good one. 181 to go at 2 for 101 South Africa. Markram 51, Bavuma 16. That's on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
2 for 101. So Cummins and Hazelwood working together after tea. Cummins, it's worth noting, is at the nursery end. Not normally the end that he favours at Lords. Can he make something happen? 6 for 28 the first time around. Bowling here at Bavuma, who's done his hammy. Into the crease and bowls here, and he gets forward only just, though, instead of a half press, more than anything else.
Do you guys remember John Cummins at all anymore? John Commons was his Commons with an O.
Yeah, the South African for 1994, right?
Correct, very good.
Thank you.
His test career ended. They played 3 tests for South Africa, and he was batting at the Wanderers, and he got injured, got a runner, and he hit the ball somewhere, the covers or whatever, and set off running.
Oh no!
And he was run out on the 3rd run. So his runner's running at the same time as well.
Cummins to the crease. Delivers to Bavuma. Outside part of the bat, upish. Towards Labuschagne. Landed 5 metres in front of the Queensland captain. So looking to score from practically every ball he faces now, Bavuma, suggesting that there'll be no retire hurt taken by the skipper.
And I don't mind that personally. I mean, in a run chase like this, the position that South Africa are in, even if he can just push the score to 160 and quickly as well, if it comes off.
Webster and Green, the Giants in the cordon. Smith off the field. Cummins bowls, Bavuma defends, knows the call, out to mid-wicket. So a reminder of that news we reported off the top of the session. Steve Smith likely to have scans on his right little finger. And that, yeah, as you say, Bharat, the pictures of it weren't pretty at tea that we saw on social media.
You wonder what that could do. I know we are focused on this game, but the first test in Barbados starting in just 12 days from now, if Steve Smith were to miss out, does that mean Marnus gets another reprieve? Does he stick to number 3? There's Josh Inglis waiting in the wings as well.
I would think they play Inglis anyway.
Yeah, and Constance to open.
Yeah. Sort of feels like if they're going to do a little bit of forward planning,
that would make sense.
More test matches into Inglis and Constance stands more to reason. Bavuma facing Cummins, who leaves alone on the 4th stump line. That's actually nice carry through to Carey. So the carry at this end, the carry at the pavilion is much better than the carry at our nursery and where it's dying into the gloves.
Except the ball where Steve Smith broke his finger.
True. Yes.
Or that broke his finger, or injured his finger anyway. It's the only one that climbed at Bavuma. just came at Smith a bit too quickly. He just had to change the position of his hands. In my opinion, that's what really resulted in the injury.
Just not used to fielding that close. Same thing happened to Janssen yesterday in the gully, final over before stumps. Just got to him too quickly. So here is Cummins, bowls again, short ball. Bavuma takes it on, bottom of the bat, goes down to long leg for 1. Couldn't possibly be 2, not at the moment, not with the way his hammy is. 16 for him, make that 17 waiting for the board to tick over. 2 for 102. 180 left for South Africa for victory. Webster Green in the cordon. They look gigantic on their own. This is dream come true for people who like this kind of unusual sight of 2 6'7" men standing next to each other.
198 centimeters and 200 centimeters. The wingspan. Look at Alex Carey looking dwarfed. He's a big man in his own right.
Yeah. Can an edge go to one of them? Cummins bowls here. Markram off the hip. Out to mid-wicket. No run. Travis Head diving to his left. Denies a single. Ends the over as well. 180 to win. 2 for 102 South Africa. Markram 51. Bavuma 17 on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. It's going to be Hazelwood to continue from the pavilion end. A bit of cloud cover. This was forecast for it to get gloomy after tea. Maybe that'll help this ball dart around a little bit. 27 overs old. This is a good time for the Dukes to swing, historically. Hazelwood in here. Bowls to Bavuma. Leg stump line pushed out to mid-on. They've been a bit leg stump-y since tea, I'd suggest.
Could it be something they've seen with the analysts, the ball keeping low more and more? 17.3% was the stat just before the tea break. It's compared to 3.3 on day one in terms of the number of balls keeping low. And that seems to be okay for Bavuma, playing off the back foot, isn't it? It's only when he lunges forward with that front foot that he feels that pinch in his hamstring.
Here's Hazelwood. In here, Bavuma, in behind it, pushing into the offside. I'm getting reports here that that Jeremy Vernon Coney has just tweeted for the first time since the 2nd of June 2023. I think that I did his first tweet, or that we did it together in the combox. Flem. I seem to remember doing it with him anyway.
Oh, yes.
What's he said, Baz?
All right, so...
Can you read the tweet to me?
Yeah, so on July 2nd, 2023, Jeremy Coney's first ever tweet, he said, "Hey guys, any thoughts on the Bairstow stump?" And that emoji with the arms wide open. All right, we'll get to it.
It's changed names to platforms since then. We'll go with Twitter though. Hazelwood bowling, Bavuma tucking past the square leg umpire for an easy single. He's 18, 2 for 103, targets 282.
You're right. And so that was on Twitter. Now on X, he's quote-tweeted his own tweet from 2nd July 2023 and says, "Hey guys, sorry to nag, but any thoughts on the Bairstow stumping?"
Very on brand. Very on brand.
Oh, and we can wait another 2 years for the next tweet.
Yeah, he should tweet more. He's someone who is well suited to the media.
Absolutely, he's made for X.
It's going to be a change in field out in front of us. So Cameron Green has left the Twin Tower slip cordon. Bo Webster staying there, so he's at mid-wicket, Green. So that's a 5-4 field. That's of interest. So it looks as though Hazelwood will try and attack the stumps of Markram. In here, bowls. Finds the inside edge, just past the off stump, down towards fine leg. Work to do for Stark. Gets there in the nick of time. They return for a couple. 53 for Markram, 2 for 105 becomes the score. 178 to win. Fine piece of bowling.
Really good piece of bowling. So the way the field was set, and so far Markram's been so decisive with his footwork and playing forward or playing back to the length. He's picked the length well, but this one fuller than what he thought it was and easily could have played it onto his stumps. The ball just shaved leg stump. Hazel would think he is in business. The first slip, very close.
Markram's a big wicket. This pair put on 35. Hazelwood delivers, plays off the back foot, out to deep point with a sweeper. One of 3 men set back. Markram advances to 54, 176 to win. 2 down, South Africa.
This field once again further signs that Australia have decided the best way here is to keep attacking the stumps and the pads. Adam, the bounce on this pitch no longer as consistent as it was probably late on day 2. And once again, that first slip is almost in the second slip position, isn't he? So fine, Bo Webster.
Hazelwood 4 from the over. Last ball of it here to Bavuma over the wicket. Presses it out to point. A single that feels quickish. It's really not. Bavuma has to struggle through, and the throw comes to his end. Nearly hits him to the ball, but he's through. Still productive. 5 from it. The captain's 19. He keeps the strike. Markram's 54 at 2 for 107. 175 away from their target on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Damien Fleming jumping in. He's had his afternoon tea. We had some cakes delivered actually from a joint called the Lockdown Bakery here in London. Most appreciated. Here's Cummins away from us. Delivers here. Pressing into the offside is Bavuma. Gets 1. Labuschagne the sliding stop. Bavuma has somehow made it into the 20s with a pinged hammy. 2 for 108.
Yeah, he's hobbled to 20. There's not going to be too many quick singles, so wouldn't mind the Australians just strangling it up for about half an hour. Getting a few dot balls or even some precious maidens.
It's something they've been so good at in the last few years. Just know how to bowl dry.
There have only been 4 wickets today. That's the other point here. That there were 14 on days 1 and 2 apiece. Cummins away from us. Bowls here to Markram. Gets big on him. Might have ran his fingers down the seam. It certainly popped towards the blade. It spilled into the offside with no concerns, but we've seen the pitch through that. By that I mean go down. Now we're seeing it maybe go up as well.
Bavuma had played one like that last over, didn't he?
Ooh, took off. Nearly hit the gloves.
Well, if anyone's going to extract that inconsistent bounce, it's Cummins. He's right over the top. He hits the pitch hard.
Prompts a change in the field. Deep square goes back for it.
I don't know how keen you would be to play the pull or hook shot after that ball.
2 there for it. A deep point as well for Cummins. The big men in the cordon, 2 of them. Cummins bowls, Markram front foot defends to Khawaja at mid-off. No run.
Yep, some dot ball pressure here. Let's finish off the over. As I said, there's not going to be a lot of rotation of strike for quick singles. Bavuma really needs to hit it past the field to score.
Interestingly, he has taken a couple of quick singles.
Definitely.
Yeah, he's just put his body on the line, really.
The first one to Uz, I think it was instinct. Like there's a single there, go, hobble down the other end. Usman misfielded it, so he's safe anyway.
Cummins, halfway through the over, bowls here, and Markram's pushing back down the pitch. It's a nice stop in the end by Stark, who had to race to the onside of the stumps to cut it off. Stays on 54. Yeah, it felt like with that first quick single that Bavuma realised halfway down, oh no, that's not what I meant to be doing here.
He's struggling every time he gets onto that front foot as well, just to defend or push the ball. But if ever there was a scenario where you wanted to do this, battle through the pain, it is this.
Yeah, but it'll be tough against Nathan Lyon. At least against the quicks you can use the pace. You're not going to have that benefit against Nathan Lyon.
Yeah, there'll be catches around the bat when he comes back on. With Bavuma, you can be certain of that. It's Cummins here in his 8th over. Bowls to Markram, who digs out a full ball to mid-on, and again Stark gets a touch at mid-on, diving across. 1 run added, 2 for 100 9. We were saying before you jumped on, Flem, that there might be an argument for Bavuma having a break and effectively retiring her just so he doesn't impede the scoring rate. But it seems like since T he's been keen to play a shot of ball anyway.
Yeah, I think he's aware of that. I think it's the way to go because, you're not going to get that rotation of strike. There's still gaps, isn't there? Men on the boundary.
Cummins to Bavuma to finish the over. Short ball, works it out towards long leg where there's one in front of the Warner stand up the slope. So Bavuma again retains the strike. He's up to 21. South Africa 2 for 111, 172 away from their target on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast, close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. Visit officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
Ozito brushless power tools, tested by Grit and built to work. When it comes to doing tough jobs, do it yourself. Ozito, home and garden brushless power tools. Do you. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
282 is the target. SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. Josh Hazlewood has bowled unchanged with Cummins since tea. So 7 overs for Lyon in the middle session. I thought he might start, but they're going to wait.
He's warming up, so he's close.
So many people here watching at Lord's. Terrific atmosphere. Hazlewood bowling here, going back and riding the bounces, Bavuma. And by atmosphere, I don't mean the noise. I mean like how plugged in people are.
Oh, they are.
Yeah.
It's filled up during the day, hasn't it?
Not too many empty seats at all today.
That's been awesome. It was tough. People were trying to get tickets last night. I had a couple of friends reach out saying, and the official website, there weren't tickets last night. The resale market, of course, that's crazy. But, if you wanted to jump on the conventional ticket websites, we'll be very happy about this, by the way, MCC, because tomorrow, day 4, there'll be cricket.
Oh, definitely.
Which means corporate boxes and whatnot will be full.
Yeah, definitely.
Had it finished in 3. Here's Bavuma facing Hazlewood outside part of the bat through gully. For a moment I thought it was uppish, but it was pretty well controlled. Travis Head beneath us to our right. They come back for a pretty easy 2. Bavuma might be warming into this. He's 23. 2 for 112 the score, 170 to win.
I think with every step he's learning how far he can push the hamstring. So there's a little, he's taking, he doesn't have long strides anyway. So he's taking shorter strides but getting a bit more momentum through the running between the crease wickets.
I take it back. I thought he was fine on the way back, but he had it was Queen Mary turning circle stuff.
They haven't bowled a maiden for a while now, Australia. That would be concerning. Too many singles.
Yeah, they've only bowled 2 maidens in the innings, and both Nathan
Well, I think with Bavuma at the moment, I don't know why you'd have it, the deep point, even probably the backward square leg, because he has to hit through the field. And that might force him to play a big shot.
Webster the only catcher, and he's as close as Smith was earlier, albeit without a helmet, at second slip. Bowling here is Hazlewood. Well behind it is Bavuma, doing a lot right since tea. No run to mid-off.
Yeah, there's only been 2 maidens in the innings, and that's both from Nathan Lyon. So Mitchell Stark, we know, is not as massive, but Hazlewood and Cummins, you'd think about a quarter of their overs would be normally made.
Now, I'm always reticent to cite WinViz, but for those who care, South Africa have nudged ahead 52 to 48. It was the other way before 52 48. Australia, South Africa, so it gives a sense of how imbalanced this test match feels. Hazlewood bowls to Bavuma, who hooks down the long leg for 1. He's done that pretty comfortably, 2 for 113. Just 24.
Didn't look like a very good bouncer, did it?
Just pick it up, not in the same way.
Oh, he didn't really dig it in.
We've spoken about Steve Smith being off the field with the injury and what it could mean for the future, but so often in these kind of tight situations, Pat Cummins, the captain, has turned to Steve Smith, the former captain, and often you'll see them have a bit of a huddle in the middle, and they've come up with a strategy. So I'm sure there would be a bit of that Cummins would be missing with no Smith out there in the middle.
169 away. That feels reachable at this point. Australia needs something. Hazlewood bowls, hits him on the pad, Markram across his stumps, not given. Felt like it was trending down the leg side. And they're not going to review it. Hazelwood calls the whole thing off.
Yeah, Carey straight away.
Yep. As Hazelwood walks back to his mark, I'm welcoming in audiences from the AFL markets who've been listening to Hawthorn defeat Adelaide by 3 points down in Launceston. Don't think they'll be making a commemorative DVD of 6-11-47 to 5-14-44.
Hawthorn coach Sam Mitchell said best win of the year, though.
Oh, wow. Yeah, gutsy win. But if you're rejoining, we'll recap after this ball what has gone on here today. Leaving alone outside the off stump is Markram. End of the over. He's 55, Bavuma's 24, 2 for 113. Before I hand over to Daniel Norcross on commentary, today, South Africa needed 2 wickets and they got them, but they conceded 63 runs, which meant that Australia made it to 207, having been 7 for 73 at one stage yesterday. Mitchell Starc outstanding. He put on 61 with Carey for the 8th wicket. He put on 59 with Josh Hazelwood, who made 17 for the 10th wicket, which meant that South Africa was set 282 for victory. Rickleton was out early to Starc, caught behind for 6, and then Mulder, not long before tea, was also out to Starc, caught at cover for 27. But since then, 2 for 70 has turned into 2 for 113, which leaves South Africa 169 further runs to get the World Test Championship mace. After a few further thoughts from Damien Fleming, Daniel Norcross in for me.
Yeah, it's been an interesting day. We've seen so many wickets fall on day 1 and day 2, and today it's been all about batting. First from the Australians with Hazelwood and Mitchell Starc. And Nathan Lyon was dismissed early. Now he's got ball in hand.
He's in now, and his first ball is whipped into the onside by the limping Bavuma, who's going to come back for 2, which is always pretty ambitious when you're using your bat as a walking stick. 2 for 115, 167 more needed for victory. Bavuma 26. It almost feels in a way that all these further runs in this partnership are a bonus for South Africa. They've put on 45 now.
It's too short for Nathan Lyon.
He's in again, the forward short leg. He's played round that troublesome leg, pushed into the onside. Labuschagne does the fielding.
Yeah, much better, because that's where he's in trouble, Bowma, when he has to lunge forward, come forward. The first one was too easy and played into his hands.
This line is in again. He's defended on the front foot out to the covers. There'll be no run. We've got an update from Steve Smith, who suffered a compound dislocation. That's not good. Of his right little finger. That's probably the best bit of the news, I suppose, in a way. While fielding in the slip cordon during the match we've just been watching, he was assessed by Australian team medical staff at the ground and taken to hospital for x-rays and further treatment. Round the wicket comes Lyon. Thick edge. Past. In the air. Past a diving first slip. It's running down to the boundary and is speeding onto the sponge. There was nothing more than a little push, and it was in the air, but it was too far wide of the tall Webster slip. And 4 more, I think, each one of these runs, bonus runs really, for South Africa. It bounced in front of where Webster was, played with soft hands. But do you know what I mean by this? It just feels like he's in such discomfort that actually just getting anything out of this partnership is just good for morale for South Africa. As Lyon is in again, he comes forward and pushes the offside. Thinks of a single that's definitely not there. I think he's forgotten his legs.
Yeah, he's not getting home there.
No. He's forgotten about his leg. I mean, this can happen. I remember batting with a runner once, and the problem is you forget, don't you? And you push the ball into the offside and set off for the run, felt incredible agony, and of course was out of my ground, because you've got to stay in your ground as well as the runner, haven't you, basically? Lyon is in. It's defended up to the offside. There's no run. End of the 31st over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert, South Africa, 2 for 119.
Did you know that Cobram Estate extra virgin olive oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15ml serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. This is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Now, new audiences will have been joining us deep into the night in Australia. If you would like to get in touch with us, tell us how you're holding up, how the tension is, how the nerves are.
Where you're listening
Where you're listening from, what are you eating, what are you drinking, how cold is it, how warm is it?
How are you?
Who you've got with you.
Correct. Yeah.
What do you think of Immanuel Kant? 1433 98 11 16. As Hazelwood is in, on the pads, flicked away at the onside, and every time they go for a run, it causes me to wince in pain, but not as much as it causes Temba Bavuma to. So anything you want to say, it's what is it? Is it our advice hour with Bharat, Sundaresan and Damien Fleming?
Yeah. Oh, you're talking about batting with a runner.
Yeah.
1993 Lancashire League season, 50 partnership. They're going a bit overboard, aren't they? I'm playing for Enfield in Accrington, where Bumble was born. 3 times I played against Rawtenstall. Michael Bevan was their professional. Did Mahami 3 times in 1 year against them. Had 3 runners. Run out 3 times. With all 3 of us down one end.
Oh, that's tiresome, isn't it? Hazelwood is in. This is defended on the front foot out to the offside. And it's fielded in the covers. There's no runs.
I mean, it's a nightmare at test level. I've batted with runners at test level. I did.
Why do you keep on having to have a runner?
But they're not. But when you've got to run as a Lancashire League lad,
chaos. Well, you probably didn't understand each other very well, did you?
No.
No. What?
Mate, early on up there, I had no idea.
Yeah.
They couldn't understand me. I couldn't understand them.
No. Well, it's any consolation. We struggle down here to understand them up there.
Fair call.
Yeah. Hazelwood is in. And Bavuma defends into the onside. There's no run.
Well, it's funny on that. I used to drive down to see mates in London, from Accrington. Remember seeing U2 at Wembley or concerts or whatever. And most of my mates in the team or the guys that used to come and watch, never been to London.
No.
They go for holiday in Europe.
Yeah, and they hate it here, even though they've never
been there. And they go, what, you're driving down there?
What? I've got a producer from Yorkshire, and when I work for another channel, with the name of Charlotte Swift. She's a wonderful woman, little elfin creature. And as Hazelwood is in, he's defended the offside, picked up a point. Lower Shane Fields, there's no run. She told me she's staying in London, and she said, so we went out for a drink in Soho. I said, where? Soho. It transpired she meant Soho.
Okay.
So we then asked her, what does Father Christmas say at Christmas, It's it. Soho.
And it's the same country.
Same country. Yeah, well, crikey, try going to Newcastle. I did eat Glasgow. There's a lot of accents around. Hazelwood is in. That's his work to the onside. There's no runs against the short mid-wickets. One of the things I found in Australia that I've sort of detected like an Adelaide accent because it sounded a bit more English, but for the most part, I couldn't really tell if someone was sort of from Melbourne or Sydney. Is that just my ear? Not
Queensland a bit more different.
Okay, give it.
They finish a lot with A.
Okay, that's handy.
Melbourne, Sydney, I wouldn't think there's a lot of difference.
But you see, the distance between Melbourne and Sydney, if you did that in England, you would go through about 45 different accents to get there.
And that's the closest towns.
As Hazelwood is in, defended on the front foot, thinks of a single, it's not going to get there. It's the last ball of the 32nd over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, South Africa in pursuit of 282 and 2 for 120.
Need truck parts? Get expert service from the team that knows their stuff at Truckline. Whether you've got a Japanese, North American or European truck or trailer, we've got the parts to get you back on the road in no time. From hoses to transmissions and everything in between, we'll get you sorted fast. Truckline keeps Australia's trucks moving. Find your local store at truckline.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We're talking about accents. And I'm just letting Flem know that there's a town in England called Reading, which has about 200,000 people in it, and it's about 40 miles from London.
It's not that far.
Not that far. The people in East Reading, they talk a bit like in London, really, Thames Valley, in it, and all that. As Nathan Lyon is in around the wicket. That's defended off the back foot by Markham, who's on 56, and it goes to mid-on. There's no run. But in West Reading, we talk like they're in front of West Country already. And it's totally bizarre.
In one town.
Yeah, you can literally cross over the river and get yourself paper there, and that's all totally different. Lion round the wicket, still defending slightly awkwardly a ball that's sort of going across.
And how is your voiceover career going? It's very impressive.
But do you know what?
You could do Shrek.
Do you know what? I've got very exciting news. Very exciting news. I'm going to share with the general public. I've been hired for a bit of voiceover work by the MCC. I'll tell you. Lion is in, punched off the back foot. Oh, past the fielder at cover. And they should be able to get two, despite Bavuma's travails, because it goes so close to the boundary there at the mound stand. They do pick up two for 122, and Markham goes to 58. I shall be the voiceover for, those guides. You have the audio guides for the history of cricket in 50 artefacts. Oh, so I shall be. I think for the MCC, I have to get terribly fruity. Here comes Lion round the wicket. It's pushed in the air down towards Longmont. They'll amble an easy single. That sort of thing.
No, I think you fit that very well.
Very much so.
Very well.
I mean, I'm thinking, because I'm recording it here, I'm going to have to wear like a tweed jacket to get in the park, maybe have a pipe. What do you think?
Maybe a cap?
Certainly a cap.
Yes. Not a Haydos, Matty Hay.
No, I don't think that. Yes, I've just
Here we go.
The perfect. I'm not sure it works awfully well with my headphones on. As Lion is in, this is dabbed into the offside from the crease by Bavuma. Into the covers, there's no run. I say. Of course, there was a famous English commentator for many years called Henry Blofeld who made that his signature.
Yes.
My dear old thing. It worked rather well for him. The Lion completes the over with a full ball that goes squirting off an outside edge to be picked up by Kawaja, but he's had to move a bit to his left to get there. So another run to complete the over, 4 from it without any alarms for South Africa. End of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre expert, South Africa 2 for 124.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. Phil has texted in to say southbound on the Hume Highway, just past Holbrook, 45 minutes from Wodonga.
Oh, yes.
I like this, eating chicken chili wrap and Dare iced coffee. I'm in the commentary.
Oh, yes. That's very strange.
I don't know Dare iced coffee. Dare I ask?
Yeah, you get it in all the servers there.
Yeah.
It's quite sweet.
I quite like a chili chicken wrap. So where is Wodonga? So what time zone is he in?
It's in Victoria, isn't it?
So that's like
Victoria and Albury's, New South Wales.
That's a 1:15. That sounds like he's not my kind of guy. I love a 1:15 in the morning kebab. Do you know what I mean?
Chili wrap in one hand.
I might not be having iced coffee, but oh yes, he's on the highway. Yes, yeah, fair point. When you get home, you can treat yourself to a nice cold beer when you get in. Finish the World Test Championship final. Hazelwood Cummins comes in the ball outside the off stump through to the keeper. No run. Oh my goodness! I've just seen Flem's hair. Is that you? Good grief.
So Cricket Australia, Ben Wise, who's now at the ICC, the 2015 Ashes series started in Cardiff. I'm working for Cricket Australia, just doing little bits here and there. They put my photo they sent through was that one there, right? With a massive mullet. And this lady I go, oh, Damien Fleming. She goes, that's not you. I go, oh, well, they're like it's 30 years ago. No, that's not you. Ben Ziri reminded me of it today.
Cummins is in forward in defence, comes Bavuma, pushed into the covers. Labuschagne picks up, there's no run.
So that's what they sent through.
Yeah, and that was only 10 years ago that you were at Cardiff. So how old's this photo?
That's Prime Minister's 11. I reckon I'm 19 playing in the Prime Minister's 11. Yeah. With Bobby Hawke.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Good on your Fleming. You know, he was directed. We had a few beers.
Skull the beer or two, that boy, wasn't he? Yeah.
AB was captain.
Yeah. Was that part of your citizenship test? Did you have to scull a beer?
After you pass the test, you're asked to. Yeah. Only if you pass the test.
Fine-looking figure of a man. Flem. In comes Cummins, and it's driven by Bavuma along the ground, but without timing, up to mid-on, off, and there is no runs. You're still 2 for 124.
I've always wondered, Flem, what led to you snipping it off? At what point?
Yeah, so I wouldn't have been, maybe 10 centimetres shorter than you at its peak. Well, I was a little bit. I felt. I kept getting wickets, say, from about 15 and growing the hair, so I got superstitious.
Oh.
So if I cut it...
Sampson,
And then 91, 92, I think 21 years of age, I took 20 wickets at 40.
Cummins is in. This is on the pads, flicked into the onside, but can't beat Fielder there.
20 wickets at 40, so the mullet left.
It needed something like that.
But up until then, it was a superstitious thing.
So if you kept taking wickets at a really healthy rate,
yes,
your hair could have been by the end of your career. It could have been down by your knees,
like that
right?
dude out of Life of Brian.
Oh yeah, the one in the hole.
I'd have whites on though. But
So I watch that film every Christmas Eve.
Oh, what a brilliant! What a great movie.
Always Christmas. It's a Christmas film for me. Should be an Easter film, but there you go. So this is driven nicely by Bavuma, with control, with some timing, and I don't think it's going to make it to the boundary, so he's going to have to hobble too. It's through a vacant mid-off region. It's well played by Bavuma. He's playing within himself. He's managing his injury. He moves to 33. South Africa 2 for 126. The target, do not forget, 282. 282, that target.
That's a pretty safe check drive, wasn't it, from Bavuma? I think they've got to get the line just outside of stump, outside his eye line, force him to hit on the up, which led to his dismissal in the first innings.
Here comes Damien to complete the over. It's played away from his body by Bavuma. He picks out Lyon at backward point. It's the end of the over on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. 34 gone. South Africa 2 for 126.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. Billed from only £227,900. You can get it up in touch with us on the text 0433 98 11 16. And we've had news has come in. Have a compound finger dislocation for Stephen Smith, as Lyon starts a new over. It's a Markram who goes back into his crease and pushes off the back foot really briefly back to the bowler, and there's no run. So we're presuming that an injury like that, I haven't had such a thing, but it seems unlikely that he'd go to the West Indies, doesn't it? A compound dislocation.
Yeah, when's the first test? Like it's
12 days apparently.
Yeah, 12 days. I don't think he's playing that one.
Lyon in again, and Markram goes back into his crease, finds a gap through extra cover. Again, played with great control. It's being pursued eagerly by Pat Cummins. He does very well to get there.
Well done.
And they take 2 because Boomer's inconvenienced on another day. I think he'd have scampered a third there, but he's carrying this little injury. And that's good stuff from Cummins.
He's played that shot really well against pace and spin. He sort of gets inside the line, provides a full face, and at the last minute he just opens up the face, punches it hard.
It's the control of that shot I like,
very good.
and he's keeping his brain clear in these testing circumstances as Lyon is in to him. Goes back into his crease and pushes off the back foot back to the bowler. He's moved to 61 mark from 87 balls. He scored 2 for 128, the target 282, 154 more needed.
I think he needs to just get it up an extra metre here, Nathan Lyon.
So the question becomes, assuming Stephen Smith is not there, how are the resources juggled? Who comes in to do what?
Josh Inglis will come in straight away. I think he might have anyway.
Back in his crease goes Markham and tucks the ball to short mid-wicket. Again, can't beat the field and no run.
Well, more particularly for me, what happens now here with the sort of resources I think that Smith provides. He's quite a key man in terms of helping the captain, of working positions out. I think the Aussies at the moment,
line in,
I watched them
the onside, no run.
very closely coming down at tee, and they were quite buoyant. Got in the huddle and quite happy. Those smiles are disappearing now. And the reason I think for that is that not much is happening really at this point. The pitch is much slower than we thought it would be. And that's affecting Lyon, I think, in particular. I thought I'd see a wicket in his column by now.
Because a flattish ball goes fine, tickled fine. Nicely.
See, they're getting these
Markram.
runs, singles everywhere.
It might come back for a second because he's going to the danger end, although the throw has then come in at the non-strikers end. Mavuma has got home, picked up another 2. We'll come back to this topic shortly. South Africa on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts at the end of the 35th over, a 2 for 130.
Hi, Gary Lyon here. Good mornings. Start with Temper. Temper's range of mattresses and adjustable bases adapt to the exact shape of your body so you can put your head and feet up in comfort. Also, if you're like me and have ongoing back concerns, Temper mattresses assist in alleviating your pain. Find your perfect position with an easy-to-use wireless remote and massage function available at the touch of a button. Experience the Temper range today. You can view Temper athlete stories at temper.com.au. Temper, a mattress like no other.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only £227,900. We've just seen on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen that last ball of the over was just tickled fine off the pad, so we're given as leg buys.
You know, we've just seen the 50 partnership just a moment ago, wasn't it? Just came up, and that's 2 in a row now.
Yep.
If this kind of pushes on a little bit more, it becomes a bit of a problem for Australia. And they're not, they've got to stop these singles, I think. They're getting sort of 3 to 4 runs and over sometimes.
Without really playing a dangerous shot, are they? A risky shot. Cummins starts a new over from the pavilion end. Bavuma comes forward in defence. It goes off a thick inside half of the bat to short mid-wicket. There's no run.
I'm not suggesting for a moment that the Australians won't hang in there. They'll certainly hang in there. They've been an experienced side. They know they've been in tournaments. They know these tight games. They know how to handle themselves in these games, and they won't be panicking. But at the same time, there should be some concerns, as I say there. I'm just looking at some of the faces. They're just not quite as buoyant as they were when they started this session.
Cummins is in. That's the left alone outside the off stump. No run. Well, we're sort of seeing very little deviation off the pitch now, aren't we? Those sorts of things that really help these type of bowlers.
The more deviation is a bit up and down, not sideways. There's still only 2 maidens.
Yeah.
So Cummins and Hazelwood haven't bowled any.
Oh, that's a no ball. A no ball. Every run is precious. We've seen a lot of no balls in this match. That's not the biggest, but it's about an inch or so over the line.
The other thing it's doing to Lyon, though, it's taking away his bounce. And that's, I think, a very key component about his bowling. You attack the defence of the opposition.
Cummins with only 1 slip now to Bavuma. He's driven back past him. This ought to go all the way to the boundary, I think. It's a good-looking shot from Bavuma. Fielder in pursuit isn't going to get there. It blocks onto the sponge. It's 4 more for Bavuma. He goes to 37. It's a really fine shot. Hit into the onside of straight, but really it was a straight drive, full face of the bat. And the score advances now to 2 for 135.
The difference is he's punching the ball today. Remember how he got out in the first innings, where the batter's got ahead of himself a little bit and he've lost control. That is keeping control there because he's not actually pushing too hard at the ball.
I wonder if the injury is actually helping with that.
Well,
Cummins in once more and has defended off the back foot into the covers up to mid-off. No run. I mean, it certainly can help focus the mind, can't it? We talked about Gordon Greenwich on this ground back in 1984 when he got double 100 on one leg. I remember it well. He was declared in that game as well.
Oh, did they really?
Yeah, they declared in the morning. You don't declare against the West Indies, do you? They declared about half an hour into the 5th day.
Was it one of those series they lost every test too?
5.
Yeah, okay.
It was known as the Blackwash.
Okay.
Here comes Cummins. In to Baboom, who gets up on his toes, a short ball that doesn't actually disconcert him. He plays it really easy. It's slow off the pitch, isn't it?
That
banged in and just blancmanged. I like that. Yeah, blancmanged. Like it's hit a blancmange.
Yes.
Yeah.
Living on the ceiling.
It just don't get as much blancmange these days. I was brought up on blancmange.
So was I.
Well, yeah.
And lemon sago.
Lemon sago.
Yeah, that's an old war pudding, that one.
Oh, yeah.
Often in your stomach. Real battle going on in there.
All right.
Well, it was
for dessert tomorrow.
You were lucky to have lemon sago. This is short, pulled away by Babooma into the square leg region. Cameron Green is able to stop it. It was close to the umpire. He's down on his haunches. Is he all right? Umpire Gaffney, I think he is. Yeah, they'll get a single. 2 for 136. I mean, it's different for us because you guys in the Antipodes got all of your natural resources. We lived on brick dust for decades after the war.
It hardened you up, though. It hardened you up. A little bit of cement.
Brown paper bags, that's all we had often.
I think they did actually weigh the England team that played the Australian team in 1946-47, and they came out about 2/3 the weight. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was dark days. Dark days.
Good days.
Good days. Well, I don't know about that. Cummins, it's completely over. It's dabbed into the offside with soft hands by Markham. He gets the easiest of singles. This is what we're talking about. But somehow, what have we got? 7 runs have come off that over. 36 have been bowled on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts, South Africa, and 2 for 137.
Welcome to Club Tokomall, Australia's premier Murray River golfing destination. With 2 top 40 golf courses, award-winning food, funky players lounge, TAB and weekly live music. There's something for everyone. Their golf package team can help organise your next golfing holiday or day trip to the village of Tokomall and drop in for a relaxing stop. You're welcome at Club Tokomall. Find them at clubtokomall.com.au or on Facebook. What are you really gambling with?
SEN Test Cricket for Henley Holmes. World Test Championship final. Markham 62, Babooma 38. These two have put on 67 now. In South Africa 2 for 137. Another 4 runs and they'll be halfway to the target.
See, Lyon now has been taken off, has he? Looks like Stark might be replacing him. And you would have thought Lyon would have been the danger the further this game continued. And as I say, that's that bounce that therefore it brings in a catch on the leg side and they've got a man there, or it goes to slip. But they're actually sliding past slip, aren't they? And they're getting runs that there are just... the other thing is there are, I think, too many singles around. It's a little bit like the problem of this morning, but not as bad as that problem was. But I just think they need to keep him to come and bring, this continual singles 3, 4 and over that are happening.
Force a shot, I think, isn't it?
Well, that's right.
And at the moment, South Africa don't need to go off the ball because there's no pressure being exerted, is there?
That's right. So they need to put about 2 or 3 overs together here, Australia, and make themselves feel a bit better about the game.
2 steps in place as Mitchell Stark starts a new spell. His first ball is driven off a thick outside edge down to the deep third boundary. Fielder in pursuit. He's going to get there. No, it's 4. Markham moves to 66. South Africa 241, and they are halfway there, and they are far from living on a prayer.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? And Stark probably is the most expensive of the Australian bowlers, but he's also the man for wickets, and that's why they've turned to him, I think, to see if we can start to get, because that's their problem, isn't it? They're not looking like getting a wicket.
Well, Stark is the leading wicket taker in this innings. Belgravia Apparel for quality New Balance cricket teamwear. He's been the man with the 2 breakthroughs, but he's been quite expensive, 2 for 41. This is 1 ball of his 8th over. This partnership now moved to 71, has doubled the score from where it was. There's very little happening off the pitch. Lyon's not getting it to turn really or bounce a great deal. There are gaps everywhere. And there's a long conversation taking place between Cummins and Stark. The whole pattern of cricket is it's different Test cricket from when our the pitches don't deteriorate in this country. They do the opposite. And so the whole kind of like what you expect in the game of cricket's much about entropy, isn't it? The ball dies, the players get exhausted, all those things die. But actually, in England, the pitches get easier. The Stark is in. This is full and driven in the air, but up to mid-off on the bounce. A loose shot from Markram. I said loose. Just pushed at it a little, and it was in the air for quite a while. Cummins isn't particularly deep at mid-off. It's not like he's in really the wrong position, but he checked the shot, Markram. Probably just in time, because if he'd checked it just a fraction of a second later, he would have spooned it straight to the Aussie skipper. First slip standing very close. Second slip a bit deeper. It's a weird looking cordon, but it's the right one for the circumstances. The start comes in, and that's driven away. It's backward point, but they won't get a run, even though Pavuma had made it about a third of the way down the pitch. It was a good bit of fielding from Usman Khawaja. The Aussies have been very committed in the field.
Just changed him from mid-on, didn't they? With head. And so those two have just swapped at this stage, but it was a good good bit of diving stop from Khawaja. They don't see him, I don't think, as a man where all the runs are coming and he's going to be lies. No. And he's going, yes.
Elder statesman, isn't he?
Well,
Elder
he is.
And how old is he now?
Yeah.
38. Yeah. And it's a slight, I would say, though, I feel something bubbling, because Markram's looking a little bit comfortable, a little bit loose suddenly. And Stark is in too here, and he drives straight back past the bowler up to the nursery end, and that ball's going to make it comfortably to the boundary. It was the onside of straight. His second boundary in the over. This is what I mean. Markram's just starting to show signs of not exactly opening his shoulders, but playing with a bit more freedom. He moves to 70 from 96. The score advances to 2 for 145. The target 282. So sometimes I can bring you down for, but sometimes it can bring runs. I just feel there's a passage of play here, Jeremy, that might move the game on a bit.
Well, that's what I mentioned. That's one of the things about Mitchell Stark. But he does pick up wickets, and they're starting to try and retailor the fields at the moment. A slip cordon comes out. He goes into the sort of short cover area. Markram is obviously, he gives me the impression he's a guy who likes to keep scoring. He likes the scoreboard to keep moving along.
Definitely. Stark is into Markram. Markram taps this off his pads down towards deep backward square leg. They've just run one. Pavuma's very happy with just the one. Double checking that did come off bat. It did. 2 for 146. One ball left in the 37th over. South Africa require another 136 more runs to become the World Test Champions. Finally to get a global trophy. But that realisation can bring its own tension. There are a lot of South African fans here today, many of them already the worse for wear. Things could be quite messy later on.
They could be.
Clear the area. Stark in, last ball of the over. Oh no, he's not. He's run through the crease there. He's not released the ball. Now, what is it he doesn't like? Is Cameron Green's too close?
Oh, I didn't mind him actually. Instead of getting in the straight line, I wouldn't have minded that.
Yeah, why has he done this? I wonder.
Looks like he's pushing
Green out. Well, I suppose he's saving.
It's for that. It's for the lofted. Remember how he lofts over the top?
Yeah.
And I think that's what they're trying to stop there. But I thought the way that he was dismissed and caught Labuschagne in that first innings, I would have kept those two in there.
Yeah.
Feed him one and see if he doesn't quite time it.
Stark is around the wicket. This is defended into the offside, and he hobbles through for a single as it squirts through backward point. End of the over. 10 runs from it, an expensive one. South Africa on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts. 2 for 147. Change to the commentary box. Adam Collins will be coming in.
Before hitting the road on your next Aussie adventure, do your vehicle a favour with Maxliner. Maxliner has now landed in Perth, stocking premium 4x4 accessories available for your vehicle. They're made for tough Aussie conditions and are ready for you to explore, like canopies, floor mats, tub liners, roof racks, rooftop tents and more. Every product is built with durability and functionality in mind. Maxliner, ready for work days and weekends away. To find your nearest stockist or to shop online, visit maxlineraustralia.com.
What a great hour for South Africa. They needed 188 when they returned from tea. That's down to 135 without further loss. Nathan Lyon will be in the attack now from the pavilion end with Bavuma battling through with that. We don't know how serious the hamstring injury is, but it's not nothing. He's found a real groove looking to score. As for Markram, what an innings that's been so far. 71, one away from the highest score in the test match, which was Bo Webster way back on day one, which feels an eternity ago.
Well, let's see if Lyon can get a little more bounce from this. You know, it's a pitch really that is slow at the moment, and it's not giving him the bounce that he really requires and usually gets. That overspin, it brings the bat pad and the slip into play. And he wasn't getting it from the nursery end, so let's see if he can get it from the pavilion end.
Operating with a slip and a short leg. Bowls here, Bavuma, well forward, down to long on where there is a man in front of the home dressing room, and he hobbles down. Makes it to the 40s. Gutsy stuff. 134 to go. Count them off. This game has absolutely turned in the last hour. Australia needed something straight after tea, and it's not been there. Nathan Lyon, all his experience. Can he draw down on it here? He bowls a well-flighted delivery to Aiden Markram. He gets forward and deflects it to short leg, no run.
They need to stop these twos and singles and the odd boundary here and there and start 10 off the last over. It's that kind of over which is dangerous. Yes, you're looking for a wicket. Of course you are.
Lyon bowls here. Markram swings and it misses everything, including Carey's gloves. It deflects away down to fine leg. It was a big old whoosh from Markram, trying to go up and over, I suspect, mid-off, who is in one-day terms inside the circle. Hands on heads around the bat. We'll see the replay, the reverse angle. We're behind the action at the nursery end. It's spun past the inside edge, past the stump, over the off-stump, actually. And it was too good for Carey as well.
It's too wide to play the shot.
Yeah.
And it's actually hit some of those footmarks, so the left arm is coming through. Turned significantly.
2 byes, 132 to go. The 150 up, 2 for 150. Next ball defended into the onside. It's never been an opponent that Lions particularly enjoyed bowling against South Africa. Takes his wickets at 40 in these contests over the years. Only one fifer, his 19th test against South Africa, going back to 2011. Lion bowls here, flighted. Oh, it goes past Carey again via glove, I suspect. Down to the rope, it will go. 4 more runs, an expensive over suddenly. 4 more byes as well. 6 byes in at the over. This is more than drifting for Australia now. 128 away, South Africa.
Now, where's that pitched? It's hard to tell from that angle. It's outside off, you see.
It's turned big.
It's into that area of rough on the pitch, quite full, and it's got enough grip that it's beaten Carey and the batsman, and it's just straight turned away and gone for byes.
Turned a long way, which is encouraging in one sense for Lyon. It's simply, and a slip, Bo Webster jumps over the leg slip as well. That's where they think they might get him, in the trap. Delivers to Markram on 71, goes back and rides the bounce and negotiates the spin to mid-wicket where there won't be a run. But that was quicker as well. Lyon at 94 kilometres an hour to finish. 2 for 154, 128 away from the target of 282. Bavuma's up to 40, Markram 71 on the tyre power scoreboard. You trust the tyre experts.
Searching for some supplements and healthcare to keep you moving? Then visit Chemist Warehouse for great savings like Pain Away Joint and Muscle Pain Relief Cream, 70 gram, just $14.75. Relieve constipation with Prunelax Constipation Relief, 80 tablets, only $12.99. Or try Movicol, 30 sachets for $14.99. And grab Bondi Protein Co, 800 gram range, just $29.99 each. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
So 128 to go. There is a school of thought here. We're just off mic during the ad. Given they're so on top right now, South Africa, might it be that they keep trying to attack and actually close this out this evening? They've got 80 minutes until the cut-off, which will be, let's give it 20 overs, plus the extra half an hour. That's 28 overs, theoretically. I doubt they'd get that many in, but let's give it to them for the hypothetical. 128 into 30 is 4.2 and over, and that's bang on what they've been doing in this innings. So that's not for nothing, that they've got Australia right where they want them. The win predictor's got them up at 74%. Backward-looking measure, but still, it just indicates where this test match has evolved. When you consider the way Australia played before lunch today, how it's twisted. But as I said last time we were on comms, Jeremy, when Stark picked up the second wicket, every time we feel like we know the way this test is going, there is an adjustment.
Well, we know that Australia won't be giving this one away. They will certainly be up for it. They've been in this situation before, whether it's in test matches or tournaments that they've won, they've got through. They know that. That's the value of experience. Now, I think they're missing Steve Smith a bit at the moment on the field. He'll come up with ideas.
Field spread for Bavuma. Stark bowls over the wicket from the nursery end. It's pushed to point, deep backward point, more a third man really. Fine leg, deep square leg. So expect the short stuff to come in the fullness of time.
Yeah, but you know, at some point they've got to stop these singles, don't they? And boundaries are happening as well. And so that's where what you've just worked out in terms of the number of overs and runs, and is it possible? That's because they're getting all these runs. They're not. How many maidens have been bowled?
2 in the innings, I think.
There you are.
I'll double check that, but it was 2 for a long time. Not enough is the guts of it. Dot ball pressure's not been there. Up again, bowling here, Stark to Bavuma, who gets forward and plays it out to cover, who's set deep enough that there's an easy single despite the fact that he's got the bung hamstring. That's an odd kind of nowhere land fielder,
That's in the middle because he plays that shot going over cover, doesn't he? We've seen him get off the mark today with that, and we've seen him in the first innings do that. But I don't think that's the way he's playing this afternoon. I think he's more punching rather than going up and over. I think that's why he's playing so nicely at the moment, because he's not allowing that bat to go in front of his head.
Partnership now up to 85, which is the biggest partnership of the test match. Previously it was Smith and Webster back on afternoon 1, and just 125 balls together for that 85 as well. So going along at a really nice clip through the innings. The run rate's up above 4 as well. After 14 wickets on each of the first 2 days, just 4 today so far, and a long way to go before the close. Straight, short, catching cover goes in. Right on the edge of the pitch. Markram 71. Stark bowls. Markram plays late, out to deep backward point. Work to do for the 2 fielders. He's bisected them. What a shot. What a shot, Aiden Markram. A man back at third man, squarish third man, also a backward point, into the deep pocket, but down the slope he goes. Markram, the 75, with one of the shots of the day. 2 for 159, 123 to go. The Proteas, they can believe right here. They should believe. They have to believe.
Yeah, a felicitous shot, wasn't it? I mean, really just a bit of batsmanship and allowing the ball to come, and the nice rhythm of the stroke allowed it to actually pick up pace. And this is a fast outfield, folks, where if you find a gap and bisect a couple of fielders and they weren't that far apart, it's very difficult to stop. You can't bowl too wide.
There's a change in field here as well. So Kawaja was down at deep third. He's been moved out of there. They've sent Cameron Green to deep third. Kawaja in catching cover, but a different catching cover to the ball before. They're chasing the game here. 2 squarish catching covers for Stark. Halfway through the over, how does he respond? Bowls to Markram, off stump line, he plays to the square of the covers. Bo Webster's there. So an unusual field for Stark with a deep third, deep point, just behind point. A conventional-ish backward point, then 2 squarish catching covers and a mid-off.
I suppose I can accept the fact that there's no slip.
Yeah.
But they haven't been reaching the slips anyway at that pavilion end, bowling from here. So I can kind of understand that. They're covering the third man area now, and that fine little delicate shot that he played a moment on the go. So they've got all that covered. They've got the catching men in cover, and a man at sort of backward square.
Stark delivers here to Markram. Up and down to third man. It will run. For a moment, my eyes were up. Is it going to reach the man down there? But not even close. Either way, though, outside part of the bat for 1. 76 for him. 160 for 2 the score. It's It's not panic stations for Australia. Let's keep it in perspective. 122 to win, and they know that South Africa's batting lineup were abysmal down the list yesterday. 5 for 12 they took to roll them for 132.
And the closer they get, of these two sides, we know which one is more likely to feel that pressure than the other.
Yeah.
So it's just a case of finding a wicket or two.
Stark to Bavuma to finish. Bowls here. Bavuma looks to drive expansively, but clunks it down to Cummins at mid-off. Ends the over. The partnership's 90. At 2 for 160. They're 122 away from victory. As I believe drinks are coming out onto the field. They are coming out onto the field. So South Africa started the session at 2 for 94. At that point, the partnership was worth 24. It's now reached the 90s. 2 for 160 the score with drinks on the field. Markram, superb. He's 76. Bavuma, brave. Injured. He's 41. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard. Your trusted tyre experts back in a moment. But playing his shots, rotating the strike, doing it perfectly with the captain, Temba Bavuma, who's 41, doing that on one leg. They want this so badly. All of those numbers on the Tyre Power scoreboard, your trusted tyre experts. Our coverage for Henley Homes. I'm joined now by Bharat Sundaresan, jumping in with Jeremy Coney as well. It is not outside the realms of possibility they could polish this off tonight.
Especially the rate at which they've scored in the last 15 or so minutes. A lot of boundaries, the balls going past edges, and every little half chance, semi chance, all going South Africa's way. These two are batted so well. Aiden Markram, I just heard you talk about him there, Adam. It had to be him, right? He is, even though Bavuma's captain, he is the rock of this batting lineup, right at the top. And ever since he's come back into Test cricket after a brief break, he has led the way, and this has been a champion knock from him. He's led the way. And just you can see it in the body language of the Australians. They're beginning to get a little desperate.
Yeah, they know, don't they? They're an experienced bunch, these Aussies. 122 to go. They know that if they can't do something in the next half an hour or so, it'll really drift. Markram facing after drinks, first ball from line. He's got 3 catching men in close, but that means there's an acre for him to work with off the back foot through the offside. 2 for Markram, 2 more, 120 to go. 2 for 162 the score. Markram 78.
Now, do you need all that many on the leg side? That's a gap. As soon as he drops short, you know how Markram likes to get inside the line and punch it through there. So that's going to be 2s a lot. He's got to get it fuller than that. There are things happening for him.
3-6 field. Line bowls here. Off stump line. Steered past slip for another run. You're right, Jeremy. If you've got 6 on the leg side, if you're bowling that outside the off stump line as an off spinner, you are opening up many gaps. 3 runs from 2 balls, 119 to go. That Markram up to 79.
He did get 2 to turn quite appreciably from foot marks and so on, and that's what's brought about this close in, those 3 men in close, which is fine. I've no problem with that. They need wickets.
Here's line again. Gets that to spin. That's slower through the air. 87 kilometres an hour. It ballooned off the flap of the pad of Bavuma. Bavuma should be the one they're targeting, given he's got the issue with the hamstring. This is the type of contest that Lyon should be really up for. I'm sure he is. They want to want this as much as he does. Perennial team man. Bowls here to Bavuma. Flighted up again. Bale's taken by Carey. Ever so close. That's what they want. Him on the stretch, Jeremy.
They do. And he's a shorter man, so he hasn't got quite the range, if you like, that, say, Markram has. He can't skip down the wicket because of his injury. So that's all he can do, really. Just make sure he guards his stumps.
Lyon 2 left. Bowls here to Bavuma. Sharp spin back to his pad, but it does mean he can get it to mid-wicket. Throw from Labuschane's a direct hit, and it's at the end they want to go to, but Bavuma by that point had put in the hard yards and got through. So another single, 42, 2 for 164, 118 to go.
Such a brave innings from Bavuma. Has really put his body on the line for his country. And he's just found a way, hasn't he, with his hamstring to get.
He has. He's made the decision early to go, hasn't he? He hasn't messed around with it.
Hasn't impeded their scoring rate, that's for sure. Line into Markram, goes back with the spin, out to mid-wicket. Not a run this time. It ends a busy over for South Africa. Another one. 118 to go. 2 for 164. Markram 79, Bavuma 42. And all those numbers are on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
All right, there's a change in bowling. It's going to be Bo Webster, and it's going to be with Carey up to the stumps from the nursery end. That's not because he's bowling off breaks. It's because of the lack of pace and carry they're going to expect. So a point of difference to Bavuma. We saw in the previous over, Jeremy, when he was brought forward, that he had to really stretch for it. And it'll be something that Webster might be able to create as well with that extra bounce.
Yeah, see if he can get a bit of extra bounces. That's what's lacking for Australia at the moment. Just that bit of variation. And they've, and as I say, they haven't been able to stop runs. That's just leaked 2 maidens.
Yes.
In the entire innings, I think was.
And the last maiden over was the 23rd over.
Yeah.
So that's a long time ago.
Which is unlike Australia. So many of them are able to. They put the pressure on. I wonder whether how many overs has Cummins bowled? Because he's, to me.
So Webster's first ball, it's short and wide and cut. There's a sweeper at deep point they'd want to be, otherwise that were a boundary. It takes Bavuma to 43, 2 for 165.
Cummins, did you say?
Sorry, Cummins, my apologies.
Yeah.
He sent down a total of 10 overs, none for 36. Stark, 9 overs, none for 53, so basically a run a ball. Hazelwood, none for 31 from 9. Lyon, none for 35 from 12 with the only 2 maidens.
Yeah, okay.
I know they've gone for Webster. I wonder if they might think of Travis Head for an over or 2. Just to Bavuma.
Took 2 important Ashes wickets here in 23. Webster bowls and pushes Markram back defending, remembering that he'll carry up to the stumps here as well.
Yeah, after Lyon went down as well, didn't
Yeah.
he? And just wondering, because he gives it such a rip, and Bavuma, the way he's stretching.
He's a subtly different off-spinner to, not subtly, very different off-spinner to Lyon, isn't he? Lyon trying to get that perfect drift and dip overspin, where it's Head, it's far more route 1, spin it as hard as he can laterally. Here is Webster bowling, and an uppercut of sorts to backward point. Work to do for Nathan Lyon around from deep point into the deep corner in front of the tavern stand. They go for 2 more. It'll take Markram into the 80s. He's 81 at 2 for 167.
Another clever shot.
No ball. It's inexcusable. Front foot no ball from Webster.
He bowled 1 in the first innings.
Yes.
All the tall guys have had issues, but yeah, like you said, Jeremy, that there was that extra bounce. He adjusted it. Classy from Markram.
1:14 to go. It's the Australians chasing the game. No slips for Webster. Bowls here. Markram drives strongly, but straight to the man we were talking about, Travis Head at mid-wicket, no single.
Which end would you bowl Head? I'm just looking at the marks outside of a right-hander's off stump. Maybe from the you think the pavilion end?
Probably, with extra turn down the slope, maybe.
Yeah.
Just give Lyon a break or give him a couple of overs from this end.
And one to just carry straight on.
And Lyon likes bowling from this end more anyway, traditionally. 98-run partnership. Webster bowls, Markram in behind it defensively, picks out Head again.
And maybe that is why Webster is bowling this over, or we can hope so.
To spin the change, possibly.
That'll be interesting, because Head has historically across formats done that for Australia.
Yeah, World Cup semi-final against South Africa, where he picked up 2 wickets in 2 balls as well. He has got form. He is a partnership breaker.
He's fiddling around with this cap as well.
Webster up, bit wider on the crease. Markram gets big on him, but he manages to control it down to square leg.
That's better from Webster.
Yeah, Sam.
He's bowling at the stumps, isn't he?
Yeah. A reminder, you can stay in touch with us across Australia. How are you seeing it? 0433 98 11 16, deep into a Friday night. Nearly 2 a.m. on the eastern seaboard of Australia. Have you given up? Have you gone to bed? Webster bowls inside edge, not far away from the stumps. Carey collects, who's up to the pegs. End of the over, 1:14 to go at 2 for 168. Markram 81, Bavuma 43. And all those numbers are on our Chemist Warehouse replay screen.
Help yourself to helpful healthcare and huge savings at Chemist Warehouse. Stock up on GastroStop Plus, 20 chewable tabs, just $8.99. Try Nexium 24-hour, 20 milligram, 14 tablets for $10.99. Pick up Wagner Professional Immunity Force, 60 vegetarian capsules, now $28.99. And LifeSpace Probiotic for 60 plus years, only $35.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
Australia's leading wicket taker is Pat Cummins across the Test match. He's bowled 10 overs in this innings. They could do with a Cummins blast at some point. For Belgravia Apparel, providing high-quality New Balance teamwear to community clubs and associations. On the other side of the spectrum, Lyon is wicketless in the match. He would dearly love to make a contribution. He's operating from the pavilion end. 3 catching men, 2 on the leg side. Bavuma sweeps out to deep square leg. Constas dives, doesn't quite get to the contest. Instead it goes for 4. He raced in off the rope, the 19-year-old. He gave himself a chance, but couldn't quite get there on the forward dive. Felt like it when he rolled on the ground at the end. 100 partnership up with it as well. We'll see it again. How far away was he, Jeremy?
Yeah, well, I was wondering whether, with the injury, whether he'd be able to sweep. I think it might have just touched the hand, must touch the finger of the dive.
So close. 102
Very
they've
close.
put on. First 100-run partnership of the Test match. What a time to do it. Captain's Doc Bavuma up to 47. Lyon bowls here. He goes back and takes 1. Hobbles down for his 48th run. Hobbling more and more by the ball. Feel like he might have done himself more damage with the sweep shot there. 2 for 173, 109 to go.
That was the moment, right? That was the moment. You could just sense it. It had Stokes, Marcus Harris, Leeds written all over it, Adam.
Yes, although in Harris's case, he managed to get the hands of Stokes, didn't he?
I think it might have just flicked the fingers as he was diving. It wasn't really you'd call an easy chance at all.
Markram's 81. He's facing up to Lyon, who plays it into the onside to mid-wicket. There won't be one. The Labuschagne, who slides away to collect.
And just before that shot, I was just going to say, you spoke earlier last over, Adam. If you're listening to this in Australia, have you stopped believing? This is generally when South Africa, when they're believing, is when things happen for them. Go against them in world finals.
Balanced partnership so far. Markram facing and goes back to a ball that spins sharply, and he places it to where Silly Point isn't. You're right, that is a through line of South Africa in major finals, getting to a point, or semi-finals, more to the point, but getting to a stage a bit like this, where
final last year
at 36 from 6 overs to win a T20 World Cup, and they managed not to do it. So that's the history. Lyon bowls here, flighted up. Markram knocks it on the head, back to the bowler.
They do say Morgan Freeman's Lion Hope is a dangerous thing was actually written about the South African cricket team. So it has proved to be anyway in the last 30 years.
Last ball of Lyon's 13th over. Bowls here, back goes Markram and decides to defend to the bowler. 5 runs from it. They're 109 runs away from victory at 2 for 173. Markram 81, Bavuma 48. All those numbers on the Chemist Warehouse screen.
This weekend, don't just take a punt, bet with confidence thanks to Tipper. Tipper is the real-time marketplace for punters and tipsters, bringing you expert tips on demand. They're flipping tipping on its head. There's no gimmicks and no subscriptions. Just flip an expert tip when you want one and never pay for a losing tip again. Tipper, the tipping marketplace. Download the Tipper app. That's TIPR. Chances are you're about to lose. For free and confidential support, visit gamblinghelponline.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Not pounds, dollars. I think Daniel might have said pounds at some point, which these days is double the value of the dollar, I'm pretty sure, at the moment.
I'm feeling the pinch.
Yes, it doesn't always work that way. Volatility of exchange rates. So, Bo Webster, to continue from our nursery end, can he extract something here? 23 overs theoretically left today. 59 minutes till the cut-off unless they take the extra 8 overs available to them. Webster to Bavuma here, keeper up to the stumps. Well forward, defending, fine. Even defensive shots are being cheered by the South African fans here now. They realise that what Bavuma's doing here is mission critical. They cannot allow there to be a wobble. All that history you speak about, Baz.
Yeah,
tortured history.
Can't say a lot of the younger players haven't got that baggage either.
Webster bowls, Bavuma, inside part of the bat to Constas at square leg, no single. Constas on for Smith, who's done a compound fracture of a little finger. That's another news point from today.
And I think clearly Pat Cummins has missed him out there in the middle. How often he'd go to Steve Smith and strategize Australia out of a tricky situation like this. He's had Marnus in his ear instead.
Webster up, away from us, bowls here, Bavuma back, punching the cover, no run. Kawaja does the fielding.
But they're just on that baggage. Tristan Stubbs was there last year, and
Sure was.
Marco Jansen obviously being castled by Jasprit Bumrah by one of those deliveries, Adam.
Yeah, I was defensive of South Africa after that, and by that I mean I was reluctant to lean into the choke thing because Bumrah was just untouchable.
He was.
And that's what turned that game more than I felt anyway. South Africa. Bowling here is Webster, and steering out to point is Bavuma for 1. They won't consider a second. So 49 for the captain, 2 for 174. Targets 282. I mean, obviously there was a degree of pressure which kicked in. How could it not in the World Cup final? But more that like they were facing this generational great who was on one. That can happen too.
Yeah, I think it was all those things, that the cheeky Rishabh Pant thing where he delayed his treatment, and then Heinrich Klaasen getting out first ball to Hardik Pandya right after that.
Webster up, bowls to Markram, who drives hard to point, knows the call. Labuschagne, always on it, fires in the throw to Carey. 1 left in the over. So he's bowling tidily, Webster.
What he does in Shield cricket, very difficult to get away.
It's part of the story here, isn't it, Bharat? It's been the run rate for South Africa up above 4.
They look like 50 over figures really for Australia when you look at...
Yeah, they do. Webster to finish his second over. Markram in behind it defensively. Well bowled by Webster. They needed an over like that, a tidy one. He's applauded by Cummins. 2 for 174. Changing commentary after the break. Daniel Norcross in for me. It's 81 for Markram, 49 for Bavuma. That target again, 282.
Belgravia Apparel, in partnership with New Balance, is the exclusive teamwear provider to Cricket Australia for all state and territory associations. And Belgravia Apparel give community cricket clubs the same treatment, offering high-quality New Balance playing, training and off-field teamwear. Plus, place a club order by June 30 and you'll enter the draw to win 20 GA tickets to take your team to a Big Bash game in your state. For all the details, follow Belgravia Apparel on socials. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Now then, I've just been speaking to the authorities here at Lord's. I say the authorities. I spoke to a well-connected steward who told me something about the fears that are going around the ground right now about tomorrow, because they would, in a way, dearly love this game to be finished tonight.
Oh, really?
Because, and I'll explain all. The line starts a new over from the pavilion end. Forward comes Bavuma and guides this down to backward point and picks up a half century. A half century on 1.5 legs for Temba Bavuma. From 83 balls, the South African skipper is marshalling his side alongside Aidan Markram to an historic victory here. He's batted very bravely. He's been inconvenienced for nearly all of his innings. Dropped on 2 by Steve Smith. But since then, he's shown commendable skill and courage, and he's still there. South Africa, 2 for 175 with that single. His line is into Markram, who drives firmly up to mid-off. Can't beat the fielder. So the issue is, if it goes to the 4th day, but the game finishes within 10, 12 overs, which it probably would, either way, given the situation we're in here, with at least an hour, 55 minutes at least if they don't take the extra half hour. As the line comes in again. Markham defends into the onside. There's no run. They have to refund the tickets. Now, what they did last year was very clever. It was Jimmy Anderson's last match, and the game was sorted out pretty quickly, if you recall, before midday. So what they did was refunded and told everybody they'd refunded anyone who paid electronically straight into their bank accounts. Suddenly, 30,000 people thought they had an extra 120 quid to play with or so. So sort of 240 Australian dollars. As Lion starts in again. And that's carved off the back foot through cover point. It's going to run up to the boundary, and it is going to be 4. Expertly played by Markham. He moves to 85. And that target is now down to just 103 runs away.
Well, how often has Nathan Lyon missed his length today? I don't see this too often. It's the third or fourth time he's been cut for 4. Wasn't very short, but Markram created the length, but it was short enough, and the pitch is so slow that he could adjust, and already a fielder being pushed back to that point boundary. Pat Cummins feeling the pinch.
Hard for a spinner on this kind of a slow surface because you can camp on the back foot.
Yeah.
And you've got a very small margin for error where it's not too short, it's not too full. As Line is in again, and Markram just taps this on its head and pushes it to short leg, no run. So what they did was they gave them money back, and then they allowed them to stay here and hang around on the outfield, left all the concessions open, and suddenly everybody was buying champagne because they got money they didn't realise they'd had. And they basically kind of recouped that money through the concessions.
Smart.
It was quite smart.
That's
but
very, very smart. Well done, MCC.
They're gearing up for having to do something similar tomorrow at this rate as Lion is in, and that's all played on the leg side off a bit of pad. Perhaps it rolls away, but there'll be no run. It's the end of the over on the Thai Power scoreboard. South Africa needing 282 to win and 2 for 179.
If I asked you to go outside now, grab a shovel and hack through your internet or water connection, would you do it? Of course not. It'd cost you a fortune to fix, plus being without internet or water for hours or days would drive you mad. Yet digging without searching before you dig online first is a gamble. Or worse, if you strike a gas or electricity main. Before every job, search before you dig online every time. And never dig blind.
SEN test cricket with the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Right. Well, are we in the last hour or aren't we? Again, we just don't know.
Yeah.
It's been a day of questions.
It has.
With no obvious answers.
But if the question in the start of the day was, would South Africa be in this position at this stage? Most people have answered no.
Webster's in, wide of the off stump, with Carey standing up, the stumps takes it cleanly, no run. You say that, but I did warn our listeners on day one. I said this pitch will get easier and easier.
Yeah, and we wondered this morning, really, when the way Stark and Hazelwood were batting, is it the pitch, is it the flatness of South Africa? We criticised Bauma for his captaincy, then he came and pulled his hamstring, and then he's played a heroic knock from that point on.
Well, we say he's pulled his hamstring. Maybe it's all an elaborate ruse. As Webster is in, is tapped into the onside no run. I mean, it'd be wonderful if, on winning the game, he suddenly just did a massive lap of honour and ran around.
Maybe do a Mohammad Rizwan from the World Cup a couple of years ago, where he said it was, what did he say, 20% hamstring, 80% acting?
Oh, yes.
Yeah, remember that in that big run chase? Sri Lanka and Delhi.
Oh, yes.
Maybe Bauma heard about Gordon Greenwich and what he did and just wanted to bat on one leg.
Webster in, his driver flashed away, but one doesn't beat the covers. Labuschagne does well, diving to his right to field.
So Bo Webster was doing his job. He's stump to stump, not giving anything away. But the problem is that Nathan Lyon's not able to really put the brakes at the other end, which he's so masterful at doing.
Has he, do you think, threatened at any point, really? Doesn't feel like he has particularly.
A couple of balls have turned. There was that one that spun through the gate but missed everything.
Webster's in. This is pushed into the offside. They're going to get a single, a hobbled single, as Bavuma stretches for the crease at the non-striker's end.
But even with that one, he has been hobbling, yes, he has been limping, but he's timed his run so beautifully. The calling's been precise between these two that even though there have been a couple of direct hits, rarely has he been in trouble.
Yeah.
Or been rushed to get to the crease or get to his crease. So Oh, it's clever knock from Bowman.
Webster in. Oh, guys, it's beautifully for 4. What an expert shot that is. How late has he played that? With the keeper standing up to the stumps. It was in the channel outside off stump, not particularly wide, I've got to say, and he waited till the last possible moment and then opened the face of the bat and sent it through where, say, a third slip might have been. Down to the boundary for 4, and the big screen tells us just 98 runs to win, and the South Africans in this crowd, of which there are many, are getting extremely excited. Unsurprisingly, 2 for 184. 1 ball left in the 45th. Webster's in. Defended by Markham into the offside. Picked up by Kawaja. 45 gone. 2 for 184. South Africa need 98 more to win.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
looks like a professional job. So
yeah, but
I bet that's tint to car octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintercar. Call 13Tint or visit tintercar.com.au. We also tint homes.
SEN Test Cricket for Headley Holmes. The win predictor has South Africa at 82%. Australia just 18. Nathan Lyon's going to continue. Bharat Sundaresan alongside Daniel Norcross, and Bharat, you mentioned, just not had that control. He's only bowled 2 maidens out of 14 overs, which is very un-Leonian.
It is. And that's always a sign.
The win predictors increased by 1% in that time with nothing happening. As Lyon is in, forward in defence, comes Bavuma back to the bowler. That's bizarre, isn't it? It just took a minute of inactivity and suddenly South Africa are up to 83%.
Yeah, don't want to put the markers
is
on
it
the South Africans.
Bowling?
Probably, and because Pat Cummins is yawning, maybe.
Line in, it's worked into the onside at short mid-wicket. Labuschagne Fields, no
It's
run.
an odd time for a yawn from the fielding captain at this stage of a big world final, you think? Just tells you how chilled Pat Cummins is and about the perspective he has about life.
Could be the tension yawn, of course. There's Lyon flatter, full and defended by Bavuma into the onside. Picked up, short leg.
I don't think yawns get studied as much as they should be.
No, they're infectious as well, aren't they? One man yawns, another man yawns, a woman yawns. We all start yawning.
Correct.
Lyon in again, flat and firm. No flight on the ball, no real guile being shown here. He's just almost going through the motions. The ball's pushed to mid-on, there's no run. Do you know what I mean? It's like sort of, I don't quite know what this is achieving. It's not turning, it's just coming straight on.
He's changing his angle now. It feels like he's forcing a maiden out, isn't he? Bowling flatter.
But they need a wicket.
Yeah, the runs are
need a
dwindling
wicket
now. Yeah.
badly. The other part of it is the ball, Bharat, is 46 overs old nearly.
As we saw this morning, around the time Stark and Hazel were rolling together.
Lyon in. Oh, and he gets in a tangle here, Bavuma, at last, as Lyon comes around the wicket and the ball gets trapped in his pad flat. We've seen that a couple of times in this game. And he waits to ask whether they want it taken out, and he does.
Correct. Pat Cummins has gone from yawning to adjusting his wedding ring to probably warming up.
Here is Lyon round the wicket. Last ball of the over is defended. It's a maiden, Braisby. No runs off that over. Another ticks by, but it's wicketless. 46 overs gone. South Africa 2 for 184.
Mate, if I say the word laser, what do you think of? Laser tag? Pew pew. No, you clown. Laser cutting. Close. Laser welding? Correct.
Roofing and Sheet Metal Centre can laser weld stainless steel in gauges down to 1.2 mil. Stainless steel roofing and rainwater products have a longer lifespan, are more resistant to corrosion, plus they look great. And with a lighter gauge stainless steel, you can get these benefits for less. Visit rscentre.com.au/stainless steel.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. So, 45 minutes remain in the day with the possibility of an extra half hour. 98 needed to win. Australia, I think, slowing the game down here quite legitimately because they would love well, firstly to get a wicket, but then they let a slow South Africa try and come back tomorrow and hope conditions are different. As Webster's in, this is driven firmly but straight to mid-on, no run. The other part of it is you've got two batters who are set here, and if they could just find a way of breaking the partnership, then new batter, build some pressure, then maybe South Africa needed 60 tomorrow, even if it's with 7 wickets in hand. But there's two new batters restarting, fresh bowlers, overnight rain, all sorts of things that could bring Australia back into this game. Webster's in. This is all flicked in the air briefly by Markram to the right of Travis Head at short mid-wicket. He's in a catching mid-wicket. And now he's, this is a nice one. Not sure about that ball. Oh, what do you think, this could take a little while. Stark's looking, he's perusing it, and I don't think he thinks, I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get away with that one. Let's keep our powder dry. I mean, the ball has done precious little, so you can understand why. Webster in, Markram defence solidly up to mid-on. Stark does the fielding. I mean, question for you here, Bharat. How much are South Africa thinking about that? How much are they thinking, do you know, our best chance of winning this is if we get this done in an hour and a quarter?
I mean, they have the momentum, but just in the last couple of overs, Australia seem to have a bit of stranglehold.
Well, it's on a knife edge, isn't it? Whether they'll have time or not to do it.
It's running out.
Webster in, he plays that late as Markram, but can't beat the fielder at a backward point. There's no run, a very excitable Labuschagne. That's the ball.
The concern, like you said, I think unless you bring up South Africa's history and if there is baggage in that history, you wouldn't want them to sleep on it. There's still 60 runs to get in, even if they have 8 wickets in hand.
If you were Australia, you'd love them to. Yeah. Gnawing doubts, nagging fears and worries.
Correct.
Webster in, driven into the offside, but can't beat the fielder. Kawaja at short extra, no run.
And since most of them are teammates here and there, they have each other's phone numbers, just send them reminders. Clips of the T20 World Cup final.
How you doing, Aiden? Yeah. You sleeping well?
Maybe a replay of the 1999 semi-final.
Yes.
All the close ones that they failed to get over.
Yeah.
Just have these clips for you.
30 off 30 and you didn't win. That's a little odd. Webster's in again. On the pads and flicked away fine. The first run for a while. It'll take Markram up to 90 at the end of the over. 47 gone on the Tyre Power scoreboard. South Africa 2 for 185.
Looking for the perfect place to call home? Discover Office Essential by Your Land Developments. Live at the centre of everything in Melbourne's vibrant southeast. Close to shops, public transport, schools, parks and more. House and land now available. Visit officeessential.com.au today. Join an established community where everything you need is just a short walk away. Life at the centre of everything. Find out more at officeessential.com.au. T's and C's apply.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection, billed from only $227,900. Now then, what's happening here?
So it looks like Pat Cummins is coming on, and I think Quantis tried putting on Travis Head's shin pads.
Well, the umpire's getting a bit vexed by this, and wants whatever is going to happen quickly, because he knows Richard dealing with what Australia are up to here. And I stress that this is entirely normal. You know, you try and manipulate Test cricket, don't you, to your best advantage. I mean, look what England did at Cardiff in 2009. Correct. It still brings us a faint smile to my face. The memory of that change of gloves, so unnecessary.
Well, Jack Leach and his glasses in Manchester didn't work. So what's happened now is they brought out new shin pads and a helmet for Sam Quantis because Travis Head's shin pads didn't fit, and it is the bowling change that I had called for a while back, Daniel. So Travis Head is getting the ball, and from the end I thought he should be bowling from
the pavilion end. Just a reminder of the score: South Africa 2 for 185. They need 97 more to win. Aidan Markram is on 90. It's the highest score of the match, and unless Bavuma beats it, he's going to be the leading run scorer in this ICC World Test Championship final. In Love to get his name on that honours board, not just for the honours board, but getting 100 in a major final. Not sure. I mean, Head is an interesting one, isn't it? A bit of a partnership break, a bit of a golden arm. Just a different type of spinner.
Different type of spinner, and also the revs he puts on the ball. And Nathan Lyon did get a few return. I think this would be a ploy more for Bavuma than Markram. He's got history against South Africa as well. He's done it so many times now for Australia across formats.
Head comes in and bombs. Oh, flat ball, and already something's happened. Already he's getting turned. Outside the off stump, that turns sharply. I'd love to see that on the Chemist Warehouse replay screen. We see now. He's bowled it, flung it out really wide, plenty of revs on it, and that has, oh my goodness me, that has turned a mile.
This is why he should have been bowling.
And he's in again. This is full and pushed back the bowler. No run. I mean, it's ridiculous, isn't it? A man with over 500 Test wickets, been wheedling away for 15 overs. Suddenly, a part-time truckie comes in, and it's turned a mile. Now that squeezes this ball out next. So there's a little bit of a uncertainty, but they're going to get a run as Markram pushes it to the left of extra cover.
I take offence to that. He's better than a part-time truckie bowling off spin.
It's the tash, you know.
It is. He might look like a part-time but no, and I think this could be the challenge though. Can he bowl him through the gate?
Bavuma faces and defends around the front pad, pushes the short mid on, no run. That first ball though might have spooked Bavuma. He's going to be especially watchful here. 2 for 186, still 96 more needed for victory, for glory. Unprecedented glory for South Africa. Heading again, down the leg sides to a swept fine. Fielder in pursuit, he's going to get there, is Stark. Oh, and Bavuma is actually herring back for the second.
Yeah.
What's happened to this hamstring?
I mean,
now he's stopping. Oh, what have I done?
I honestly don't think it's as bad as we thought it is, or the treatment he's got, the pills he's been on.
Well, he hobbled the first
run, but then he
absolutely legs it. Well, I mean, I say there was still a bit of a hobble in there. Head is in, forward in defence is Bavuma. 3 off that over from Travis Head. 48 gone. South Africa need 94 more to win. They've got 8 wickets in hand. It's 2 for 188. Change in the commentary box. Adam Collins will come in for me.
At Ozito, we know for you it's about leaving your mark. With over 125 tools for your home and garden, all powered by one battery to make it happen. Kick off your tool collection with one of our 3, 4 or 8-piece tool value packs, or grab a battery starter kit and choose the tools you need. Because when it comes to getting things done, do it yourself. Do it with Ozito. Only at Bunnings Warehouse.
Well, as South Africa needed to do exactly what they did before tea, after tea, they've done precisely that. The run rate's identical. 3.92 in the second session, 3.92 in the third session, 92 wicketless runs since the short break, 94 runs to go. Josh Hazlewood has been called back into service. He's talking with Pat Cummins and with Usman Khawaja in the absence of Steve Smith. That is the Brains Trust. Travis Head's just bowled that one over. We thought he might have bowled an hour ago, Flem. We thought
he almost got a wicket first ball.
He did. Gives it a big old rip.
Spinning the ball more.
A bit of overhead going on here as well. Thicker cloud cover, although with the sun poking through. Can Hazlewood manufacture something?
They've just got to get that wicket. They've got to get a new batsman in, and who knows? There's a bit of, Markham's near 100.
Yep.
That helps. So there's a little bit of pressure there.
So it's that man Markram facing. 2 men back. The rest on the one with the exception of Gully. Hazlewood bowls to him, nursery end, pushed into the onside. Decent pace there.
Good start.
At 136 kilometres an hour. Middle and leg stump in play.
And it looks like those conditions you could get reverse swing, but looking at the ball, it just looks, both sides look very similar.
They tried taking it to the umpire a couple of times in the last few overs. It hasn't worked.
Yeah, I mean, South Africa got a change ball, but that was a fair bit later, wasn't it? 60th over or something.
So Markram's there on 91. 94 away from the promised land for South African cricket of a major trophy. Bowling here is Hazlewood. It's full again. Stumps in play. Push to mid on, no run.
Yeah, I think you got to do that, haven't you? You got to be attacking the stumps. Bolds, LBs. The only main movement has been up and down as opposed to off the seam.
There is some inexperience left in the South African batting lineup. The next two played 9 and 10 test matches each.
Which was always a talking point coming in. That we saw it in the first innings. If you can make inroads, it can get ugly. They'll be mindful of that. They rolled for 138 in the first innings. Hazelwood approaches and bowls. An outside part of the bat marker and gets one to one of the two sweepers. Deep backward point, 92 for him.
He's played that shot so well, Markram. Often hitting it for 4, but that one, he just knew I'll just rotate the strike. It's been a great knock.
2 for 189. Just 9 boundaries in 92. It's not been about necessarily putting the foot down against the Australians, but always looking to score. It's not been like it was on night 1 when they were, as you both so neatly described at the time, like sitting ducks. That they've taken a different attitude to this, and it's worked for them. They've treated it almost like a one-day chase, going it just on 4 and over. Hazelwood approaches Bavuma, plays straight from a ball that was trailing down the slope towards the top of off stump. Well bowled and well played.
Yeah, and that's what would irritate Pat Cummins and his bowling attack. He said, just 9 boundaries, so many singles. This despite one of the batters having some sort of injury concern with the hamstring. It's not impeded him too much, but it's just been too many singles on offer.
I should say that they were going at a much quicker run rate until about 20 minutes ago. Webster actually has slowed things down. So if that was the objective, to bowl more dot balls, Webster's achieved that before Hazelwood's replaced him. Hazelwood bowls, leg stump line, doesn't beat mid-wicket. Great diving stop from head over to his right. So 93 to win, 32 minutes rather till the cut-off. So we've sort of talked about the extra half an hour, but they need to get a real wriggle on in the next 30. And the last 20's probably reduce the odds of that to maybe 10 or 20%.
Yeah, I reckon half an hour ago with 8 wickets in hand, you go, let's be positive, let's finish it tonight. And the Australians need to push it into tomorrow. If it's 30, 40 runs, they'll be fresh and they can go 100%.
Absolutely. And South Africa will need to start again in that scenario. Hazelwood bowls here and well behind it. Playing his role there, trying to slow the game down. Bavuma stays on 53, Markram 92. 2 for 189, 93 from victory. That's all on the Tyre Power scoreboard.
Step into Chemist Warehouse for stunning skincare and savings. Grab Thayer's anti-blemish treatment 15ml for $15.99. Soothe Skin with Aveeno Skin Relief Moisturising Lotion 1 litre, $17.99. Try L'Oreal Paris Revitalift Filler Day Cream 50ml, just $27.49. And for a bright smile, try Oral-B Power Toothbrush IO3 Series Clean and Whiten, now $99.99. For great savings every day, come home to Chemist Warehouse.
SEN Test Cricket for the Henley Breakthrough Collection. That's what Australia want, a breakthrough. Billed from only $227,900. 95 runs in the session, wicketless. 93 runs to get. This pair came together at 2 for 70. It's now 2 for 189. And it's Travis Head, the man that turns it square. He'll try and spin it even further down that slope, Flem. There's no subtlety about bowling from the nursery end and beating them on both edges. Head's route 1. Turn it big and hard.
Yeah, ripped. I mean, he really surprised Markram with his first delivery, didn't it? The extra turn.
Head delivers here. Forward comes Markram. The smother and his spin that's out there. No run.
And
3 back on the leg side. Yeah.
Didn't he? He's been very watchful since that first delivery.
Who did he get in the World Cup semi, Baz? Klaasen?
Janssen and Janssen.
Yep.
Just got rid of Rishabh Pant in Melbourne.
Yes, of course. Head bowls here and forward again. He got Joe Root here, didn't he, in 23? So he's got form.
He's known for his celebrations.
Yes.
Wicket celebrations.
If he can just bowl that ball, he got Chandimal out with a goal a couple of years ago. The slope will help with something like that if he can land it. There are some footmarks to aim at. We've seen that on our screen here. Head bowls Pavilion and it's spun big. Past Markram via the inside edge, down to fine leg for 1. But that's the type of delivery where things can happen. He gets a round of applause from his captain for giving it a chance. Watching the replay here. Scrambled off break. hit the foot mark, puff of dust, and that would have been plumb had he missed it.
If there's a bit more of that, you'd want a leg slip.
Too right. He thrust the bat down at the last moment, didn't quite get up. Inside edge shaved him. Head bowls here, sweep here from Bavuma. Gets it into the gap before. Bavuma gets down low and nails that shot, the one that nearly was his undoing against Lyon about half an hour ago. His 100th ball in the middle. Just as important as the 57 runs the captain's made, most of that on one leg.
That's a very good sweep shot, isn't it? That takes the spin out, hitting with the spin out of the screws. So the first boundary for a little while here, South Africa.
88 to win. Bavuma 57. 2 for 194. 2 left in the over. Head taking a moment. How does he respond? Bowls here, spun hard from back of a length, and Bavuma tries to open up the offside but picks out cover. I don't suppose, Flem, they'll be too worried with Bavuma sweeping with deep backward square there, top edge.
He played it well.
Head bowls here, that's Fuller, and Bavuma digs it out to mid-wicket. End of the over, 5 runs from it, 2 for 194, 28 minutes till stumps. And that's all on Tyre Power Scoreboard.
Hi, Francesco from Floridia Cheese. For over 4 generations, we've been proudly making the highest quality Italian-style cheese. With a passion for tradition, we're offering a little slice of Sicily to our customers, including ricotta, burrata, semi-matured and hard cheeses, and an extensive range of specialty cheeses that are considered the best artisan cheeses in Australia. Floridia Cheese, available at independent retailers. Visit floridiacheese.com.au and follow our socials. Floridia Cheese, traditionally Italian, proudly Australian.
No need for DRS in this session. Richard Kettleborough, the quietest session he's had this test match for IMAR. For Trusted Traders Insurance, call 13-IMAR.
And that's significant, isn't it? That it's been the most settled on day 3, this pitch. And the thing that's hurting the Australians too is it's pace, it's slow.
Lights are on at Lords. It's gotten, wouldn't say dark, but it's gotten gloomier. Conditions that might see the ball swing. 50 overs gone, but the Dukes will keep going if he can get it right here. Hazelwood bowls here, leg stump line. That's not quite where he wants it to be. Kuhneman's the sub, racing around, denying a single. So is that in addition to Constas? I think it is. So Constas is fielding out at deep square leg. Kuhneman there as well. He's not on for Lyon. Lyon's at deep backward point. Down at fine leg is the other quick Mitchell Stark. So it's one of the batters, obviously Steve Smith, off with that horrible finger injury. It would be a major doubt for the Caribbean, if not ruled out already. Hazelwood in here, bowls, and it gets big on Markram. Great stop from Webster.
Great stop.
Diving over from third slip. Remember how close he is as well. That took some stopping. That could have gone for 4 instead of dot ball.
So Cummins did this twice, didn't he? Once to Bavuma and the other one to Markram. That's bounced, I'd say, half a metre more than what Markram expected. He dropped his hands really, really good. He's worried about his bat, which has been in brilliant form. But Big Bo, 200 centimetre, got the big levers out to stop that one. So another dot ball, crucial. They've got to get some pressure.
The ball's shining in the lights as well. We see on replay. Bowls here, back towards him, into the onside. So Flem, bowlology here from you. The shiny side to the offside. So still looking for something vaguely conventional with the swing. They're not looking to necessarily get it to reverse, but the fact that one side looks like it's loaded up, that does augur well for a bit of something as the ball gets older.
Yeah, you've got to get one side of the cricket ball totally different to the other, and the airflow will prefer one. But there was a shot of the ball probably half an hour, 40 minutes ago, and there didn't look like much difference from either side.
Hazelwood halfway through his 11th over, bowls here to Markram on 92. That's where he'll stay. 93, sorry, with a push to mid-on, no single.
So it's good bowling. He's bowling stump to stump. Markram's had one that's kicked a little bit, kept it low. He's tried to whip it through the leg side. If he gets it square enough, square legs on the fence, so he'll get a run. But that's what Hazelwood wants him to do. He's forcing him to play square.
So the Australians in the field willing a chance here. They want Hazelwood to give them something. 5 men in front of square on the one. Hazelwood bowls, and it's on middle stump, and it's kept out. very, very good bowling and excellent defence. Markram 93 from 147.
This is exactly what the Australians have needed. These 2 overs from Hazelwood, you can see there's uncertainty, isn't there, from Markram. Instead of looking to score each ball, he's looking to defend. And you just feel like one might just keep low.
Can there be a little twist here? Plenty of time for it. 88 to go. A long way to the finish line. Been slowed in the last 15-20 minutes. Hazelwood bowls here. Straight drive, Markram gets it past the bowler and the stumps. That's 4 runs. A terrific shot to move to 97. A straight drive to complete the over. Bavuma 57 down the other end. 84 to go. 9 for 198. 2 for 198. Make that.
Oh, great. Here we go again.
Right, do you know why I pulled you over?
Yeah, it's my window tint.
Pretty dark, isn't it?
Yeah, but it
looks like a professional job. So
yeah, but
I bet that's Tintacar Octane, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Darkest legal tint you can get. Looks great. Oh, thanks, mate. Off you go.
This month, get $100 off Octane Tint from Tintacar. Call 13Tint or visit tintacar.com.au. We also tint homes.
We're here at Lord's for Henley Holmes. Adam Collins, Damien Fleming with you and watching a replay. Last ball of the previous over. That is sweet.
Great shot.
Especially when the pressure's on, as you described. Losing just a moment here.
They're checking the ball again.
They're having another go.
Waste some time too. No, that was a beautiful shot. I mean, Hazelwood bowled really well there, and it was a little bit full, but it was hit absolutely at the screws. It was hit straight back at Hazelwood, who was in his follow-through, so he tried to get a hand onto it, but beautiful timing onto 97 now, Markram.
Seeing a replay of the other end, I think Hazelwood got a finger on that, and the ball did just past the stumps.
Oh, wow.
Bavuma would have been, in the event it clips, would have been run out.
I wonder how close it was.
It wasn't far away. It was just past the stumps, just to the offside of them. So Nathan Lyon is replacing Travis Head pavilion end. Bowled 15 overs for 45 so far. Wicketless in the test match. For Bavuma, they'll go slip, leg, slip. That's Kawaja Webster. Short leg, head. 2 back, deep backward square and deep square. Long on as well. So 3 single options in theory for Bavuma. No sweeper on the offside. He'll attack the stumps. Line up. Bowls to Bavuma. Middle stump line. Push to mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, he's bowled all the 3 maidens in the innings so far for Australia, Nathan Lyon. He's been a little bit unlucky.
Can they create something? Bit of energy. Bit of indecision in the Proteas dressing room. Lyon bouncing up. Bowls here. Bavuma back and just past head at short leg, but not enough time to take on Labuschagne at mid-wicket.
Just got to keep the pressure on that. It's a credit to both these South African batsmen with Bavuma injured. There hasn't been too much indecision in the running between the wickets, has there?
Yeah, no doubt that he's kept trying to score. He's done well, Bavuma, done so well, defending this delivery to Travis Head. So sharper spin from Lyon. But Bavuma's now been out there on one leg, 105 balls for about 70 of them. He's had this hamstring issue, if not more, all the way through this final session. They've put on 128. Biggest partnership of the match by a mile. Lyon bowls here. Bavuma past Carey, past Webster, bisecting the pair of them. It won't quite go. There was some pace taken off by Carey's glove. They get back for a couple. Looking for the signal. I think it's going to be buys. We'll wait here. The 200 up, by the way. It is buys. Yet another hurdle cleared. The South African fans, there are so many to our left in the mound stand. They are chuffed.
Yeah.
They can feel it. 82 from victory. Watching this back, that's spun. Huge puff of dust. We've been saying it all week, Flem, that Lyon could turn it big here. Can he get it right to Bavuma? Push, offside, quickish shingle. They're taking everything that's available to them. 2 for 201. 1 left in the over. 81 to go. Bavuma 58.
For a batsman on one leg, he's scored an amazing amount of singles.
Too right.
Hasn't he? I bet the field's just been a bit deep at times.
So Markram 97. last ball.
They are tempting him to hit through the offside. There's a point on the boundary now at mid-off. No one else.
Heaps of room between mid-off and deep point.
And he has played that shot well, the back foot punch through the covers.
Willie Dare, Lions and Markram, last ball of the over, 97, and he plays it awkwardly off his hip into the onside. End of the over. It'll be Daniel Norcross replacing me after the break. Tyre Power scoreboard, 81 to go for South Africa. They're 2 for 201, Markram 97, Bavuma 58.
Trying to choose new flooring, window furnishings or rugs for your home? Choices Flooring's Room View makes it easy to find the look you've been searching for. Whatever the space or your flooring needs, simply take a photo of the area in your home and select your flooring styles, window furnishings or rugs from the thousands of colours, styles and texture options. Using Choices Flooring's Room View, you can see your selections right in your own home. Then send your favourites to your local Choices Flooring store to book a free measuring quote.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. We probably have 18 minutes left in the day, and the way Australia are slowing this game down, that'd be 4-5 overs tops, you think, Flem?
Yep, and the way they're going, it's about another 20, so they're going to maybe need between 50 and 60 runs tomorrow, South Africa.
Now that...
At this stage with 8 wickets in hand.
Which brings Australia back into it, though, because you'd have 2 new batters in a sense. Yeah. I mean, the same batters, but they'll be starting afresh as Hazelwood is in. Short, pulled out towards deep square leg along the ground. A controlled pull by Bavuma. He plays that shot very well. Picks up just for 1. 2 for 202. 80 more needed to win. It brings Zayden Markram on to strike. The lights are on now. We're due some tempestuous weather. It's due to hit London around about 7 o'clock today. Just in time for me to meet up with my chums and get drenched.
Yeah, might need to head out as quickly as possible.
Super quick.
Yep.
Yeah. The last thing we need is an extra half hour. As Hazelwood is in to Markram on 97, and he flicks this into the onside, but he can't beat the head at short mid-wicket. There's no run.
Been a good battle this couple of overs. Hazelwood coming back to Markram. In the 90s, he's bowled full and on the stumps, and he's really threatened the defence of Markram, who in the last ball, the last over, played a beautiful straight drive. How he was able to generate that much power through the ball was exceptional. But Hazelwood fancies himself stump to stump here. He's bowling for LBWs.
Heart must be pounding in there. Aidan Markram on 97 as he waits for Hazelwood. And he pulls it out to deep square leg again. Controlled pull. No real violence in the shot. Just placing the ball out there. Takes the single. Constas does the fielding. He's on because Stephen Smith, if you're just joining us, has had a compound dislocation of his thumb, which makes it seem increasingly unlikely that he'll be heading to the Caribbean for Test cricket next week. 2 for 203, 79 more needed to win. Markram up to 98.
It's a shame for Stephen Smith because it's like a home Test series for him. He lives in New York.
Lives in New York, yeah. The Americas.
Just pop over to...
Yeah. Right, Bavuma's back on strike. 59, he scored of 108 balls as Hazelwood runs in. And Bavuma defends really solidly, shows the full maker's name. The crowd cheering at every dot ball, the South African elements of it. Aussie elements a little bit more subdued at the moment.
It's been a great captain's knock, hasn't it? On one leg. At the start, he supported Markram, but his innings has flowed really well, Bavuma.
It has, hasn't it? I mean, apart from the very, very beginning, the first 10 balls a bit frantic, and then he just, once he got the hamstring problem, almost like it focused the mind.
Yeah, and also once he worked out what he could do with the injury.
Hazelwood's into him. He waits and leaves that ball alone outside the off stump. Through quite sweetly. 86 miles an hour. It felt rapid. Into the gloves of Carey. 1 ball remains.
But the pitch is slow, isn't it? He had a lot of time to think about playing a shot at that and then leaving.
It is just the way of things in this country at the moment. Those pitches just get better and better. We'll see, I'm sure, when England play India in the upcoming Test series, that Stokes will, I mean, he'll actually say it at the toss often. He says, we'll have a chase I mean, this is before you've even had a single innings, you know. It's the attitude these days with the pitches that have been prepared out here. Hazelwood's in. Bavuma goes on the pull again. And again, it's controlled, and it's down to long leg, and it's an easy single. Stark tidies up, end of the over, 3 singles from it. South Africa continue on their merry way. They're 2 for 204. They need 78 more runs for glory.
Did you know that Cobram Estate Extra Virgin Olive Oil supports heart health when consuming 2 or more 15 millilitre serves per day as part of a balanced diet? Cobram Estate is made from olives grown in northern Victoria, which are harvested and first cold pressed within 4 to 6 hours to create a premium quality oil. That is why every bottle is fresh and full of flavour, making your food taste even better. Cobram Estate, premium quality, great tasting, and the most awarded Australian extra virgin olive oil.
SEN Test cricket for Henley Holmes. There's another conflab. The brains trust are getting together. Cummins is chatting. Marnus Labuschagne is trying to involve himself, as he will do.
The South Africans aren't in a hurry either, really, are they?
I think they've given up on the extra. I think they've given up on doing it today now. And now we've got to be in for tomorrow.
So it must change the ball.
The ball's being looked at. And it's supposed to not go through one and go through the other, but unfortunately, we're going to get a change ball. And my goodness me, the last time Australia played a test match in this country, the saga of the changed ball at the Oval. We've never heard the end of it, Flem.
Can it go our way for
change? You got it go your way at Edgbaston in 2019 when Pattinson got the ball changed. And then a bright red cherry came on.
Hey, check it out. Are they...
Now it looks a bit nicer, doesn't it?
Straight
it's
away,
a prouder seam.
These batch of balls look very similar to the ball that's getting changed, as opposed to the last Ashes, with this aged, almost retired ball on healthcare gets replaced by a shiny new baby.
You could see all the writing on it, couldn't you? That was kind of what gave it away.
They go, it's the best we had, but there was cameras above. What I'm going, don't know about that one.
Right. Well, Cummins is saying I'm not quite sure I like that one either. Right, there's laughing, there's smiling, there's joking
and
generally.
Marnus has to have, he's the shiner.
Yeah.
So he's got it, he's working on the ball now.
Tristan Stubbs has been padded up all this time. Nervous energy being expended. Didn't have a great first innings.
Oh, imagine him coming out with just
now
a couple of overs to go, or 9 balls.
12 minutes left, You wouldn't want that, would you? So, Lyon is going to continue, even though they've changed the ball. I did wonder if he's going to look at that and go, actually, that's delicious. I'll bowl with that. Thank you very much.
No, it looks like they were pretty much replicating the ball that was replaced, besides being in shape.
Yeah.
But this is good. I mean, as long as I don't smash too many in the next 12 minutes. But you'd hope there's a decent crowd tomorrow.
Yeah.
You know, it can still...
Well, people
if there's 70 runs, it's still like an hour and a half.
Well, people are going to want to come and see it, aren't they?
Yeah.
Because, they know that it's going to be decided tomorrow as Lyon comes in from the pavilion end with this change ball, and it's defended by Bavuma into the onside, no run. And Bavuma tomorrow, if he does have a problem with that hamstring, that's going to tighten up. It's going to be horrible overnight. He's going to really feel it. He's going to have to come out, restart his innings, as will Markram. And suddenly the game's back in the balance.
Well, the Markram, one thing he wants to do is be at least 100 starting tomorrow. He's too short at the moment.
You do not want to go to bed on 99, do you? This is defended by Bavuma, who then unwisely stretches for the ball to stop it. But
no doubt there's been players before not out on 99 and then dismissed the next day for 99.
Must have. The Lyon's taking his time, slowing the game down. Bavuma waits and taps the ball into the offside. A wide-ish ball outside the off stump, guides it to Stark at backward point.
Always have this debate. I've always got my bowling head on. What's more nervous, the nervous 90s or the nervous nump for 90s? I reckon it's the nervous nump for 90s.
I imagine, it's a different kind of thing.
Sidecar. Number 102.
Lyon with a slip, a leg slip and a forward short leg into Bavuma, almost with his feet pointing down crease, just pushes the ball back to the bowler. There's no run.
I tell you what,
204.
you do try and sum up your best balls possibly when you've got number 95.
Yeah.
You really charge it.
I bet you do. This is not a nice feeling.
He's not helping his mate at the other end here, Bharat.
No, he's changing his
98.
He's faffing with his gloves.
I reckon it's helping the Australians.
Well, all the time that runs aren't scored tonight really does help the Australians.
They should get 3 overs in, but they might only get 2.
Line is into Bavuma, who stretches and pushes the ball to point. There's no run. It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because if you were playing for stumps on an ordinary day, this would be the right tactic. But the thing is, you're losing a little bit of the fact that you're in and you're fluent and you could take a little chunk of those 78 runs off. So
I don't think you should take a single this ball.
No. Line in and Bavuma drives into the offside. Might get 2 actually. It's being pursued by Hazelwood.
Yeah.
Who gets Cummins, I beg your pardon, gets there and they get back for 2, an ambled 2. End of the over, 2 for 206. 76 more runs needed for South Africa to win. We are up now to 8 minutes to the hour. So that's probably 2 overs. I think Australia would be very happy for it to be 2 overs. And the way South Africa are going, it looks like they'd be happy for it to be 2 overs. So
Yep. So not many times it to be a win-win.
Yeah. You know, it's a little odd, isn't it?
Day 3. One team's got 8 wickets and only needs 76 runs, but they're content with it.
Well, so far today has been a tale of batting. We've had 4 wickets gone down, 14 on day 1, 14 on day 2.
4th of the day.
And 2 of those were tail-enders.
Yes.
I mean, they were Lyon and Hazelwood. When you think about it, it's extraordinary, isn't it?
And it's interesting how we were saying how flat the South Africans went through that partnership.
Yeah.
Then we've seen the reverse with the Aussies, and the pitch definitely playing a part.
Absolutely.
For a last wicket partnership to last that long against Ngidi and Co. There was always, there'd been a shift.
Absolutely, there has. And you can see it partly in the colour of the pitch as well. It's very straw-coloured now. And we've seen all the stats. We've seen, numbers of balls staying low. Yeah. It's an indicator. And by staying low, we don't mean shooting. It's not shooting.
No, but it's more variable.
It's just, as you said, blancmange. Right, they've really taken their time to start this over. Cummins is still chatting to Hazelwood. This is what I mean. This is all a very strange thing. It's almost like a phony war taking place here. Both sides just happy to slow it down. Some South African fans slow hand clapping. I reckon 40 minutes ago there was a very real chance of an extra half hour.
Certainly.
Very real chance. I think that has now gone. Hazelwood rocks and rolls his way in. This is pops and ended out to the offside. No run. This is with a replacement ball, let's not forget as well. So it's interesting to look at. That has popped and startled Markham on 98.
He got one like that 2 overs ago, didn't he? Markham. So Cummins did it twice, once to Bavuma. So there is some variable, not just keeping low, but just going through the top a little bit, which for an incoming batsman could be a real worry.
Sure could. That's the other thing that Australia have got to keep in their minds. Another day of wear. I know it's not being played on, but it's soil. It's not getting tended to. It's drying out. And the weather could be very different tomorrow. It's been a very warm day today as Hazelwood is in. This is defended stoutly by Markham, who shows no real signs of urgency in trying to collect these last 2 runs for his 3 figures.
It's been a very composed knock. I thought his body language straight away, Markham, was sensational. Looking to score, playing to his strengths.
Well, we did say, didn't we, that if South Africa were going to scale the mountain of 282, they were going to need somebody to put in a big performance. And, well, they've found 2 today. Markham the standout with 98, but his skipper alongside him, Bavuma, on 62. Hazelwood into Markham, who drives again, a ball that just pops a touch. And Doesn't like the look of that. Now he's examining his bat. He's giving it, just making sure he's not broken it. He's sort of pushing it on the ground. What have we got? 4 minutes to go until stumps. 3 balls left in this over, and having another chat. They're making absolutely certain that there'll be no more than 1 over after this.
And Margaret might have to get off this over.
He might.
The Boomers facing line at the other end.
Partnership of 136. Second wicket fell at 70.
Jeez, a late wicket here would just give the Australians such a lift.
Hazelwood in. Markram drives into the offside, can't beat short, extra cover, no run, 2 balls left in this over. He's examining his bat. He's not thinking about his game here. He's thinking about other things, isn't he? He's thinking about other things. He's gazing at his bat, Markram.
I think that first one that went through the top a bit a couple of overs ago did something to his bat. He's been checking it ever since.
Now they will get to roll it in the morning, won't they? They'll get that opportunity.
Yeah, you'd imagine it'll be pretty good for at least the first half an hour. But this end is definitely showing up and down.
Hazelwood is in. So flicked away. It's running up towards the boundary, and that's going to be 4 for Markram, and it's going to be 100 for Aidan Markram. 100 in the World Test Championship final. A quite superb knock. He stands and he soaks in the atmosphere. He's just Bavuma clapping alongside him, but he is looking all around this ground. He doesn't want to ever forget this moment. This is going to be one of the most satisfying moments, if not the most satisfying moment of his professional career. A World Test Championship final at Lord's, and an entire crowd that's standing and applauding what has been a sensational knock. When he came out to bat, he knew South Africa needed 282, the largest score by far of this match, if they were going to pull off victory. Well, Australia have not been able to dislodge him. He's still there with just 2 minutes of the day left, and he's got there with 11 fours, 4 hours and 27 minutes of watchful brilliance, and at a decent lick as well. 156 balls. Hazelwood completes the over with a ball that's just outside the off stump, pushed to backward point. There is no run, and at the end of the over, 2 for 210. South Africa needs 72 more, and Aidan Markram has played, well, the knock of his life. He'll remember many white ball knocks, of course. He'll remember other test match knocks. But this one, well, this is going to be really, really special, Damien Fleming.
In a test final, you don't know when you'll play another one. So I just could be more impressed. He got a good one from Stark in the first innings. You felt like he was the man that Australia feared the most, and composed, class from the start. Really enjoyed his back foot punching, just off short of a length. He actually punched him through the leg side, and then against pace and spin, he went back and he punched through the offside, just opening up the face. And sometimes you couldn't believe it actually ran for 4. Such was the tremendous timing. He'll feel the job's only half done, though. He'll want to bat through the innings and get South Africa the opportunity to be the, unbelievably after day one, the Test champs in 2025.
Extraordinary, isn't it? The twists and turns we've had in this match, the narrative flow, it's been absorbing, extraordinary. But I tell you, the tale of today can be summed up in the figures of one of the best fast bowlers in the world, and it's Josh Hazelwood. 13 overs, no maidens, none for 43.
Yeah.
Lyon starts the last over of the day, and Bavuma stretches, pushes the ball to backward point. It's fielded by Stark, and there's no run. 72 more for South Africa. I wonder how many of these fans have got tickets for today and tomorrow. I wonder. Right. City bit off has come in. There's a slip. There's a leg slip. This is slap through the offside. Running up towards the grandstand. Should be cut off. Amble back for a couple. 70 more needed to win. 4 balls left in the day. They can't take an extra half hour now, surely.
No, I hope not. I think for all of us, the Australian fast bowlers and us commentators,
Yeah, the voice is
Need to
starting
come
go.
back fresh.
Yeah, need to come back fresh. We do.
No, the line won't mind that. You know, that was on the up through the covers, and it is starting to turn out of Stark's footmarks.
Lions in. Bavuma comes forward, defends, taps it out the offsides. Picked up. There is no run. Bavuma has 64 from 120. This is a triumph for Temba Bavuma at the moment, this innings. He's been really discomforted by a problem with his hamstring. He's gutsed it out. He's been out there for a long, long time now. Lion is into him. Forward he comes, pushes it to the offside. He's hobbling his way through for a single. 69 needed to win. 2 for 213. Bavuma to 65. 2 balls left of the day. What's Markham going to do here? Just defend, surely.
If it's there, a half volley, or put it away.
Big old gap in there on the offside.
Yeah, his shot selection's been fantastic.
Comes forward, defends, pushes it to the offside, picked up by Verena. This should be the last ball of the day on this Friday the 13th. Not the most auspicious of days for Australia today. It started well, a really gutsy 10-wicket partnership, 59. Stretching that lead out to 281 as Lyon comes in. Markham defends from the crease. That should be it. The ball's played out into the offside, and yes, hands are shaken. The Australian fielders go up to Aidan Markham, congratulate him on this terrific knock. His family watching on. It has been sensational from Markham. Barely troubled, you'd have to say. Barely troubled at all. Bavuma, well, he got a life. Got a life on 2 when he was dropped by Stephen Smith. In the process, Smith had a compound dislocation of his finger, and that was the moment, perhaps, that the day changed for South Africa. The score was about 2 for 74, 75 at the time. If Bavuma goes then, jitters would have been felt throughout the South African lineup, but instead, these two, Aidan Markham, unbeaten on 102 from 159. Temba Bavuma, unbeaten on 65 from 121. They walk off with a partnership of 143 and still going to their name. 69 more needed for South Africa to pull off a sensational victory. Jeremy Coney is alongside me.
Yeah, well, it's... I mean, the big picture, of course, is the match result, isn't it? But what a fantastic knock from Aidan Markham, really. I mean, they needed someone in the top order to handle the Australian attack and to score also relatively quickly, which is, again, what he has done right throughout his innings. In the ultimate arena, really, at Lord's, in the World Test Championship final. So, you know, he's a good enough player. He could probably say that he's going to have many more good moments, isn't he? But, you know, this one's going to be a special one for him.
Well, I mean, it's so important for South African Test cricket as well, because, you know, when a guy scores 100 at Lord's in a World Test Championship final, he might think to himself, you know what, maybe I'm not going to retire from Test cricket, you know, like so many of the South Africans have recently, Quinton de Kock, for example. Because South Africa need him, and Test cricket needs him.
Oh, they do.
And that partnership was full of all the good verities of Test cricket, in such contrast to what happened on the first night when South Africa found themselves ahead of the game, but went absolutely nowhere in, yes, more challenging bowling conditions, but they didn't even try. What was the feature today, Jeremy, you've got to say, was just the intent and the purpose, yes?
It was, absolutely. That's changed, and they've grown as a team, haven't they, right throughout this match. And they've learned from mistakes. They've solved a few problems. I think the main thing today was really what changed was the conditions. The conditions changed dramatically. Both the weather and then the surface again kind of has conspired to render, you know, the bowlers on both sides who've enjoyed such success in the first 2 days of this game, getting 14 wickets, 28 wickets in 2 days. And today, just 4 wickets, haven't they? And 2 of those, half of them is a number 10 and a number 11. Exactly. So this has been just an extraordinary change because of the slowness of the pitch and it has emasculated all the bowlers, all the 6 bowlers that we've been talking about, how good and how difficult they've been. Suddenly they couldn't do anything.
It's the 33rd Test match that Stark, Hazelwood and Cummins have played together.
Yeah.
They're champion bowlers, but today they were reduced to sort of flogging this pitch. It gave them nothing. We'll go back to the start of the day briefly. Nathan Lyon came out to bat with Mitchell Stark with a lead of 218 or so, and Sages thought, well, they might have enough already, but I warned them about this pitch. I warned them about English pitches, and sure enough, that session, 2 hours took to take the 2 wickets.
Yep.
The first one went pretty quickly. Nathan Lyon, LBW to Rabada for 2, but then Josh Hazelwood, he's a doughty and a brave batter, but he barely looked in trouble. Batted for 53 balls for his 17, and it was actually a very uncharacteristic way to get out. He suddenly decided to push at a ball that was barely spun outside the off stump from Aidan Markram. It's been his day, hasn't it? He was caught in the covers by Maharaj for 17. It sort of came out of the blue. Partnership of 59 for the 10th wicket. Left so Australia all out for 207. 4 wickets for Rabada. Just missed out on getting 10 in the match. 4 for 59. 3 for Ngidi. 3 for 38. And Aidan Markram, weirdly, 1 for 5, which he got also in 2 overs in both innings. Very strange. South Africa came out to bat. We thought 282, that feels steep, and Ryan Riggleton got out to a very loose drive to a ball that swung from Stark. It's very full. He got a little edge through to Carey, who took the catch well. He was gone for 6. It was 1 for 9 at that point. And then Rian Mulder batted pretty solidly until he just drove at Stark, offered a catch to Labuschagne in the covers. He went for 27 from 50 balls. 2 for 70. That was the last success Australia had in the day. Mitchell Stark with both wickets. 2 for 53. There have been 56 overs bowled. There have been only 3 maidens. They've been bowled by Nathan Lyon. None of Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins has managed to get a maiden. Nor Webster, nor Travis Head. Cummins has tried everything, but it hasn't worked, as they've been blunted by an injured Temba Bavuma, unbeaten on 65. Aidan Markram unbeaten on 102. We're going to get a 4th day, Jeremy. Could be different all over again. 69 needed to win. Fresh bowlers. Batters having to start again. Australia played it cannily at the back end there. They slowed the game down. They made sure there's no extra half hour.
No, that's right.
And they'll come back. They'll still believe.
And took the new piece of artillery, didn't they? That slowed things down as well, with a new ball, or a ball that they wanted changed at last. And so that held things up for a little bit as well. And I mean, you've got to also, apart from Markram, who unloosed his shots right across the afternoon, really, didn't he? Beautifully. You've got to admire the way that the captain, Bavuma, was there, and the way that he stuck out there. And he's got himself 60 odd, and even though he's hobbled up and down the pitch, he probably could have been 80. Really, if he'd been fully fit. But so it's been a wonderful partnership for South Africa, and they are on the brink, but there's just this murky little kind of past and the history and the 50 odd runs required, and as you say, fresh bowlers tomorrow could come, and we'll just have to wait and see what happens to the pitch now, seeing you are the guru of pitches. What would you say about what normally is a day 4 morning pitch?
Well, a day 4 morning pitch is usually just getting slower and lower. The one thing I would say is, though, that we're due absolutely torrential thunderstorms in about an hour. It doesn't get on the pitch, of course, but it just juices the place up a little bit, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any residual cloud cover that's still knocking about in the morning. That might give a little bit of assistance. You never know. So I think if you're an Aussie, you've got to think to yourself, got out of jail a bit here, because if South Africa had been allowed to bat for another half an hour, and if they'd gone just that, there was a point when it looked like they were up with that tempo at about 20 past 5, but then they slowed down. Australia got a handle on it, made sure that they couldn't, and that means that Markham and Bavuma are starting again, and Bavuma's got to start with a very sore leg now.
Yeah. He'll be worked on overnight, I guess, and in the morning.
Stiffen up a bit, though, isn't it?
It will. But yes, look, one wicket can bring three, as we know.
Fragile South African batting line.
Exactly. And if it happens in the first 5 overs, suddenly the game can quite easily change. And so, while it looks as though, with 8 wickets remaining, that it is a relatively comfortable sort of ride tomorrow, it could just have a few hairpins in it.
It really could.
Yes.
Well, we are going to be on air at, I think, 6:30 in the evening in Melbourne. That would be right. I'm looking at my Australian expert tubes.
Yeah.
10 a.m. 10 a.m.
Quite close to 6:30, really.
It starts here.
Yes.
We're on air at 9:30 a.m. UK time. So
yes,
you can stick that in. It's probably too late to take in all this information. So yes, finally we're getting somewhere. So we'll be on air for an hour before, as per usual, with the new ball, and we will then give you all the action. I imagine this game's going to be done in the first session, one way or the other. So do not forget to join us. Jeremy Coney, Bharat, Sundaresan, me, Daniel Norcross, Adam Collins, Andrew Sampson, and Damien Fleming. We'll be back. Thank you for listening. Thank you to our producers. It's all going to happen tomorrow, and it could happen in a rush. Be sure to join us. Until then, goodbye.